Our story begins in darkness, with our poor girl waking up in a world of pain. But as her eyes focus, she realizes she's not dead, and she's definitely not alone. Absolute panic sets in. She flinches away from the man beside her. This can't be happening, not him, not again. Tears stream down her face as she remembers the horror, and his chilling, possessive words echo in her mind. The memories of that night are a violent, bloody blur. A beautiful thing twisted and ruined. The next morning, she wakes up trapped in his bed. He finally lets her go, dressing without a single word. His expression is completely unreadable, cold as ice. And just like that, he walks out, leaving her shattered. Our girl sits alone, trying to process what just happened. She slowly gets out of bed, her body aching. She stumbles towards the mirror, barely able to stand. And what she sees sends a shockwave through her soul. She's been reborn. She's back to that horrible night from 7 years ago. This is the night her life turned into a living nightmare. Because of this man, Si Yehen, she lost everything: her love, her family, her dignity. But her despair quickly turns into a fiery rage. She will not let history repeat itself. This time, she has a second chance to change it all. Suddenly, the door creaks open, and in walks her supposed best friend, Shen Menki, putting on a show of concern. "Oh, Wanwen, what happened to you?" she cries, acting shocked. Our girl sees right through this fake act. In her past life, she trusted this two-faced snake. Now she knows the truth. Menki was just using her to get close to Si Yehen, enjoying every second of her suffering. This snake was the one who told her to act ugly and rebellious to push him away. But the plan backfired spectacularly, making our girl look even more pathetic. And just like clockwork, the snake starts spewing the same old lies, offering to help her escape. But our heroine is no longer a fool. She knows confronting the beast that is Si Yehen means certain death. She plays along, watching her so-called friend spin a web of lies. Let's see who loses this time, she thinks. 3 days pass, and just like before, Si Yehen is nowhere to be seen. She wanders the massive garden he built for her. Last time, she saw it as a prison. And in her rage, she destroyed it completely. A voice calls her name. It's him, Gu Yuez, the man she once loved. He starts scolding her for giving up on herself. The absolute nerve of this guy. She remembers how she dedicated her life to him, and all she got in return was his pity and disgust. But as she's about to clap back, a terrifying chill runs down her spine. She knows that feeling. It's him, the demon himself. Si Yehen is nearby. She can feel his possessive gaze on her. But instead of panicking, our girl turns to her ex-lover with a savage smirk. "What gives you the right to question me?" she asks. As my ex-fiancé or my brother-in-law, he's left utterly speechless. Gu Yuez tries to guilt-trip her, saying he has some responsibility for her situation. In her past life, she was so touched he came for her that she forgave him instantly. But now she sees it for what it is: pure, fragile male ego. He's terrified of becoming a laughing stock now that she's with his rival, Si Yehen. So he begs her one more time to leave with him. Meanwhile, the boss's men are watching in horror. The boss's woman is about to elope and make him a cuckold. They are absolutely losing their minds. They've suffered from the boss's rage before, and they know it's no joke. This time, his fury could burn down the entire capital city. Gu Yuez offers his hand, pleading with her to come with him. She reaches out and takes it. The henchmen completely panic. They're holding hands. Our girl takes a few steps with him. The click of her heels echoes in the night. But then she stops him cold. "Gu Yuez," she says with a smirk, "did I say I'd follow you?" He's completely baffled, warning her that Si Yehen is just toying with her. "Why would you dirty yourself just to get revenge on me?" he cries. Our girl's response is absolutely savage. "Si Yehen is richer, more influential, and way hotter than you," she states calmly. "The final blow, one night with him, is worth more than a lifetime with Gu Yuez. You can just feel the burn from here." The henchmen are stunned by this turn of events, while the boss seems intrigued. Gu Yuez tries a different tactic, warning her that Si Yehen is a bloodthirsty monster. "Do you even want to live?" he asks, desperate. Our girl just gives a dramatic yawn. She'd rather be a romantic ghost with a hottie like him anyway. Gu Yuez is speechless. He gives her one last "I warned you" and storms off. He walks away, defeated, while our girl celebrates her small victory. She didn't follow him. She actually changed her fate this time. From the window, the boss watches her, his expression unreadable. She turns around, wondering if she's passed his test. The familiar, terrifying aura is gone. She steps inside, heart pounding in her chest. There he is, sitting like a king on his throne. "Come over here," he commands. Our poor girl is trembling. Even after her rebirth, the fear of him is ingrained in her bones. But she steels herself. If she wants to change her destiny, she has to do this. She must overcome this fear. As she approaches, he suddenly grabs her arm. He pulls her right onto his lap, the air crackling with tension. And then, without a single word, he kisses her. He pulls her into a deep, possessive kiss, and our girl is completely caught off guard. She can't dodge, she can't resist, she can't do anything to provoke this man. She even wore her brightest, ugliest lipstick to disgust him, but he doesn't seem to care at all. Wait, is she actually enjoying this? Half an hour later, our heroine realizes he's completely passed out on her. How is this possible? The infamous Si Yehen, the man with crippling insomnia, is sound asleep in her arms. Just then, the butler walks in and freezes in absolute shock. Insomnia issues, our girl had no idea. The butler frantically shushes her, not wanting to make a single sound. He explains with tears in his eyes that the ninth master hasn't slept for 3 days straight. Our girl's heart drops. Is this her fault for trying to escape? Suddenly, a phone starts ringing at full volume, and the room goes into chaos. The butler panics, knowing the master's temper is legendary when he's woken up. But it's too late. The beast has been awakened, and his eyes glow with pure rage. Both she and the butler look on in utter terror. Thinking fast, our girl slams her hand over his eyes. "It's fine," she whispers, "you can sleep." She gently holds him, trying to soothe the waking monster. The butler watches, holding his breath, absolutely stunned. And just like that, the fearsome ninth master falls back asleep like a kitten. Is this even the same man, the same monster everyone fears? The next morning, our girl wakes up in a daze, wondering how she even got to bed. She looks at her hands, smeared with last night's eyeliner and fake lashes. All this effort to look ugly was for another man, a complete waste, but now she's finally broken free. She's so glad she was too chicken to get a real tattoo back then. She hops into a nice warm bath, ready to wash away her past and that hideous fake tattoo. For years, ever since she turned 18, she's been hiding her true self under layers of garish makeup. She had almost forgotten who she really was underneath it all. But not anymore. As the water washes everything away, her true beauty is finally revealed. She can be herself again. Our girl is enjoying a luxurious bath, finally feeling good in her own skin. After her past life, she's so relieved to have her long hair back. But when she checks her closet, it's a fashion nightmare. This studded skull jacket is a hard pass, never again. She decides to check the cloakroom on the 3rd floor instead. This is her second chance at life, and she won't be miserable anymore. And she hits the jackpot, a massive walk-in closet filled with beautiful clothes. She chooses a simple, elegant dress she never touched in her past life. Meanwhile, downstairs, our handsome male lead is having a quiet coffee. His friend, however, is anything but quiet, and immediately burns himself like a total klutz. He slams the table, demanding to know where his brother was last night. He can't understand why a guy with his status isn't out there playing the field. He complains that it's been 2 years of this, and he can't take it anymore. But just then, an angel descends the staircase. The friend is absolutely starstruck. Who is this beauty? Even our stoic male lead can't help but notice how stunning she looks. She calmly takes a seat at the table, ready for breakfast. She can feel Si Yehen's intense stare, but tries her best to ignore it. Right now, she's just happy to be pretty and enjoy her food. Suddenly, he reaches over, his hand getting dangerously close. He gently tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. The unexpected tenderness makes our girl blush furiously. The friend is thrilled, whispering that his brother is finally making a move. He's so glad he's done with that trampled-upon ugly girl, Iwanwen. He even has the audacity to look around for her. He keeps running his mouth, calling her cheesy and an ugly girl. He vividly remembers her being overweight and mocks the ML's taste. His cruel words trigger a painful memory for our heroine. She snaps, slamming her bowl on the table and screaming his name. "So what if I'm fat? Did I eat your food?" The friend is stunned. That voice sounds way too familiar. And then the horrifying realization dawns on him. It's Iwanwen. He's completely losing his mind, pointing a shaky finger at her. He screeches, accusing her of getting plastic surgery. She savagely claps back that this is her real face, and he better apologize for calling her a fatty. Her eyes are literally on fire. The rage is real. But before she can go full demon mode, a gentle hand rests on her head. Si Yehen looks at her softly and says, "You're not fat." Our girl is completely stunned. Si Yehen is being gentle. She leans into his touch, her chaotic heart skipping a beat. He gently tells her, "You're not fat." Our girl is completely stunned, her heart doing a little flutter kick. He even adds that she was never fat to begin with. The man is laying it on thick today. But his little brother is having none of it, calling him out for his blatant lies. As payback, Si Yehen casually gives away a massive business deal. Savage. His eyes are cold as ice. He's not playing around. The little bro goes into a full-blown meltdown, realizing he lost a fortune for one tiny insult. Si Yehen kicks him out, calling him annoying. This man is a menace. And so the brother dramatically exits, crying about lost friendship and business. Now alone, our girl and Si Yehen sit in a very awkward silence. She's annoyed he hasn't noticed her new look, but he just tells her to eat more. Fed up, she asks him directly if he notices anything different. He's totally clueless. "My looks," she practically yells, trying to get him to see her. He finally gives his verdict. She's just as tasty as before. Our girl short circuits, tasty, as in past tense tasty. She flashes back to her old chaotic punk look. He thought that was tasty. She spirals, questioning his sanity and taste in women. All her hard work for nothing. She pouts, completely defeated, but then she looks up and sees it. Her eyes widen in disbelief, that subtle curve of his lips. It can't be. Si Yehen is actually smiling. She figures he must be in a rare good mood. This is her chance. Remembering how she ruined her life before, she's determined to get her education back. She nervously asks if she can go back to school to study. And just like that, the good mood evaporates. His face turns dark. She immediately panics, thinking he assumes she's trying to run away from him. A poor heroine hides her face, regretting ever opening her mouth. The death glare he's giving her could freeze hell over. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Suddenly, a man and his crew arrive, interrupting the silent war. The poor guy has no idea what he just walked into. He and his workers immediately start sweating, feeling the murderous aura in the room. Our girl sits at the table looking all natural. She asks if her bare face scared him. The butler and his staff are absolutely floored. He can barely stammer out her name, Iwanwin. She reminds him how stunned he was by her green hair. He thinks it was shock, okay, pure shock. Our chaotic queen cheekily asks if she should change it back. The staff immediately panics. "No, no, miss, you look very nice this way." They're terrified of her past self. She then asks to make suggestions for the garden project. After all, she plans to stick around for a while. The butler's soul leaves his body. He silently begs the ninth master not to let her destroy the beautiful garden. But the master just says, "Up to you." The butler weeps in defeat. It's happening. She wants sunflowers instead of roses. The butler remembers her old demands and thinks this is surprisingly normal. But her grand plan is to turn the estate into a farm. Cabbage, potatoes, shrimp. The butler screams internally, "Cabbage." The master just calmly sips his drink. He looks at her and asks, "Have I ever starved you?" Our girl is caught off guard. She explains that in her past life, she was so depressed she lost her will to eat. Now she wants to hoard food like a hamster. The poor butler is having a meltdown. He thought she had changed, but she just wants to turn a luxury garden into a farm. Our girl is just excited for the autumn harvest. The master watches her, a flicker of amusement in his eyes, and agrees, "Grow some cabbage." And just like that, the demolition begins. She happily oversees her new farm project. Night falls and she stands proudly in her field of sunflowers. The project is a success. But she knows the garden isn't the real issue. It's her relationship with Si Yehen. She realizes she needs to have a serious talk with him. She marches right up to his door and knocks. The door slowly squeaks open. She nervously asks to talk to him, finding him in nothing but a robe. He lets her in without a word. She knows she has to nail this conversation. It's her first time in his room. She steps inside, her heart pounding in her chest. She sees another man inside, a hypnotist. Apparently, the master is having trouble sleeping. The hypnotist explains he hasn't slept well for 3 days straight. Our poor male lid. The master dismisses the man and turns his full attention to her. "Tell me." He pours himself a drink, waiting patiently. The atmosphere is tense. She finally gets the words out. "I want to talk about our relationship." He looks up, completely taken by surprise. Our girl asks him straight up what he thinks their relationship is. His answer is simple and terrifying: "You're mine." Internally, she's short-circuiting. His possessive logic is just not landing. She tries to reason with him, saying a guy with his status could have anyone. Literally, any type of girl would be lining up for him. So she changes tactics. "Since we can't change this, can we at least make it better?" She tells him the more he tries to control her, the more she wants to escape. She even drops a proverb about how a forced melon won't be sweet. But this man is savage. "Who says I want a sweet melon?" he asks, taking a sip. She's speechless, so he just wants her to be his property and her feelings don't matter at all. She looks up and sees he's dripping wet from the shower. He leans in close. "Are you sure?" he asks. And then he just grabs her and kisses her. He pulls back, asking if she's sure she doesn't like sweet melons. This chaotic man, she quickly pivots, trying to be the sweet melon he wants. She begs for another chance, putting on her best puppy dog face. "I promise to work hard," she pleads, acting all cute and obedient. He looks away, clearly flustered by her sudden change. "Fine," he says. Our girl can't believe it. She immediately asks if she can go back to school. He says she can. Overjoyed, she gives him a quick thank you kiss on the cheek. Then she runs off to pack, promising to visit him later. He's left completely stunned. He touches his cheek where she kissed him, a faint blush on his face. Our girl is packing her things, finally free from this gilded cage. She can't believe a simple conversation was all it took. She wonders if her past life could have been different if she just tried talking to him. Just then her phone rings. Ugh, it's Shen Menki. Our heroine's face hardens as she answers. Menki immediately starts yelling, demanding to know what's going on with Mr. Gu. She lets it slip that Si Yehen saw our girl eloping with another man. Our girl immediately catches the lie. How would Menki know he wasn't home unless she was there herself? She plays it cool for now. "Sure," she says, agreeing to talk later. But a dark glint appears in her eyes. The debt between them, it's time to settle the score. At the ninth master's mansion, his doctor prepares for a hypnosis session. 2 hours later, nothing. The doctor feels useless, blaming that girl for this mess. He asks the restless ninth master if he happened to meet with Missy today. But it's futile. The master is way too defensive for any therapy to work. Si Yehan suddenly sits up, his expression unreadable and intense. The doctor sighs. It's a mental issue, and the root cause is definitely the girl. Meanwhile, our girl is applying her special hardcore makeup. She has to endure this chaotic life for now. Descending the stairs, she's spotted. The guy in the fedora takes one look and does a legendary spit take. He clutches his face in agony. "My eyes, I'm going blind," he screeches dramatically. He can't believe he was woken up at 5 a.m. for this fashion disaster. But his pretty boyfriend thinks she looks great. Fedora guy is baffled by this take. The friend tells him to be more supportive. Our girl sassily defends her makeup choice. She strikes a confident pose, completely owning the chaotic look. And just then the man of the hour appears. Si Yehen descends the stairs. Our girl immediately runs to him, fishing for a compliment. He calmly agrees she looks good. Fedora guy is absolutely floored. How is the ninth brother not bothered by this? The world's most awkward breakfast commences. Our girl feels the pressure, dining with 3 absolute titans of society. She mentally roasts the fedora guy for acting so stupid. But it turns out he's from a super elite military family. And the pink-haired man, he's a literal Oscar-winning superstar. He cheekily offers our girl an autograph. She internally panics, knowing her possessive boyfriend would flip. She gives him the most awkward side-eye in history. The movie star thinks her reaction is cute, but fedora guy tells him to stop flirting. The actor claps back, calling him a pathetic singleton, and a fight is brewing. Our girl sees her chance. She whispers to Si Yehen, "Isn't he cursing us to break up?" That's the trigger. A murderous aura erupts from Si Yehen. The poor fedora guy is reduced to a crying mess, apologizing while cursing our girl's name. At the mansion, the boys' club is judging our girl's chaotic new look. But her man, 9, knows she hasn't changed. She's just gotten better at avoiding him. Just as she's about to leave, our girl stops. She has one last thing to do. She turns on her heel and marches right back inside. The men watch, confused, as she storms back toward the table. And then she does the most unhinged thing possible. She plants a huge kiss on him. With a playful smirk, she whispers for him to miss her before running off. 9 is left completely stunned and speechless. What a power move. His friend just smirks. This is exactly why 9 is completely obsessed with her. Our girl finally arrives back at school, ready to start her new life. This is King He High, the most elite academy for the rich and powerful. She feels truly alive, but the other students are already gossiping about her. The whispers start immediately as she walks through the campus. It's the infamous Yiwanwan. They trash her clothes, her makeup, and her terrible grades. They even bring up her family's scandals and celebrate the rumor that she's being expelled. But our girl just smirks. She hears every single word. She heads straight for her class, the notorious Class F. The entire room falls silent the second she walks in. Then the mockery begins, with everyone laughing at her new hair. She ignores the pathetic clowns looking for her seat. But the teacher immediately stops her, screeching about her outfit. The teacher can't be bothered, since our girl is getting expelled anyway. She finds her designated spot at the very back of the class. And guess who her seatmate is? The school's most eligible bad boy, Zia. He wakes up from his nap and immediately tells her to scram. The old Yi Wanwen would have run away crying. But this Yi Wanwen, she slams her book down and asks why she should move. She declares this seat is the exclusive property of the student who came in last. And then she sits right down next to him, leaving the poor boy absolutely stunned. She smirks, telling him she earned this spot on her own merit. The whole class explodes, thinking she's just trying to get close to the school's prince. The teacher, Ms. Liang, goes on a tirade, absolutely roasting our girl in front of everyone. The other students eat it up, gossiping about her impending expulsion. Ms. Liang shames her for her outfit and her grades, calling her the weakest link. She screams at our poor heroine to get out of the school immediately. But our girl isn't having it. She stands up and questions who gave the teacher this authority. Ms. Liang sputters that it was a unanimous decision by the school leaders. Wanwen just scoffs. Expel her for no major reason, she doesn't think so. Then she drops an absolute bombshell, revealing she knows about the teacher's affair with a married school leader. Ms. Liang tries to yell her way out of it, but Wanwen calmly points out there's no official expulsion letter. The teacher slams her desk, resorting to disgusting insults about Wanwen's family. She calls her father a money launderer and her brother a gangster. But this only makes Wanwen's eyes blaze with a new fire, a change even the class genius, Zia, notices. She turns the teacher's words against her, asking if teachers also mold students in their own corrupt image. The entire class is stunned into silence. This is not the Wanwen they know. The teacher threatens to throw her out, but Wanwen just smirks, subtly reminding her what's at stake. Ms. Liang freezes, realizing our girl has her completely cornered. She quickly backpedals, pretending she's being merciful because of the upcoming exams. Wanwen knows this is her one chance to turn things around. She has to ace this mock exam. She starts flipping through her textbook at a supernatural speed, shocking Zia with her sudden focus. The others just think she's putting on a show. Zia tells her to be quiet, but she claps back with a savage comeback, leaving him speechless. He's furious, vowing to crush her in the upcoming exam. Later, our girl finally gets some peace and quiet in her dorm room. She's just cleaned up and is ready to study. But of course, a visitor arrives. It's her friend, Shen Menki, putting on a worried act. Our girl sees right through it. The acting is impeccable, but she knows this girl is a two-faced snake. Our girl looks completely done with her so-called friend. This fake friend tries to offer some words of comfort, but gets brutally shut down. As she leaves, she wonders why our girl is being so cold all of a sudden. Then her eyes land on something juicy on the desk. It's a love letter, and it's for another man. The snake smirks, thinking our girl is still a pathetic coward. She whips out her phone and snaps a quick picture for some blackmail material. With a wicked grin, she scurries away to cause maximum chaos. This girl is fully delusional, thinking the cold duke is secretly into her. She's already picturing herself as the mistress of his entire estate. Meanwhile, back at the desk, our heroine is completely unaware. She remembers writing that letter in her past life, but never finishing it. Now she's panicking. She just swore loyalty to the duke, and this could ruin everything. Across town, the mood at the mansion is absolutely terrifying. The Duke Si Yehen sits in silence while his butlers tremble in fear. The head butler is losing his mind over the photo of the letter. He can't believe she would lie to the master and write such a shameless letter to another man. Si Yehen's eyes are glowing with fury. He declares this is her final chance. He roars for his men to bring her back immediately. An entire fleet of cars screeches out of the driveway to hunt her down. But our girl knows the letter is incomplete. It's not even addressed to anyone. That snake conveniently took a picture that made it look like a finished confession. But our heroine is no fool. She's about to launch a counterattack. Just as the butler predicts a bloody storm, a notification pings on the Duke's phone. Si Yehen glances down, his expression turning cold as ice. The butler is fuming. Why did he get the cringy love letter again? He checks his phone, completely baffled by the poetic nonsense. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock. The sender is Yi Wanwen. He realizes with horror that letter was for the master. He lunges for the master's phone, screaming, "Give it to me." But it's too late. The master has the phone, and he's reading every last word. A soft, dangerous whisper escapes his lips. Wan, Wan. Just then, a new message from our girl pops up, demanding praise for her writing. A slow, possessive smile spreads across his face. This was meant for him asterisk. He silences his panicked butler with a single look and begins to type. Meanwhile, our girl is spiraling. Why isn't he replying? Did she mess up? She's haunted by memories of her miserable past life, where she was captured and sold. But a sudden notification bings her back to reality. Her eyes snap open, staring at the screen. It's from Si Yehen, just one word, good. She's completely stunned. He's being nice. This is so not the man she remembers. Deciding to press her advantage, she decides to give it one more try. She types a flirty message and bravely hits send. He replies instantly, it worked. She's literally crying with relief on the floor. She collapses onto her bed, feeling victorious for the first time. Now she knows the secret weapon to control that devil. Time to focus on her exams. Back in the mansion, the master looks at her message and gives an order, get them back. The butler immediately calls off the mission to capture her. 1 week later, our girl is completely exhausted from studying, face planting on her desk at school. Some punk slams his bag down, nearly giving her a concussion. She glares up with the sleep-deprived fury of a demon, scaring the poor boy half to death. The exam bell rings, time starts now. Our girl grabs her pen, ready for war. Bring it on. The guy next to her can't believe his eyes. He scoffs, thinking she's just scribbling nonsense without even reading the questions. He mentally calls her a dimwit, completely writing her off. But our girl is in the zone, focused as the exam time ticks away. Then she hits the one subject she truly fears, mathematics. The numbers swim before her eyes, and she dramatically collapses in defeat. The second the bell rings, she's out cold on her desk, much to her neighbors' disgust. Exams are finally over, and the classroom erupts. Her classmates immediately start gossiping, sure she's about to be expelled. They can't wait to get rid of her for dragging down the class average. Suddenly, the teacher walks in, silencing the room. The results are out. But before she reveals the ranks, she slams a notice on her desk. She announces with a smug smile that Yi Wanwen has been expelled. The entire class celebrates, happy to see her go. The teacher orders our girl to pack her things and leave immediately. But our heroine rises. She quotes a school rule about second chances. The teacher scoffs, but our girl serves up the ultimate clapback. The entire class is stunned into silence by her bold claim. Then they all burst out laughing, calling her a lunatic. The teacher tells her to stop making a scene and just leave. Then she goes for the throat, threatening to call her estranged parents. That one word hits our girl like a ton of bricks. She remembers her past life, screaming at her family and cutting all ties. The guilt of how much she made them suffer is a burden she still carries. But she shoves the pain down and calmly repeats her request to see the results. The teacher, annoyed, finally agrees to show her just how badly she failed. She angrily flips through the papers to find the proof. With a sneer, she finds exactly what she was looking for. 0 for mathematics, she declares, holding up the paper for all to see. The class howls with laughter, but our girl just smiles. She calmly reminds them there are still other papers to check. The teacher sighs and flips to the next subject, ready to humiliate her again. She pulls out the literature exam. Her jaw drops, 142 marks. The teacher announces the scores and the class is in utter shock, 142 marks. Even the class delinquents can't believe it. Getting over 140 is nearly impossible. The teacher quickly flips through the rest of the results, her hands trembling. Her face pales as she sees the other scores. A near-perfect 296 on the comprehensive paper. She frantically tallies up the final rank, her mind reeling. And in first place with a staggering total is Yi Wanwen. A girl cool as a cucumber asks for her rank. She already knows. The The teacher crumples the paper in a rage. She thinks our girl has some nerve. And then she absolutely loses it, screaming at our girl for cheating. Wanwin calmly asks for proof. The teacher just shrieks that her high scores are the proof. The whole class erupts, calling her a cheater, but our girl isn't fazed. She demands evidence. The haters start gossiping, furious she didn't share the leaked questions with them. Ms. Liang drags our girl to the discipline office, ready to get her expelled on the spot. She walks past the class president, who looks on with a complicated expression. A crowd of students gathers outside the office, buzzing with juicy gossip. Inside, the teachers are grilling her. Her answers are too perfect, identical to the model sheet. Our girl has a simple explanation. She memorized it from an old exam paper. The teachers don't buy it. Why would she memorize such an obscure question? The math teacher chimes in, mocking her big fat zero in his subject. Ms. Liang sees this as the ultimate proof. No real student studies like that. She demands Wanwin confess, but our girl stands her ground. Find any evidence and I'll leave. Another teacher suggests a retest to settle it. Our girl immediately agrees. Ms. Liang tries one last time to intimidate her, but Wanwin flips it back on her. You're the one wasting everyone's time. The teachers decide to quiz her right now. If she gets one wrong, she cheated. But there's one condition: math doesn't count. Why? Because I hate mathematics. Absolutely savage. The poor math teacher's soul just leaves his body. Our girl is a menace. The principal gives her 30 minutes. The test begins. Ms. Liang watches with a smug smile, confident our girl will be exposed. But in what feels like seconds, she's finished, and every single answer is correct. The teachers are speechless. Ms. Liang is sputtering. Our girl just smirks. Maybe I'm a genius. Another teacher tries to save face, claiming she was just a rebel pretending to be dumb. The math teacher literally begs her to just put a little effort into his class. Her answer is a hard no. With her innocence proven, she turns to the principal. Now about that expulsion notice. The principal says her expulsion is on hold, but only if she can prove she's changed. But our girl is defiant. She absolutely refuses to apologize to Ms. Liang. The principal scolds her, but she claps back with pure facts. Ms. Liang accused her first. She gives them a smug little smile. Oh, she's got a plan. And then she drops the bomb, hinting at a secret rendezvous she witnessed. The blackmail is savage. The principal immediately panics, trying to shut her up. Next thing you know, Ms. Liang is in front of the whole class, forced to apologize. The teacher is sweating buckets while our girl stands there, victorious and unbothered. She drops a killer line about not judging a book by its cover. The whole class erupts. The haters are fuming, but it's time for new seating arrangements based on rank. This means our girl is finally moving up in the world. She strolls past the class genius, sees Zia with a smug little farewell. She teases him, saying he won't have to see her ugly face anymore. He is so flustered. But 10 minutes later, fate plays a cruel joke. They're desk mates. He is in absolute despair. He would rather have failed than sit next to her. She just lets out a tired yawn, completely over the drama. And then she just passes out on the desk for a nap. This girl is chaotic. The teacher announces a school talent show, and they're doing a play. To decide the female lead fairly, they'll have Zia draw a name from a box. All the girls swoon. To be picked by him would be a dream come true. He reaches his hand into the box, completely unaware of the chaos he's about to unleash. The teacher clears his throat, holding the slip of paper. He looks at the name and is struck with lightning. He cannot believe his eyes. Zia looks on, confused. What's the big deal? The teacher stammers. The chosen one is Yuanwen. The entire class absolutely loses their minds. Yuanwen is Snow White. And our girl, still blissfully asleep, dreaming of who knows what. Zia is having a full-blown panic attack right next to her. He stares at the hand that drew the name in pure disgust. He wants to chop it off. The drama is just too much for him to handle. Our poor boy is literally crumbling into dust from the sheer horror. The teacher is freaking out too, but her hands are tied. She can't change the results. She desperately asks Zia for his opinion, hoping he'll protest. But he's trapped. He can't go back on his word and just grumbles, whatever. The other girls riot, but one rival sees this as a perfect opportunity. Our girl, barely awake, thinks this is great. She needs to cause even more trouble. This is going to be fun. The teacher silences the class. The decision is final. She gives Wanwen a final warning. Don't mess this up. Our heroine finally wakes up, completely bewildered. She took a nap and woke up as Snow White. Our poor girl is spiraling, caught in the school play drama. If her possessive boyfriend finds out, he'll turn into a literal demon. But the teacher crushes her dreams of quitting. She's on probation after all. Her acting partner is completely done with her attitude. She tries to use her boyfriend as an excuse, crying about his potential jealousy. The dude is just shocked she even has a boyfriend and roasts him immediately. Since she can't back out, she hatches a new, chaotic plan to avoid Si Yehan's wrath. Meanwhile, our girl is fresh out of the shower, singing her own praises. She's feeling herself, thinking about all the guys lining up for her. But as she steps out, she freezes. There's an unexpected visitor in her room. It's Si Yehan, the big monster himself, and he does not look pleased. She slams the door shut, hoping it was just a nightmare. Maybe if she knocks politely, the demon lord will disappear. She takes a tiny peek, heart pounding in her chest. Nope, it's really him. Her soul literally leaves her body. He just sits there, an aura of pure intimidation filling the room. Her first instinct is to bolt, to run for her life. But just as she's about to escape, he turns his head. She stops in her tracks. Running away will only make it worse. She's totally frozen, hand on the doorknob. Our girl is trapped with the beast. What should she do? Then a dangerous idea sparks in her mind. She locks the door, trapping them both inside. With no other options, she launches herself at him. She goes right for a kiss, a bold and desperate move. She sits right on his lap, fully committing to the act. Pulling back, she puts on her sweetest smile, asking why he's here. But he's not falling for it. He calls her out on her shower song, Busted. Our girl nervously deflects, asking about a song's lyrics. It's just a song, I swear, she says, trying to calm him down. She quickly changes the subject, bragging about her test scores. But he just reaches for her face, looking completely unfazed. She's shocked that he actually believes in her, unlike everyone else. He gently touches her lip, and then he kisses her, calling it a reward for her hard work. Our girl is flustered but accepts her fate with a sigh. Suddenly, she remembers they're in her dorm room and panics. She tries to shoo him out, even offering to set an alarm for him. Wait, you're not actually staying the night, are you? She asks nervously. But he's already made himself comfortable on her Hello Kitty bed. Defeated, she sits down beside him. He immediately grabs her hand, pulling her close. She tries one last protest, claiming her bed is super uncomfortable. If you're tired, just go home, she pleads. He just holds her tighter, murmuring how soft and comfortable it is. She keeps trying to reason with him, but it's no use. Just when she thinks he's fallen asleep, his eyes open. He demands that she keep talking to him. This man is something else. So she decides to recite the digits of pi, of all things. As she drones on, she can't help but notice how handsome he is up close. He finally drifts off to sleep for real this time. Our girl watches him, her heart doing a little flutters. The room is quiet and peaceful. But then a loud thud comes from the door. She freezes in absolute terror. Of course, someone would show up now. She tries to wake Si Yehan, begging him to hide. But waking him up is a terrible idea. His murderous aura fills the room. Thinking fast, she leans in close. She begs him for a huge favor. Please, just this once, she pleads. She even seals the deal with a desperate kiss. He agrees instantly, looking much calmer now. She points towards the bathroom, telling him to hide. A knock at the door startles our girl in her room. She opens it, only to find the last person she wants to see. It's Shen Menki, her so-called best friend. Menki immediately starts complimenting her, but then questions why she answered the door so late. She gets all dramatic about Wanwon not wearing makeup, worried about Si Yehan's spies. But our girl has had enough. Is it my fault I'm pretty? She asks, completely deadpan. She even sarcastically suggests maybe it's true love if he could stand her ugly phase. This sends Menki into a panic, reminding her what a monster Si Yehan is supposed to be. But Wanwon knows the truth. In her past life, this snake used her to get into high society. Menki changes tactics, bringing up Wanwon's old flame, Mr. Gu. She thinks our girl is still the same naive idiot she can easily manipulate. She even offers to help Wanwon chase after the man who betrayed her. But our heroine isn't playing her games anymore. He's just a guy I abandoned, she says, cold as ice. The queen has spoken. Menki is absolutely floored. The man Wanwon used to worship, an abandoned guy. She tries to argue, but our girl has completely checked out of this conversation. She yawns and says she's going to bed, leaving her friend speechless. She then shuts the door right in her face. Menki is left outside, fuming that her little puppet is finally cutting her strings. Back inside, Wanwon apologizes. It turns out Si Yehan was here the whole time. She gives him a nervous smile, but he's not amused. He grabs her chin, his eyes intense. He pins her to the wall and gives her an ultimatum: 6 hours, sleep with me. Our poor heroine starts malfunctioning, literally sleep or, you know. He leans in, whispering that he's fine with more. She immediately panics. Nope, literally is just fine. And just like that, they're in bed, and she's overthinking everything. But as she watches him, she realizes he's actually sleeping peacefully beside her. The monster who supposedly never sleeps is out like a light. He stirs for a moment, only to pull her closer into his arms. She realizes it's true. Her presence soothes him. This isn't a dream. She finally relaxes and drifts off to sleep in his embrace. But later, a phone buzzes, waking Si Yehan. It's a text from that snake Shen Menki. The two-faced friend is reporting on her visit, trying to suck up to him. The absolute audacity. The driver waits anxiously, wondering what his master has been up to for 6 hours. Finally, the 9th master emerges from the building. He looks drained but also refreshed. The driver can tell he's in a terrible mood. He observes that since the love letter incident, things have been strangely calm. The driver tries to stir up trouble, warning him about Shen Menki's bad influence. But the master shuts him down with one icy glare. Do you think my relationship can be disturbed by a random person? The driver absolutely loses it. A stable relationship with Miss Yi, sir, are you delusional? He sighs, convinced that our poor heroine has been completely brainwashed by that snake Menki. The next day at school, everyone is gossiping about the 9th master's sudden disappearance. But then a pair of chaotic, spiky boots enters the scene. It's Menki, and she grabs our girl, inviting her to breakfast like they're besties. She internally smirks, thinking her fashion advice finally got through to our heroine. While other girls mock our girl's looks, Menki knows she's a real threat, especially with Zia's attention on her. At their table, Menki casually asks about her grades, feigning surprise that she got first place. She then launches into a dramatic rant about hating people who succeed without trying. She accuses our girl of studying so hard just to get Zia's attention. But our girl shuts her down with a single, savage line: I'm not interested. Menki fumes, realizing she needs to handle the Zia situation before our girl changes her mind. She overhears some girls complaining about being cast as Snow White in the school play. A wicked little smirk appears on her face. Perfect. These girls will definitely cause problems for her. Her teacher finds her loitering in the hall, but she just says she's contemplating life. So dramatic. Suddenly, a bully from inside the class taunts her about failing math, not realizing a trap has been set. The teacher opens the door, and a bucket of water comes splashing down. His perfectly styled hair is completely ruined. The horror. He absolutely explodes with rage, demanding the culprits show themselves. Inside, the students are panicking. The math teacher's wrath is legendary. With a demonic aura, he threatens to drag them out himself, and the bullies instantly confess. He furiously orders the terrified students to the staff room. He gives our girl one last suspicious glare as he passes. And our girl, she just gives him an innocent, questioning look, as if butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. Our girl strolls back into class like she owns the place. She plops down next to the school prince, complaining about the nerds. He gives her some serious side-eye, clearly not a fan. She asks him what his problem is, then decides to text her man instead. She starts typing about how shabby the prince is compared to her boyfriend. And oops, he totally sees it. The prince is absolutely shook. No one has ever called him shabby before. Our girl internally panics for a split second. But then she doubles down, telling him not to feel bad that he can't compare. He's so furious he just face plants on his desk. What a drama queen. Meanwhile, at the ominous C family mansion, things are tense. A serious family meeting is underway. The patriarch demands to know the truth about our male lead's health. Grandma looks on with worry as Si Yehan sips his tea. The doctor admits his treatments are failing. Apparently, our boy returned home at 3 a.m. after being gone for days. Grandma is horrified. He's been awake for 3 days straight again. His insomnia is getting worse, and they are running out of options. The doctor says the only cure is happiness, but his assistant claims he's never even seen him smile. Just then, Si Yehen glances at his phone, and a small, genuine smile appears on his face. The whole room freezes in shock. It's a real smile, a happy one. Everyone is losing their minds. Grandma asks what could possibly make him so happy. He calmly replies, "My girlfriend's text message." Girlfriend, the family explodes with questions, but Grandpa is not pleased. He confirms it's Iwanwan, and the old man is fuming. But Grandma is over the moon. She thinks the name is lovely and demands to meet her. He agrees, and she immediately starts planning a feast. She's so excited she declares Wanwan is not picky at all. She rushes out of the room on a mission to get the ingredients. She finds her other grandson, Zuyi. She grills him for not telling her about the girlfriend, but the poor guy is totally clueless. The gossip starts immediately. It's that girl, Wanwan. This guy is shocked. Isn't she with the ninth master? But his date scoffs, calling it a forced relationship. Back at school, the mean girls are absolutely fuming. Our girl just sighs. Why does everyone act like she's the villain here? As if on cue, the welcome party arrives, calling her shameless. They accuse her of snatching the lead role right from under their friend. And of course, their friend is the perfect class belle, Chengzu. Wanwen connects the dots, so that's why Miss Popular hates her guts. But the real issue, it's not just any role, it's a kiss scene, the scandal. They try to pressure the male lead, Zia, to quit, but he shuts them all down. He's a man of his word. Our girl just smirks, ready for the chaos. And so rehearsals begin. Zia is called to the stage. He nervously gets into position, but then he lets out a massive sneeze. His friends give him a very concerned look. Our girl, ever so gracious, tells him to freshen up while she does a touch-up. And by touch-up, she means a whole new chaotic look. "Okay, I'm ready," she declares, lying down for the scene. She strikes her sleeping beauty pose on the desk. Zia takes a deep breath and stands. It's showtime. He gets fully into character, ready to deliver the fateful kiss. The audience is losing their minds. Are they actually going to do it? They know it's a camera trick, but the tension is killing them. He leans in closer, sweating absolute bullets. But then he sees her lips, and they are aggressively purple. He instantly recoils, choking and coughing. Our girl sits up, completely baffled. "Hey, what's wrong?" He points frantically. "Your lip color, you look like you've been poisoned." She rolls her eyes at his dramatics, but agrees to change it. After wiping it off, she asks, "Is it all right now?" He just nods. "Let's try again." So she lies back down, ready for take two. He leans in again, and this time, he's actually blushing. She wakes up to find the campus prince looming over her. But before he can explain, his friends drag him away as he flees the scene. Our girl is unimpressed. This dude really couldn't swallow his pride and find a replacement. That night, she decides to get serious about her goals. Forget the basic curriculum, she's going to self-study filmmaking. She loads up her online cart with books. Because getting into university was just the first step. Her real goal is to take back everything that was stolen from her family. She's suddenly hit with a painful memory of her past life. Her so-called sister, Yi, lured her to a bar and set her up. They forced her to drink while a crowd filmed the entire humiliating scene. That video was all the ammo her scumbag uncle needed to blackmail her father. He framed her dad for embezzlement, completely ruining him. Her fiancé at the time dissolved their engagement, and her family lost everything. The scandal was all over the news, a total public disgrace. But this time she swears she'll make them all pay. Just then her phone rings. It's the big monster himself, Si Yehen. She tries to play it cool, complaining about her rehearsals. But then he asks the one question she wasn't ready for. "Are you free this Saturday?" Our girl panics, seeing all her dreams of freedom flying away. He drops the bombshell. His grandma wants to meet her. Her blood runs cold. He said the exact same thing in her previous life. She remembers her past self's chaotic plan to make his grandma hate her. But the old woman was surprisingly sweet, doting on her grandson no matter how rude his girlfriend was. She didn't even flinch at the punk rock makeup and attitude. But our girl crossed the line. She got a fake call that her crush was in an accident and tried to run off. Si Yehen stopped her, and she absolutely lost it. She screamed, wishing death upon him, right as his poor grandma walked in and collapsed from the shock. The old woman died from depression soon after, and our girl has been living with that guilt ever since. This time, she won't make the same mistake. "I want to go," she says, shocking him. She claims she's just anxious about the first meeting. She starts firing off questions about what to wear and what to buy. Si Yehin is stunned into silence by her sudden enthusiasm. She suggests they go shopping together, determined to forge a good relationship with his grandma this time. Saturday morning arrives. The driver is sweating bullets, completely baffled. He can't believe his master is bringing this chaotic woman to meet his beloved grandma. Isn't he worried she'll scare the old lady half to death? The driver is panicking. He thinks bringing our girl to meet the old madam is a terrible idea. He tries to warn his master, reminding him that grandma is his biggest supporter. But the master shuts him down with a stone-cold glare. He doesn't need his driver's opinion. The poor guy is trembling in his seat, immediately regretting he ever opened his mouth. Just then, he spots a figure in the rearview mirror. It's our girl Yi Wanwan, looking cute and preppy in her school uniform. The driver's jaw hits the floor. Is that the same chaotic woman from before? As they drive off, he's still reeling from the shock. He can't believe the formerly arrogant Wanwan would dress so, normally. He's convinced she must be up to something strange. Our girl pulls out a notebook, completely oblivious. She lays out a detailed plan to buy gifts for his grandma. The catch, she's broke, so he's paying. He leans in close, his voice a low warning not to lie to him. Suddenly, he grabs her face and goes in for a kiss. Our poor heroine is frozen, feeling a terrifyingly dangerous aura from him. She stammers, asking if he hates her outfit, explaining she dressed this way for his grandma. But nope, that's not it at all. He just kisses her right then and there. The driver is having a full-blown meltdown in the front seat, thinking his boss is committing a crime. They finally arrive at the mall, and the driver is demoted to a human shopping cart. Our girl picks out a lovely dress for grandma. The poor driver is left to wait outside, crying invisible tears of exhaustion. They finally arrive at the grand ancestral home. A butler greets them, completely shocked to see the woman-hating young master with a girl. Our girl stands there trying to look presentable under his watchful eye. The chamberlain introduces himself and welcomes them. He says the old madam has been waiting for them all day. Standing before the massive estate, our girl wonders if she can truly change her fate this time. The master stops walking and she doesn't notice. She walks right into his back, instinctively grabbing his hand to steady herself. Total panic mode activated. She immediately apologizes and tries to let go. But he's not having it. He just tightens his grip on her hand. And without a word, he leads her inside, leaving our girl absolutely speechless. Our girl thinks about how he now gives her an unexpected sense of security. He leads her into the family home, ready to meet the matriarch. Just then, a servant announces that the 9th young master is back. He walks in holding Wanwan's hand, and grandma is absolutely shook. She can't believe her eyes. Her cold, distant grandson is actually holding a girl's hand. This is completely unprecedented. Wanwan looks a bit nervous as he calmly greets his grandmother. They stand together, a perfect picture, awaiting judgment. But grandma is thrilled, immediately calling Wanwan over like she's already family. She leads them to the dinner table, completely abandoning the poor servants. The guys are left in the dust as grandma starts the interrogation about her studies. She then spills the tea on how she found out about them after seeing him smile at a text. She was so shocked she demanded he bring his new girlfriend home immediately. Meanwhile, our girl is being force-fed and is about to have a panic attack. She's trying to make a good impression, but he won't stop giving her food. And wasn't this guy supposed to be a total clean freak? Grandma, however, is absolutely loving this. She thinks Wanwan has a great appetite, unlike other dainty girls. After the meal, Grandma tells him to take our girl for a walk outside. They stroll through the beautiful garden, but she can sense something is wrong. Suddenly, his mood has turned completely sour. A dark, grumpy aura surrounds him, and she has no idea why. She frantically tries to figure out what she did wrong. He just stomps ahead, leaving her all alone in the dark. It's getting seriously ominous, and she starts to panic. She quickly runs to catch up with him, and without thinking, she grabs his hand. A wave of relief washes over her as the tension immediately disappears. Wait a second, his entire frigid mood just vanished in a flash. A crazy thought starts to form in her mind. Was he seriously sulking just because she wasn't holding his hand? No way, he couldn't be that childish. Our girl and the ice-cold CEO sit in awkward silence on a garden bench. She's just happy Grandma likes her, stretching casually and touching his arm. but he stays completely silent, making things super tense. To break the ice, she asks a monumentally stupid question about his 8 older siblings. He just gives her a dead, questioning stare. Our girl immediately regrets everything. She remembers the rumors. This man fought a bloody war against his own family and the mafia to seize power. They call him the war god for a reason. She completely forgot how terrifying he was after seeing him act so gentle with his grandma. Suddenly, he leans in and our girl's soul leaves her body. She trembles in fear, thinking this is the end. But, he just rests his head on her shoulder. And just like that, the war god is fast asleep in seconds. Well, that's one way to escape a dangerous situation, I guess. Meanwhile, Grandma and the butler are watching from afar, completely stunned. She immediately summons the doctor and his top aide. When they arrive, she confronts the doctor about Si Yehen's insomnia. The doctor confirms it's terrible, he can't sleep for days on end. So Grandma points and demands, then what is happening right now? The doctor is speechless, he has no clue. The aide mentions this is the first time the master has ever fallen asleep naturally. Or is it? He suddenly remembers another time, when Si Yehen hugged our girl and slept soundly for the entire night. Grandma and the butler are floored by this news. The doctor realizes that in every instance of natural sleep, our girl was there. The butler advises caution, telling them to observe for now. Grandma agrees, ordering her aide to keep a very close eye on the two of them. Back on the bench, our girl scrolls through entertainment news while he sleeps. She sees all the future superstars beginning their careers. She remembers how the Yi group will soon dominate everything. Both the Yis and the Shens crushed her family, but not in this life. This time she will take back everything. But to get her revenge, she needs a little freedom from Si Yehen. She knows he'd never let her be an actress, but maybe a manager. Just as she's plotting, he stirs. He's awake. He looks up at her and pulls her into a hug, whispering, "Will you stay with me?" He's clinging to her like a giant baby, and our girl is totally confused. Is the great Si Yehen really acting like a child right now? Before she can process it, he's dragging her away, and she's internally screaming for agreeing so quickly. A maid informs them that a room has been prepared for her. Our boy tells her to get settled, and he'll come find her later. The maid leads her to a very lavish room, and our girl remembers her past life. But her memories are cut short by the sheer pinkness of the room, a room her past punk rock self would have absolutely destroyed. This time, however, she's polite and tells the maid she likes it very much. The maid leaves, and our girl is finally alone. After a quick shower, she comes out of the bathroom, only to find him already lounging on her bed. She tries to stall, saying she needs to do her skincare routine. She nervously pats cream on her blushing face, completely aware of his eyes on her. A quick peek in the mirror confirms it, he's just staring. She quickly finishes up, a flustered mess. He leads her out of her room, and she's still wondering what he meant by "stay with me." They enter his room, where a hypnotist is waiting. Our girl worries she'll be a distraction for his therapy, but he just pats the bed, telling her to come here. He immediately pulls her down next to him. Our poor heroine is frozen, lying right beside him. The hypnotist is shocked. Since when did the headstrong Yuanwen become so obedient? He tries to start the session, but the ninth master is silent. Our girl realizes he's already in a deep sleep. The hypnotist is baffled. Is this woman some kind of human tranquilizer? Seeing his work is already done, he excuses himself, leaving our girl trapped. The next morning, they are working outside. The hypnotist is still watching her, completely puzzled. He was worried she was possessed, but now thinks he was just paranoid. Just then her phone starts ringing. It's Shen Menki. A cold look crosses her face. She knows exactly what this call is about. A panicked assistant rushes in with some chaotic news. He tells Si Yehen that Gu Yuez was in a terrible car crash. Just then, our girl gets a frantic phone call. It's her snake of a friend, Shen Menki, with the same urgent news. Menki lays it on thick, hinting the accident was planned and trying to sound concerned. But our girl immediately clocks the trap. She knows Menki is just trying to frame her and cause drama with Si Yehen. So she decides to play along with this little scheme. Oh, this is going to be good. She tells Si Yehen she's just heading back to school. She gives him a quick peck on the cheek before leaving. He looks completely unbothered as she goes. He just watches her walk away, a thoughtful look on his face. His assistant is having a full-blown meltdown, though. He begs his master to stop her from running to her ex. But Si Yahan just sits there, cool as ever. Meanwhile, our girl is already in a taxi, changing her destination to the hospital. She tells the driver a little white lie about her boyfriend having insomnia. The driver totally buys it, calling her boyfriend a lucky guy. She arrives, and just as she predicted, Menki is lurking nearby. The snake spots her prey walking into the hospital. Menki gloats, thinking our girl fell for the bait hook, line, and sinker. She immediately starts texting Si Yahan a fake, worried message to lure him over. She thinks she's about to create the ultimate misunderstanding. But just as she's celebrating, she feels a presence behind her. It's our girl, Wanwen, who has been playing her this whole time. Back at the villa, Si Yahan's phone buzzes. His assistant sees the text from Menki and starts to panic. But before he can even read it, another call comes in. It's Wanwen. He answers, his voice low. Our girl tries to explain she was just at the hospital running errands. But on the other end, Si Yahan is having none of it. Get back here, now. He hangs up and orders his subordinate to find out everything. He needs answers. Back at the prison-like mansion, things are about to get chaotic. The door to her room slams shut with a terrifying BAM. And just like that, our poor heroine is locked up again, but she hears footsteps. Heavy, angry footsteps are coming right for her door. The door creaks open, revealing the man himself, looking absolutely murderous. He throws her bag to the ground, rage consuming him, and shoves her onto the bed. His hand wraps around her throat. This is not a drill. His eyes are glowing red with fury as he chokes the life out of her. Our girl can't breathe, clawing at his hand as she coughs. He finally lets go, his voice ice cold. You ran out of chances. And with that, he turns his back on her, leaving her broken. Later, Si Yahan sits alone, the weight of his actions crashing down on him. A knock comes at his study door. He roars for them to get lost, but his assistant bursts in, apologizing but insistent. He has urgent news. Missy went to the hospital, but not to see another man. He shoves his phone forward, begging the ninth master to watch the footage. On the screen, our girl is asking a doctor about her boyfriend's insomnia. She was there for him, taking notes with a hopeful smile. The assistant declares the obvious. They've had a massive misunderstanding. He calls out to his boss, but the man is already moving. The realization hits Si Yahan like a freight train. He sprints out of the room. He bursts back into her bedroom, finding her huddled in the corner, terrified. His eyes fall on the things he threw earlier, the medicine, the bag. He picks up the little pink notebook. Inside, he finds her notes, ways to heal my baby's insomnia. His heart stops. He slowly approaches her, the notebook still in his hand. But when he reaches for her, she flinches away, shuddering in fear. And in that moment, his whole world shatters. Our girl just sobs, apologizing for crime she never even committed. Our girl is a sobbing mess, begging for forgiveness. But her man just stands there, stone-faced. Oh, the drama. Suddenly, the butler bursts in, totally outing her. My master already knew you went to meet Gu Yuez. Busted. She frantically denies everything, swearing she didn't betray him. She was just trying to find a doctor for his insomnia, a likely story. He pulls her into a hug, letting her cry it out on his chest. Even the butler feels bad for her. She was just misunderstood. But Si Yahan is cold as ice, just ordering him to send her back to school. The butler watches his master leave, clearly worried. He tries to comfort our girl, promising she won't be locked up again. She just nods, still shaken from the whole ordeal. And just like that, she's back at school, finally free from that gilded cage. She watches the car drive away, breathing a sigh of relief. She almost repeated the same tragedy, but this time she has her freedom. Our heroine survived the crisis and changed her fate. But she's still fuming about that pervert teacher, Zhao Xingzhu. Just then she spots Ling Dong, the school bully, looking seriously beaten up. And guess who he's blaming? It's all because of that ugly woman, Yuanwen. He's literally vowing to kill her. This guy has issues. Our girl is not having it. What does any of this have to do with her? She appears behind him like a vengeful spirit, scaring him half to death. He recognizes her voice and immediately starts screaming accusations at her. He gets right in her face, promising to make her life a living hell. She just facepalms. She does not have time for this Chunabu nonsense. As she turns to leave, he grabs her wrist to stop her. Big mistake, buddy. The second he touches her, the whole world turns pink and sparkly. He finally sees her true face and is completely thunderstruck, an unearthly beauty. He stammers, Are you Wanwen? Our girl has a full-blown panic attack. She forgot her ugly makeup. She quickly apologizes for scaring him with her bare face and tries to run away. But he's frozen solid. This girl is prettier than the school belle. How is this Yi Wanwen? He's convinced he must be hallucinating from exhaustion. There's no way. But as he covers his face, he feels the delicate bracelet still in his hand. This is not a dream. The bully is now a blushing, stuttering mess. This chaotic encounter doesn't make any sense. The next day, our girl arrives at King He High School, ready for battle. She struts into the classroom, and you could hear a pin drop. The silence is deafening. She immediately clocks their pathetic little prank. Seriously, did they think she was a complete idiot? They put super glue all over her chair. How original, what a bunch of amateurs. Meanwhile, the actual final boss is just sleeping through the drama. Suddenly, the class bully Ling Dong storms in. He shoves her glued-up chair away and pulls out a clean one. He actually squeaks the chair into place for her. He then grabs his own chair from another desk. Our girl is frozen in confusion. She cautiously takes the seat he offered. She's completely baffled. Why is this dude helping her? Even his own lackey is confused, asking about their plan to bully her. But Ling Dong savagely shuts him down. Our poor heroine is just trying to process this chaotic turn of events. Then it hits her. She remembers the original female lead helping him out once. Just then the bell rings and a new set of challengers. A trio of mean girls surround her desk, ready for a fight. Our girl sighs, totally over it, but agrees to talk. One of them grabs her wrist, but a voice rings out, "Who allowed you to touch her?" Ling Dong stops them dead in their tracks. He just got back from the campus store. He makes a grand declaration. Yi Wanwen is under my wing. Whoever dares to bully her is turning against me. Our girl is speechless, and the mean girls are absolutely shook. The entire class is just stunned into silence. The head bully stammers, asking what he means. He repeats himself crystal clear. He tells them to get lost, and they scramble away. Then he turns to our girl and shoves a bag of snacks into her hands. He nervously asks if she has time after school. He wants to take her to a new barbecue place, his treat. Our girl is having a full-on system error. This guy isn't trying to fight her. He's asking her out on a date. Our girl has had enough and tells him to get straight to the point. The class bully stands up and walks right toward her. He slams his hands on her desk, looking dead serious. She panics, thinking he's about to beat her up. But instead, he makes a shocking confession. I like you. The entire class is floored, and our girl's brain short-circuits. His friends are literally crying. Is their boss under some kind of curse? Our poor heroine can't believe it. First Good Yuez and now this guy. She has a full-blown existential crisis right there in the classroom. Her mind races. Is this some kind of revenge plot? Oh wait, he saw her without makeup. She curses this world where a pretty face causes all the problems. She bluntly tells Ling Dong he needs to get his eyes checked. He insists he's serious, but she shuts him down, saying he doesn't meet her criteria. He asks for her standards, ready to change. Oh, you sweet summer child, you've activated her trap card. She points right at the school's ice prince. You have to be more handsome than Zia. The entire room goes into shock, the sheer audacity. The rumor mill goes into overdrive, with everyone laughing about her impossible demand. Later, at a school assembly, the drama continues. Ling Dong actually defends her in front of Zia, claiming she's his girl. His friends are baffled. Does he really like that ugly woman? Ling Dong confirms it without a hint of shame. A girl challenges him, asking why he'd pick Yi Wanwen out of everyone. His reply is legendary, just treat it as if I lost my mind. He spots our heroine trying to sneak away after the event. He corners her, offering to walk her home. She's so done. He knows she rejected him over his looks. She calls him out for being superficial, and he just admits it. He likes her pretty face. The honesty is refreshing and also annoying. She decides to drop the final bomb. I already have a boyfriend. He just laughs, thinking it's a weak excuse to let him down gently. He challenges her, asking if this boyfriend meets her insane criteria. She says yes. Ling Dong refuses to believe it. He demands to see this mystery man with his own eyes. Our girl's soul nearly leaves her body. If Si Yehen ever found out, she'd be dead. But then a chaotic plan forms in her mind. Maybe this is the perfect way to get him off her back for good. The schoolyard is buzzing as the basketball captain walks away from our girl. Everyone is shocked. The mean girls can't believe the head of the King gang is actually pursuing her. As he waves goodbye, our girl's so-called friends corner her. Menki, the resident fake angel, asks what's going on. The other girls immediately jump on the hate train, calling our heroine shameless for thinking about another guy. They start throwing vile accusations around, calling her an ugly girl. And Menki just stands there, acting all kind and empathetic, a total snake. Our girl knows the truth. Menki is the same manipulative schemer she was in the last life. She's always playing the victim. She remembers when they were all friends, living in the same dorm. But then her friends suddenly turned on her, demanding she change rooms. It was all because of vicious rumors Menki had spread. And who was the little devil orchestrating it all from the shadows? The answer is painfully obvious. Menki was a master at playing the long game, using people like pawns. In the future, Jiang Yanren becomes a massive movie star. But she was completely brainwashed by Menki, becoming nothing more than a cash cow for the Shen family. Our girl tragically remembers Yanren's future. She committed suicide. They called it depression, but the real reason was her husband cheated on her with her best friend, Shen Menki. What a chaotic and tragic end. But that's 7 years from now. Right now, our girl has a chance to expose this two-faced liar. She calls Menki out, explaining the basketball captain was only chasing her because of a bet. Menki plays dumb, asking when she ever said that. Our girl drops a bombshell, reminding her it was at the playground when she was secretly with Song Ziheng. Menki's eyes widen in panic. How could she possibly know he was there? Our girl lays it on thick, reminding everyone that Menki blew off Yanren's birthday party to be with him. She puts Menki on blast, demanding she explain herself. The truth finally clicks for Yanren. She sees a post from Song Ziheng declaring his love for the girl right beside him. She confronts Menki, heartbroken. "You knew I was going to confess to him." Menki tries to play innocent, but Yanren isn't buying it and smacks her with her phone. Menki immediately bursts into crocodile tears, claiming she rejected him. But Yanren screams at her to shut up. Song Ziheng told her everything, even that they kissed. Busted, Menki is absolutely floored. How did he tell her everything? Shen Menki cries to her friend, claiming she can totally empathize with her. Apparently, in her past life, she was also fooled by Shen Menki and came to a bad end. But the crowd is already gossiping, wondering if this innocent-looking girl actually initiated the kiss. Our girl Wanwen steps up, but Menki immediately points a finger, blaming her for everything. She plays the victim, asking why Wanwen would ever blame her for something she didn't do. Then come the crocodile tears, as she launches into a full-blown dramatic performance. She claims Song Ziheng was the one pursuing her, and that he kissed her completely by surprise. She grabs onto Wanwen, saying she was just too scared of a misunderstanding to tell anyone. But our girl is not buying this garbage. She calls her out immediately. "You obviously like my brother." Menki is shook. She quickly denies it, hitting her with the classic, "I see him as my own brother" line. But her inner thoughts are pure evil. She's only keeping Mufin around because he's still useful. Wanwen goes for the jugular, reminding her about the sappy love letters she sent to Mufin. Menki is absolutely stunned. She's been caught in her own lie. She tries to play it off, saying she was young and didn't know what love was. What a weak excuse. Wanwen then lays down the brutal truth about their family's history. She reveals how her brother sacrificed everything to marry Menki, only to be destroyed by her family. He was fired, his reputation was ruined, and he gave up on his entire life. And our girl knows just how manipulative Menki is, and that her brother is blind to it. She reminds everyone of her brother's incredible talent, and Menki can't say a word. Menki scrambles for an excuse, saying it's all because they're so close. The crowd totally buys it. She quickly uses her friend as an excuse to make a swift getaway. But Wanwen isn't worried. She knows she'll win everyone over eventually. The second she's alone, Menki's mask drops. She's furious with our girl. She smashes her things in a rage, calling Wanwen's brother the family's dog. Pulling out her phone, she smirks. It's time for some petty revenge. Meanwhile, at a lavish mansion, things are tense. The ninth master has locked himself in his room, and his staff is freaking out. But then a message arrives. It's from the boss himself. He opens it to find a slanderous text from Menki about our girl. He panics. They realize she's trying to start drama, but maybe they can use this to their advantage. Just then, the door creaks open. The ninth master emerges. He looks completely broken, slumping onto the couch. His assistant nervously approaches, telling him about the urgent messages from Menki. The master is silent, so the assistant tries a new tactic, mentioning a boy pursuing Wanwan. And just like that, his eyes snap open, filled with absolute killing intent. The assistant knows he messed up. The assistant's phone suddenly rings, and his face drains of all color. It's a video call from Miss Yi, and he is absolutely terrified. Meanwhile, our girl is getting impatient, wondering why he's not picking up. Finally, the call connects, and her face pops up on the screen. The assistant stammers, asking if it's urgent, while in the background, Si Yehen already looks moody. She drops the bomb immediately. A guy confessed to me today. The assistant knew it. He totally regrets answering this chaotic call. Trembling, he holds the phone up to the ninth master himself. Our girl puts on her best puppy dog eyes, asking Si Yehen to come meet him with her. She explains she needs to prove she has a boyfriend who's way hotter than anyone at her school. The assistant is shook. This girl's flattery is next level. She then plays coy, asking if it's too much trouble. Without missing a beat, Si Yehen agrees to meet her tomorrow night. Our heroine is ecstatic. The plan is a go. The next evening, she's sitting with the cocky schoolboy who confessed. He immediately starts criticizing her punk rock style. But our girl shuts him down with a savage, "My boyfriend likes it." He tries to sell himself as a better option, but she's not having any of it. So the dude makes a bet. If her boyfriend doesn't show up by midnight, she has to accept his confession. He looks way too happy about this little arrangement. But as the clock ticks, our girl gets a call. The ninth master is delayed on business. She tells the guy her boyfriend is just running a little late. But he's not buying it for a second, thinking she's faking the whole thing. The time keeps ticking by and our girl starts to panic. The schoolboy leans in, saying if her man's a no-show, it proves she's a liar. He smirks, thinking she'll be his in just an hour. The clock hand creeps closer and closer to midnight. Finally, it's 12. The guy slams his hand on the table, declaring victory. He thinks she's fallen asleep and is actually in love with him as he reaches for her. But just then, the door clatters open with a bang. The dude looks up, shocked out of his mind. And there he is. Si Yehen has arrived, looking like a god of death in a perfectly tailored suit. The blonde creep is about to make his move when a dark, imposing figure appears. His terrifying aura completely freezes the punk in his tracks. Our poor girl is still passed out, blissfully unaware of the brewing storm. Suddenly, a sleek designer shoe swoops in to save the day. The blonde dude screams, "Who are you?" Her real man has arrived and he is not pleased. "Let's go," he says, grabbing her protectively. He practically teleports her out of there, leaving the wannabe boyfriend completely shook. Outside, our girl notices her rescuer, Si Yehen, is looking extra fine tonight. She asks if he had important plans, and his butler immediately starts sweating bullets. The butler panics, desperately trying to hide that his master spent 3 hours picking an outfit. This man caused absolute chaos in his mansion just to come pick her up. But they're being watched. A familiar face sees them from a distance. He recognizes our girl with the legendary Si Yehen. His jaw hits the floor. So the boyfriend she was bragging about was him this whole time. He can't believe it. Could this punk girl really be the mysterious lady of Jin Garden? The next day at school, the drama is just getting started. A girl is bored, wondering what kind of lame revenge her rival is plotting. Speak of the devil, someone announces that Brother Dong is here. But he walks in looking completely traumatized and depressed. He just stares at her with dead eyes before running away in absolute terror. Meanwhile, the class notices that the school prince, Si Zia, is absent again. The mean girls immediately blame our girl for disgusting him into skipping school. They decide to start a petition to get her kicked out of the cultural gala. Our girl overhears this and is thrilled. "Yes, boycott me, where do I sign?" But her joy is cut short. The bell rings and it's time for mathematics. Her own personal hell, she's screaming internally for help. As she's about to give up all hope, a heavenly light appears at the door. It's Si Zia, he's finally here, looking cooler than ever. Our girl notices he seems a little different today, but she can't place it. He sits down next to her just in time for the mock exam. But instead of doing the test, he just leaves it blank and decides to take a nap. Then, without warning, he rests his head right on her shoulder. Our girl freezes solid. The fangirls in the back absolutely lose their minds. Yuanwen is a B*TCH. They threaten to chop her up and she's like, "Excuse me, I'm the victim here." She tries to push him away, but he just cracks an eye open. He lifts his head and the pure radiance of his face is just too bright. Our girl is stunned, speechless. Zia points out all of her wrong answers. He's basically just highlighting the entire test. Our girl gets snarky, saying he should just point out the few she got right. He hits back, saying even those were just wild guesses. Ouch. Then he gets all smooth, offering to teach her personally. She immediately refuses, seeing the murderous glares from his fan club. She wonders if he's lost his mind, coming to her class and causing chaos. He just plays it cool, asking, "Is that so?" He then leans in with a sparkling $1,000,000 smile. "Did you miss me?" he asks, sending our girl into a panic. She's being targeted by his entire fan club again. The school consensus is clear: Zia belongs to everyone. And that's exactly why she's become public enemy number one. He leans in even closer and tells her she looks amazing. Our poor heroine's soul has left the building. Their faces are now just inches apart. The tension is insane. His fangirls are absolutely livid, thinking she's forcing him into this. But then he puts a hand on her waist and the touch sends sparks. He looks shocked by his own bold move. She's freaking out. This is way too close for a fake kiss. The other girls are losing their minds watching this unfold. He's really going for it. The whole class is watching. But just as their lips are about to meet, the teacher barges in. Miss Liang holds up a petition to boycott Yi Wanwen from the play. She announces they're recasting the role of Snow White. A girl sits up and sarcastically congratulates the teacher. This is peak chaos. But then a voice cuts through the room. It's Zia and he disagrees. Everyone is stunned. What is he planning now? He takes full responsibility for the scene, and the teacher immediately backs down. The class rival is seething. Why would he defend Yi Wanwen? She glares, filled with pure rage. She calls our girl a shameless witch. And then she goes in for the slap. But a hand shoots out and blocks her attack with a loud BAM. It's Zia. He took the slap for our heroine. The mean girl is horrified, staring at the red mark on his face. Our poor girl stammers out an apology to Zia. But he gives her a death glare, warning her to never cross him again. Suddenly, green hair steps in, calling him every girl's common enemy. The bullied girl just trembles, tears streaming down her face. The other students see the chaos and immediately nope out of there. She accuses him of being petty because she said her boyfriend was better looking, but he just smirks, getting way too close for comfort. Our girl is absolutely stunned, turning to stone on the spot. He smoothly tells her he has no ill intentions, except he wants to stay by her side. What a confession. She is completely losing her mind right now. Why are all her potential suitors so terrifyingly intense? The school is already buzzing with gossip about Zia's strange behavior. The rumors say he's obsessed with snatching away anyone close to Yehen. Just then, her friend Wanwen runs up to her looking panicked. She shoves her phone in our girl's face, saying the school forum has exploded. The post is absolutely brutal, calling her the ugliest girl in school and a manipulative snake. But our heroine just smirks, completely unbothered by the haters. Wanwen is so confused about how she and Zia even became friends. She heard he took a slap for her. Our girl just says he's a decent guy. She laughs it off and tells her friend to be careful. As they part ways, Wanwen realizes this is all Shen Menqi's scheming. She clenches her fist, absolutely furious. This whole situation feels so shitty. She heads straight for an internet cafe, determined to do something. But she's not the only one with a plan. Our girl is already logged in. She's typing up a scandalous new post of her own. She casually takes a sip of her drink and hits enter. The post immediately goes viral, accusing the school belle of being a homewrecker. Wanwen is scrolling through the forum, completely shocked by this new development. Of course, it was our girl. The keyboard warrior has arrived to serve some justice. After a chaotic online battle, she leans back, satisfied. The hate post is buried. Mission accomplished. She logs off and gets ready to leave. Yi Wanwen declares the Shen Menqi case closed, for now. But she knows Zia is a ticking time bomb and her nephew is making moves. She confronts Jiang Yanren, calling her out for being unbelievably evil. And what a coincidence, she finds Yanren meeting with her ex, Song Ziheng. Yanren denies posting the exposé but says it's all true anyway. Ziheng goes nuclear, screaming that their engagement was a joke and she is the third party. Her heart shatters into a million pieces. He promised to marry her. The memories of their childhood promises flash before her eyes. She demands to know if he ever loved her, even for a second. Never, the savage reply echoes as he gives her 1 hour to delete the post. He walks away without a second glance, leaving her completely broken. Yuanwen watches from the shadows, suddenly worried Yanren might actually jump. So she approaches, taunting her about getting ditched. She even dares her to jump, asking why she's hesitating. This girl is pure chaos. Yanren snaps back, furious. She'd never throw her life away for a lying scumbag. Yuanwen smirks and sits down. At least she's got some fight left in her. Yanren looks defeated, asking if she's really that loathsome. The two rivals sit together in a moment of unexpected truce. Then Yuanwen whips out her phone, showing the gossip forum. Yanren is stunned. You posted it, but Menki is your best friend. Yuanwen hits back with the cold, hard truth. Isn't she your best friend too? She reminds her of all the times Menki talked trash behind her back. It's time to expose Menki's true colors, and she wants Yanren's help. Work with me, she proposes, a wicked glint in her eye. The reason is simple, they share a common enemy. And why, what a coincidence, she purrs, she's eyeing my man. Yanren starts to understand, maybe this isn't just a random attack. Yuanwen lays out the deal, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Our poor girl is conflicted. Can she really trust this unpredictable woman? Meanwhile, our actual girl is chilling in bed, her mind on Zia. Just as she considers confessing to Yen, her phone screams to life. It's Butler Zhu, the ninth master summons her and her blood runs cold. A call from him is never a good thing. Our girl arrives at the club, asking the manager how Yen is doing. The man looks like he's seen a ghost. She stops him from opening the door, deciding to check out the situation herself. She peeks inside, and what the hell is happening? It's pure chaos, with a man groveling on the floor in front of Yen. He's begging for his life, offering up his own woman as an apology. Turns out she accidentally brushed Yen's hand while serving drinks, and the germaphobe is wiping his hand like he's been contaminated by the plague. Suddenly his sharp eyes snap towards the door. Who's hiding by the door? He barks. Our girl is so busted. Everyone in the room turns to look. She is caught, and her soul immediately leaves her body. Tripping into the room, she only adds to the chaos. The friend sighs, isn't the situation messy enough? The groveling man is shocked. He thought the ninth master hated women. Our girl boldly walks right up to Yen and asks for some disinfectant. The manager, ever helpful, hands her a bottle. Yen is absolutely stunned by her nerve. She grabs his hand and starts cleaning it herself. Everyone gasps. This woman has a death wish. Then she lifts his hand and kisses his knuckles. Is this better? She purrs. The onlookers are completely losing it. Their eyes are blinded by this chaotic sorcery. Yen glances at the terrified couple and says one word, out. His friend tells them to scram while they still can. The man can't believe his luck. What sort of goddess is this girl? He asks who she is, and Yen drops a bomb on the whole room. Girlfriend. Our girl is just as shocked as he is. Did he just claim her? The man finally gets it. He thought she was just a casual fling. The friend smirks. Looks like Yen is finally staking his claim on his woman. Outside, the man thanks her profusely and offers her a card for free shopping. It's a black card. As they drive off, Yen coldly tells her not to believe a word that guy says. She asks if he's worried the guy will harm her. He avoids the question, just ordering her to do as he says. Typical male lead behavior. She obediently agrees, for now. Then she turns serious, reminding him she promised to start over. But it's a two-way street, and he needs to trust her just as much. Or I might quit midway, she threatens, the absolute savagery. She admits she's terrified, but she needs to make her own decisions about her life and her love. And speaking of love, she seems to be falling more and more in love with him. A full-blown confession, he just stares, processing. But his brain is stuck on her threat. What did you say just now, might quit midway? No, not that, terrified of you, he asks. Nope, wrong again, he wants to hear the last part, and she says it again, blushing. I said I seem to be more and more in love with you. He grabs her hand, saying it's the kind that makes him want her forever. And then he pulls her in for a soul-stealing kiss. He holds her tight, warning her not to even think of leaving him. The threat is chillingly clear. He can't guarantee what he'll do. Our girl is completely lost. Even in this second life, his feelings are a mystery. She flashes back to her past life, where he actually agreed to a divorce. He even personally drove her to her new man's house. Her past self was a chaotic fashion disaster, to say the least. She ran to find her boyfriend Gu Yuez, full of hope for their future, but what she found was the ultimate betrayal. He was in bed with another woman, Yi Yi. Her entire world just stopped turning. The two snakes weren't even sorry, they smirked from the bed. This was all part of their disgusting plan to ruin her. They taunted her, calling her a stupid woman for not seeing it. Yi Yi mocked her, asking what man would ever fall for her. They told her not to blame them for her own stupidity. Absolutely shattered, she just wanted to talk to her best friend. She ran to confide in the one person she thought she could trust. But as it happened, her best friend was the biggest snake of all. She found Shen Menke confessing her love to Si Yehen, the man she was married to. Betrayed by her lover and best friend on the exact same day, her whole world just exploded into a million pieces. She was so broken that she wasn't in her right mind after that. She died without even knowing who was behind her murder. Was it one of her so-called friends, or was it Qin Juoxi, a woman who used her position in the Si family against her? Or could it have been Si Yehen himself? It's unbelievable that a man this possessive would have let her go so easily. Back in the present, she realizes she has to thank him for opening her eyes. He snaps her out of it, asking what she's thinking. You, of course, she blurts out. Our girl is getting bold. She can't believe how domineering he is being. He just tells her to go back home and behave herself. But as she gets out of the car, she spots something. It's a list of names for a home tutor. He was going to keep her locked up. She realizes if she hadn't confessed, she'd be grounded in Jin Garden again. The driver is absolutely losing his mind. She threatened the ninth master and got away with it. Suddenly, Si Yehen calls his name. The driver panics, thinking he's about to be fired, or worse. But instead, Si Yehen doubles his salary, and everyone else's. The driver is floored. This must be because our girl said she was more and more in love. He speeds off, thanking his boss for the sudden windfall. Meanwhile, another girl sits alone in a park, looking at her phone. She seems completely heartbroken by what she's seeing. Her eyes widen in pure shock and disbelief. The guy she likes, Song Ziheng, just made a public post. He's brutally denying any relationship with her and declaring his love for another girl. Savage, our girl explains the situation. Yanren deleted the post and is trying to extort Shen Menki for cash. She smirks, knowing her plan is falling into place perfectly. Just then, a knock at the door. Speak of the devil, she's here. She opens it to find Jiang Yanren, looking completely different without all the glam. Our girl offers a green wig, asking if she wants a full makeover. Yanren is not amused. Time for business. First step, tell your parents to dissolve the engagement. Yanren is absolutely floored by the suggestion. She insists it's impossible because of business relations between their families. But our girl reminds her of the tragic future that awaits if she doesn't act now. Yanren says her parents won't listen, so our girl grabs the phone to handle it herself. She immediately calls Yanren's mom and drops the bomb. Yanren tried to commit suicide. She quickly reassures the frantic mother that Yanren is safe, but they need to come to the school. Yanren is freaking out, but our girl explains they need some major drama to get her parents' attention. And for the first time, Yanren looks at her with something other than suspicion. She apologizes for everything, admitting she totally misjudged her. Our girl just winks, saying it's a business partnership. She'll need a favor in the future. Her request to be Yanren's agent when she enters showbiz. Yanren is baffled. Why would someone so beautiful want to work behind the scenes? Our girl knows the truth. In her past life, Yanren became a legendary award-winning actress. Now for part 2 of the plan. She shoves some pajamas at Yanren and tells her to get in bed. Right on cue, her frantic parents burst through the door demanding to see their daughter. They rush to her side, asking who hurt her. Yanren weakly cries out for her mommy and daddy. Our girl steps in with the crocodile tears, naming the culprits, Song Ziheng and Shen Menki. The parents are in disbelief. Ziheng would never, and Menki is her best friend. Our heroine calmly tells them that things are not what they seem. She shows them the damning social media post. Her father explodes with rage. He's calling off the engagement. He tells his daughter not to worry about business. The Jiang family is more than enough. Now united in fury, her parents are ready to seek justice for their little girl. Yanren is so thankful. She promises to sign under our girl if she ever enters showbiz. Phase 1 is a complete success. The girls celebrate their chaotic victory. But Yanren is curious, what's the second step? Our girl leans in, a devilish glint in her eyes, ready to reveal the next stage of her revenge. Her new bestie has arrived to save the day, announcing she's the new roommate. She went ahead and requested a room change, because there's no way she'd let our girl live with that snake Shen Menki. With housing sorted, it's time for step 2, a total image makeover. But first, she gets real close and asks about the basketball player Chu Feng. Our girl blushes, admitting he sent her love letters, but she was too obsessed with Song Zihang to notice. Yanran immediately orders her to text him for a date. Our heroine panics, saying she doesn't even like him, but her friend lays down some savage truth: get over one guy by getting under another. A memory flashes through our girl's mind. In her past life, Chu Feng was the only person who remembered her after she died. She's still hesitant, wondering why her ex would even care. But she types out the message anyway, asking Chu Feng to dinner. As she gets ready, Yanran is absolutely horrified by her bland outfit choice. She lectures our girl on unleashing her inner alpha female, not dressing like a schoolgirl. Then, with a triumphant "watch me," she pulls out the perfect weapon. It's a stunning, fiery red floral dress. It was a gift from her mom, but she never wore it. She was always too scared that her trash ex wouldn't like it. That night, our girl tries to rest, but sleep offers no escape. She's thrown into a horrific nightmare of explosions and gunfire. She's trapped, screaming for help in a war zone. She's terrified and alone, witnessing chaos all around her. Suddenly, she's on a cliff edge, as a massive tidal wave crashes towards her. Then the scene shifts, and she's surrounded by armed men. A hand grabs her shoulder, and a dark, twisted smile spreads across her face. Her eyes glow a terrifying red. She pulls out a dagger, leaping into the fray like a seasoned killer, with a single brutal slash. She takes down her enemies. She wakes up with a violent gasp, heart pounding in her chest. It's the same terror attack dream she always has, but what truly horrifies her is the monster she becomes in it. Seeing Yanran sleeping peacefully beside her is a small comfort. The next day, Yanran promises her a comeback so glorious, it's satisfaction guaranteed. They head to the school basketball game. The crowd is going wild for Captain Song. He smirks at his fan club, thanking them for coming. His little minions assume he's only got eyes for Shen Menki. But then his eyes land on someone in the stands. He does a double take, completely shocked. He can't believe Jiang Yanran is actually here. He's met with the sight of our girl, completely transformed. She is an absolute vision in red. Both he and Shen Menki are utterly speechless. The crowd immediately starts whispering. Everyone's saying how much prettier Yanran is and from a much better family. Why would Song Zihang ever give up a diamond like her for that bumpkin? The fake bestie is panicking. Her little scheme isn't going as planned. Meanwhile, a search party has been looking for our girl, Jiang Yanran. The two-faced snake, Menki, puts on a grand performance of being worried. But our girl is watching from the sidelines, disgusted by this pathetic act. Menki keeps laying it on thick, claiming she only came to see Yanran. Yanran is fuming, remembering how she was always the one to blame. And speak of the devil, her trash ex shows up and starts yelling at her. Menki immediately plays the victim, making it all about herself. What a classic move. Her ex eats it up, promising to win the game for Menki before running off. A new voice of reason calls out the absolute circus unfolding. It's our girl's new bestie, Wanwen, and she's here to comfort our poor heroine. Wanwen is her biggest hype man, calling her devilishly clever. Then she spots him. It's the school's basketball star, Chu Feng. The crowd goes absolutely wild for him. But his eyes find our girl in the stands, and his brain short-circuits. He's so flustered, he immediately trips over a basketball. So much for a cool entrance. The girls absolutely lose it. He may be a star, but he's also a klutz. Our girl actually finds it charming, thinking maybe she could give him a shot. She's surprised to find she doesn't hate the idea of a new relationship. But of course, her ex is staring daggers from across the court. Wanwen snaps her out of it, telling her to focus on the new guy only. Our girl nervously agrees, trying to ignore her past. Zihang's teammates tease him, but he can't deny it. Yanran looks good. He's clearly having regrets, but it's way too late for that buddy. The rivals face off before the game begins. The tension is thick. The game starts, and Wanwen tells our girl to cheer her man on. Our heroine gets ready, determined to be his #1 fan. She gives him her full attention. But oh no, his team is getting absolutely destroyed. Wanwen is in shock. Chu Feng is playing like he's never touched a basketball before. He's trying to impress our girl, but the pressure is making him choke hard. Wanwen tells her to look away. This is just too painful to watch. The coach screams at him to get off the court. This is a certified disaster. At halftime, the score is a complete and utter humiliation. Wanwan sighs, realizing she needs to intervene. She shoves a towel and a drink into our girl's hands, ordering her to go save her man. A teammate asks Chu Feng what's wrong. Did you get dumped? He snaps back with a savage, you're the one that got dumped. His friend calls him out for staring daggers at the other team's star player, Song Ziheng. Chu Feng finally cracks, admitting Ziheng stole his girl, and speak of the devil, Ziheng's getting doted on by his new flame. He promises to win the trophy just for her, so cheesy, he's about to make a big confession when suddenly someone else arrives. It's our girl, Jiang Yanren. The crowd senses drama and is here for it. She's dressed to kill, and Ziheng is clearly distracted. He even thinks to himself that she looks pretty good. His girlfriend is fuming. Ziheng's friend brings our girl over, but he immediately tries to shut her down. He condescendingly tells her that feelings can't be forced. He warns her not to harm his new girl and they can stay friends. But our queen claps back. A good dog doesn't block its master's path. She walks right past his shocked face. Everyone is confused. She's heading for the other team. She approaches the bench and asks for Chu Feng. The poor boy is blushing and sweating, thinking he's about to be humiliated. But instead, she offers him a bottle of water. He stammers out a thank you, completely stunned. She even gently wipes the sweat from his forehead. The chaos is delicious. His teammates collectively lose their minds, so this is why he was in love. She smiles and says she'll see him later, confirming their date is still on. He is literally ascending. He has not been forsaken. The date is happening. The crowd erupts in gossip. Ziheng and his girlfriend can only watch this public spectacle in horror. His face turns to thunder as he screams Yanren's name. He storms over, demanding to know what she thinks she's doing. He accuses her of liking him 1 second and then moving on the next. Our girl just gives him a cool smile. So what if I have? He completely loses his cool, shouting that they are engaged. She just raises an eyebrow. Engaged, since when? He's completely speechless. He's trapped. He just announced his relationship with another girl. He tries to threaten her with consequences for her actions. She just smirks, promising he'll get a taste of them soon enough. And with that final savage blow, she turns and walks away. She leaves him standing there looking like an absolute fool. Her bestie gives her a thumbs up, telling her she was brilliant. Our girl is so relieved. She never thought she'd have the guts to do that. Meanwhile, Chu Feng is staring at the water bottle like it's a holy artifact. The whistle blows. It's time for the second half to begin. The players take their positions on the court. Ziheng's team tries to trash talk, but he's laser-focused. Fueled by our girl's support, Chu Feng plays like a man possessed. His team lifts him up in celebration as the final buzzer sounds. The scoreboard says it all. Jingxiu High School takes the victory, a perfect win for our boy. The game ends and Chu Feng is the hero. His team celebrates their victory, lifting him high. Jiang Yanren and her friend are impressed. He actually pulled it off. Chu Feng shyly approaches, offering her the trophy he just won. She's taken aback. She didn't even play. Why is he giving it to her? He gets all flustered, thinking she hates it and calling the trophy useless. But her friend gives her a nudge. Girl, some people would die for that kind of attention. Suddenly, some rando completely eats it in the background. What a chaotic moment. Jiang Yanren's heart softens. She tells him she'll accept it. He hands it over, and you can just feel the sparks flying. The green-haired friend, an absolute queen, decides it's time to bounce. She waves goodbye, leaving the two lovebirds all alone. Meanwhile, our girl Yi Wanwen is having some serious flashbacks. She remembers her biggest tragedy was being too weak. Now she's determined to change her future, cramming high school courses. Her plan is to get into a top university and graduate in record time. But first things first, she needs to patch things up with Si Yehen. She gets ready, knowing she can't depend on his allowance forever. She heads out into the night. She knows if she can't make things work with him, everything will be impossible. She spots a bun shop and gets an idea. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach, right? She grabs a taxi and heads straight to Jin Garden. She arrives at the mansion, ready to surprise him with a late-night snack. But wait, she ate 4 on the way. Our girl panics and sprints inside, desperate to preserve the last precious bun. She quietly pushes the door open. She peeks in with a hopeful smile, but it vanishes instantly. A chill runs down her spine. There's a thick smell of blood in the air. Then she hears it, a blood-curdling scream from inside. She covers her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. Trembling, she peeks through the crack in the door. The living room is a horror scene. A man lies beaten on the floor while Si Yehen watches, completely unfazed. He gives a chillingly simple command, go on. His subordinate brutally stabs the man, who screams that Si Yehin is an inhuman beast. Our girl is frozen in shock. The man on the floor is Si Yehin's brother. The brother reveals that Si Yehin is responsible for the deaths of all their other siblings. He tries to threaten him with their family elders, but Si Yehin isn't bothered. His pet white tiger's eyes begin to glow with a menacing red light. And then it pounces, pinning the man to the floor. It's a brutal, bloody mauling. The tiger tears into him without mercy. Our poor girl can't hold it in any longer and lets out a terrified scream. Our girl walks in, expecting a quiet evening, but finds a full-blown murder scene instead. The henchmen are completely stunned. Isn't she supposed to be at school? Wanwen is shook. She really thought spending time with him was making him less of a monster. The traumatic memories come flooding back. He was a bloodthirsty monster then, and he's one now. She remembers him tormenting her until her very last breath. The pure terror returns. But this time is different. She refuses to make the same mistakes again. Fighting the urge to vomit, she puts on a brave face and offers him some buns, as one does. The room goes silent. Everyone is wondering why she's not screaming and running away. Even the big boss himself is taken aback by her absolutely chaotic energy. He asks if the dead bodies scared her. She plays it cool, saying it didn't. Total lie. He yanks her forward with a smirk. Good girl, he purrs, pulling her right onto his lap. He thinks his gamble on her paid off. Our girl is just trying to survive the night. Suddenly, a massive white tiger roars in her face. She can't help but let out a scream. She remembers this tiger, Sloot. In her past life, she hated and feared him. But he was also her protector, dying a brutal death just to save her from a trap. A wave of guilt washes over her. She softly whispers his name. She had to watch helplessly as he took his last breath. Never again. Just then, she spots another nightmare from her past, the vicious subordinate Liu Ying. This man despised her, convinced she was the cause of his master's downfall. The poor tiger whines, sensing the absolute chaos and tension in the room. Si Yehin just calmly strokes her hair, unfazed by the drama he's created. The butler is baffled. Did this girl just accidentally save them all from the master's wrath? Elsewhere, a rival gets a call. Their agent has been captured by Si Yehin. But this handsome villain isn't worried. He promises Si Yehin won't have an easy time. Back at the mansion, the phone rings. It's the old madam, aka Grandma. The butler, sweating buckets, hands the phone over to the master. It's Grandma on the line, demanding to know where he is. Her timing is impeccable. Then she hears a voice in the background and asks if that's Wanwen. Our girl seizes the opportunity. She cheerfully announces her presence to save the day. She cheekily asks for the phone, eager to chat with her future grandma-in-law. The subordinates look on in absolute horror. This woman is going to get them all killed. Wanwen sweetly explains she missed him, so she came to visit. Grandma asks the million-dollar question, what are you two doing? The butler threatens to end our girl if she says anything wrong. But she quickly thinks of an excuse about eating buns from school. Suddenly, she gets a call from Grandma. Grandma is thrilled to hear from her and wants Yehin on the phone. Our girl passes the phone over, and Grandma immediately starts lecturing him. He gets a full-blown earful about his nasty habits and bad temper. Grandma hangs up and the men are stunned. An emergency was averted thanks to Wanwen. They can't believe it. Thank God she's a dimwit, one of them thinks. Later, Si Yehin asks her why she came back. She smoothly blames it on her roommate going on a date. Then she drops some hot gossip about a stolen boyfriend to distract him. He just stares at her, completely silent. She fakes a yawn and tries to make a run for it. He knows she's trying to change the subject, but he just wants one thing. Wait. He stops her just as she's about to escape. Our poor girl is terrified. He asks about the bag she's holding. Isn't that for me? She clutches her precious bun, totally caught. She reluctantly offers it to him. Our girl is heartbroken. She thought he'd forgotten about her bun. He tells her to go heat it up since it's gotten cold. She runs off, sobbing dramatically over her lost snack. But he just looks at the bun with a soft smile. MMM. He holds the simple gift, looking surprisingly content. Later that night, the moon is full. Our heroine is in bed, scrolling through her phone. She gets a text from her roommate, who won't be home tonight. Oh yes, this is the perfect opportunity. She grabs a bag of treats and sneaks downstairs. She calls out for the giant white tiger, Sloot Tilda. Here I come, Tilda, she says, ready for her secret mission. The massive beast rounds the corner. It lets out a ferocious roar, but our girl stands her ground. She knows he's fearsome, but Si Yehen promised he wouldn't harm them. She offers the tiger some delicious pork jerky, but the beast just draws closer and lets out another massive roar. It sends her flying back in absolute terror. Suddenly, the butler runs in, demanding to know what's happening. He sees our girl on the floor and yells, "Do you have a death wish?" She's crying, saying Snowball yelled at her. The butler is completely baffled. What the hell is Snowball? Si Yehen appears and pulls her into his arms, asking what she's doing. He sees the tiger and is not happy. And what the hell is cute? The butler is having a meltdown over her wanting to pet the beast. Si Yehen looks down at her with a stern expression. It's not in my habit to force things down people's throats. Our girl is completely shocked by his words. What does he mean by that? Turns out, someone is absolutely fuming. Oh look, it's our girl's trash boyfriend, Song Ziheng. He's mad she's seeing a pretty boy, thinking it's all to make him jealous. Just then, his phone buzzes. It's Daddy Dearest on the line. He immediately starts complaining about not getting his 100 million from the Jiang family yet. His father tells him to be patient and then asks about Yanren. Song Ziheng says it's the same old story, but his dad tells him to drop the attitude and be nice. He whines that he already has a girl he likes. But his dad shuts him down, saying once they're rich, he can have any woman he wants. The old man screams through the phone, ordering him to keep Yanren happy at all costs. He reluctantly agrees, like the good little puppet he is. Meanwhile, our girl's friend is in shock. Yanren told the new guy, Chu Feng, everything. She explains her uncle withdrew funds from the songs, which made them suspicious. And speak of the devil, guess who shows up with a fake smile? He's brought breakfast, acting like the perfect boyfriend. But our girl isn't falling for it. She immediately calls him out, saying he bought food for his side piece, not her. Her face is pure ice as she remembers how she was just happy to get scraps from him. He tries to force the bag on her, but her friend steps in like a true queen. She tells him to get lost, but he just calls her an ugly woman. He then tries to gaslight Yanren, saying he only cheated because she was mean to his mistress first. Our girl fires back, so you just let me get harassed. He has the audacity to call it a small thing and yells her name. But just as the drama peaks, a sweet voice calls out to her. It's Chu Feng, our knight in shining camo pants, holding a mountain of breakfast bags. The whole group freezes, completely stunned. He shyly admits he didn't know what she liked, so he just bought everything. He promises to give the leftovers to his classmates so nothing goes to waste. He beams at her, telling her to take her pick. Our girl can't help but blush as she agrees. She softly thanks him. Of course, Song Ziheng is watching this whole exchange, seething with rage. He thinks Yanren has become shameless for choosing this hooligan over him. Yanren has finally had enough of his nonsense. But before she can say anything, Chu Feng steps up to defend her. He gets right in the ex-boyfriend's face, calling him an ungrateful bastard. He asks how Yanren is inferior to that conniving little B*TCH he's cheating with. The savage takedown continues as he roasts him for fooling around with her best friend. Even the green-haired friend is impressed by his hidden chaotic side. Song Ziheng is livid, screaming, "You're asking for it." He winds up a punch, and then bam, he clocks Chu Feng right across the jaw. Our girl screams his name in absolute terror. Chu Feng is getting his butt kicked, and his friend is worried sick. But our girl Wanwen suddenly gets a flash of insight, a brilliant, chaotic idea. She realizes she can see all of her opponent's weaknesses. Without a second thought, she starts shouting instructions to Chu Feng. He follows her command and barely dodges a heavy punch. The dodge leaves the bully wide open for a brutal counterattack. Wanwen pinpoints his weak spot, yelling for Chu Feng to strike. Bam, a direct hit. The bully stumbles back in absolute agony. A few minutes later, the fight is over, and Captain Song is absolutely fuming. He got completely owned thanks to Wanwen's coaching, and his ego is bruised. He's secretly shook, wondering how a girl could see through all his moves. So he throws out a weak threat and storms off like a total sore loser. Chu Feng is completely amazed and asks if she can read minds. Our girl just plays it cool, brushing it off as being a keen observer. Yanren feels guilty about the fight and offers to take Chu Feng to the nurse. He blushes like a tomato. A new ship is definitely sailing, people. As they leave, our girl is left with her own questions about her new powers. Could it be from the self-defense classes she took in her past life? She always was a surprisingly quick learner, after all. Back then, she had to hide all her talents to escape that monster, Si Yehen. But not anymore. In this life, she's done being a victim. She catches up with her friends who are walking ahead. Her friend Menki sweetly asks if she wants to get barbecue for dinner. But then this guy tries to convince Wanwen to move in with him. Menki immediately starts panicking, trying to explain away her lies. She puts on her best puppy dog eyes, hoping Wanwen will forgive her. And our girl lays the praise on thick, calling her pretty and kind. But inside, she's laughing. This two-faced girl is still so easy to fool. Suddenly, Menki's phone rings. It's another one of her many suitors. She sweetly turns down his date request, playing the innocent card. Wanwen internally rolls her eyes at the long list of guys wrapped around Menki's finger. Menki then immediately starts gossiping about their other friend, Yanren. But their chat is interrupted by yet another over-the-top admirer. It's Captain Song, back with a ridiculously huge bouquet and a cheesy light-up heart. He makes a big scene, declaring he has something important to tell her. He launches into a dramatic love confession, praising her innocence. This dude actually says he wants to spend the rest of his life with her, so please. The crowd goes wild, telling Menki to accept his cringy proposal. But then Wanwen spots a familiar heartbroken face in the crowd. It's Yanren. The gossip mill starts churning about her one-sided crush. The mean girls whisper that he made the right choice picking someone as pure as Menki. He throws a smug look at Yanren before asking Menki to be his girlfriend. He begs for a chance to protect her and make her happy. So much cringe. Menki just blushes, hiding her face behind the massive bouquet. She doesn't say yes, but she doesn't say no either, stringing him along perfectly. The crowd takes her silence as a yes, thinking Zihang has won. But our girl knows better. Menki is just keeping him on the hook for later. Wanwen smirks. He can enjoy this little victory for now. His downfall is coming. Zihang is busy reassuring his new girl, Menki, about the government bid. He scoffs, saying their families are way too close for Yanren to ruin anything. He arrogantly claims the Jiang family would have folded years ago without his family's support. She plays the innocent card, saying she only wants him, when his phone suddenly rings. He's so smug, thinking it's his dad calling with good news about the bid. But the voice on the other end sounds anything but celebratory. Still completely clueless, he tells Menki he's been called home for victory party. And Menki just smirks, thinking her little scheme paid off perfectly. Meanwhile, our girl gets the real good news. Not only did they win the bid, but the engagement is officially OFF. While Zihang skips home, expecting a hero's welcome. He walks in to find his parents looking like they're at a funeral. And his dad immediately launches a cup right at his face. His mother rushes to his side, completely shocked. Zihang demands to know how the Jiangs could possibly do this to them. His father is absolutely livid, screaming his full name. Zihang immediately starts blaming everyone else, claiming it must be Yanren's father who's behind this. But Papa Song isn't buying his son's pathetic excuses for a second. The deluded prince is still convinced Yanren is just doing this for his attention. He finally asks his dad what they should do now. And his father declares all-out war on the Jiang family. So Zihang demands to meet our girl, and his friend tells her this is the perfect chance to see his true colors. He immediately starts screaming at Yanren, accusing her of dumping him like garbage. The absolute audacity of this man, acting like he's the victim here. He even claims she stole the business deal that was rightfully his. But our girl calmly hits him with the cold, hard truth. He was the one who publicly broke things off, so she just gave him what he wanted. She looks him dead in the eye and tells him he's disgusting before walking away. An absolute queen. Her friend checks if she's all right, and a few days pass. And what do you know, Zihang is already out on a shopping date with Menki. But his day is about to be ruined by another phone call. It's his mother on the line, and she is absolutely panicking. The Jiangs are crushing their business, and she vows to destroy Yanren's reputation in revenge. Zihang gets a panicked call from his mother. He plays it cool, but his girlfriend Menki can tell something is very wrong. She's worried he's having second thoughts, but vows to never let him go. Meanwhile, back at the rehearsal hall, everyone's wondering where she is. Turns out the girls saw her leaving school with Zihang that morning. The gossip mill is officially open. They mock our poor Yanren, calling her a joke for claiming an engagement. Suddenly, the door slams open. In walks a very angry, very intimidating woman. It's Zihang's mother, and she does not look happy. She storms right up to Yanren and starts screaming, calling her a shameless witch. Then comes the slap. She accuses our girl of bad-mouthing her precious son. The other students are completely floored, so the engagement was real after all. His mother confirms it, saying everyone knows they were engaged since birth. But the crowd is confused. Wasn't Zihang with Menki? Menki's bestie steps up, defending her friend as Zihang's real girlfriend. Auntie Song is bewildered. Who is Shen Menki? She demands. The students back up the story, saying Zihang publicly denied the engagement. Auntie Song is horrified, realizing this is all revenge from the Jiang family. She starts to crumble as the truth sinks in. And speak of the devils, Zihang and Menki walk in, looking like a happy couple. Menki's friend immediately calls them over to clear her name. But the crowd turns on Zihang, calling him a two-timing pauper. The whispers get louder. His family is almost bankrupt. Zihang's mother has had enough. She marches over to her son, absolutely furious. She glares at Menki, calling her a shameless vixen. Then she grabs a handful of hair. The chaos has officially begun. Zihang tries to defend his new girlfriend, calling her kind and innocent. But his mom orders him to shut up and apologize to Yanran immediately. Menki immediately bursts into tears, playing the perfect victim. The onlookers start to pity her, thinking she was tricked by a cheater. But Menki's best friend knows what's up. She whips out her phone to call in reinforcements. Song Zihang explodes, blaming Yanran for ruining his reputation. But Yanran just smirks at our girl, asking if she's satisfied with the show. Yi Wanwen reassures her, the best part is just about to begin. And right on cue, the real drama kicks off with a bang. A new challenger appears, grabbing Zihang and calling him a bastard. This nerd Zhang Bin swoops in to protect his precious girlfriend, Shen Menki. Menki tries to push him away, desperately telling him to leave. But he's not going anywhere. He's here to expose Zihang as a filthy love rat. Zihang just scoffs, claiming Menki is actually his girlfriend. Oh, the plot thickens. Our girl Yi Wanwen just watches this beautiful chaos unfold with a smirk. She steps in, fanning the flames and accusing Zihang of forcing himself on Menki. He completely denies it, telling everyone to just ask Menki herself. But Zhang Bin has a better idea. He pulls out his phone, ready to drop a bombshell. He hits play and Zihang's face instantly drops in horror. It's a recording of Menki complaining about Zihang pestering her. It gets worse. The recording has her giving Zhang Bin a kiss to prove he's her boyfriend. Zhang Bin admits he recorded it just to hear her voice. A certified creep, ladies and gentlemen. Menki is absolutely horrified. Her two-timing scheme is completely exposed. Zihang is fuming. He remembers all her sweet lies about having feelings for him. She promised to be his girlfriend, but was on the phone with another man all night. He snaps, throwing their couple photos right in her face. The nerd is in utter shock. He thought they'd been together for half a year. Zihang savagely calls him a dimwit for believing her. The crowd finally understands. Menki has been playing them both like a fiddle. Even Zihang's mother is mortified by the public shame. She blames her son for falling for this kind of trash. And then she turns her full, unrestrained rage onto Menki. The mother delivers a devastating slap right across her face. Zihang finally realizes he's been nothing but an unforgivable fool. He grabs Menki, demanding to know how she could lie to him. He asks her just how many boyfriends she's juggling at once. As the crowd calls her a homewrecker, our girl Yi Wanwen makes her final move. She brings up another victim, her brother. Did Menki use him and throw him away too? Menki is trapped. There's no way out of this web of lies she's spun. Shen Menki tries her crocodile tears, insisting it's all a big misunderstanding. But the crowd isn't buying her act for a second, calling her out for being a two-faced snake. Our poor girl Yanran is still in shock, realizing her best friend Wanwen orchestrated this entire masterpiece. Zihang and his mother start begging for forgiveness, trying to guilt-trip Yanran into fixing things. But Yanran hits them with the coldest comeback, saying company matters are out of her hands. The mother gets desperate, asking if she'd ruin their families over this small matter. She absolutely loses it, screaming Yanran's name. But just then, Papa Bear arrives on the scene and he looks furious. He rushes to his daughter, demanding to know who hurt her. Zihang's mom tries to play it cool, calling it a misunderstanding. But Yanran's dad goes absolutely nuclear, screaming that his daughter's life is not a small matter. He drops the bomb that Yanran almost committed suicide because of their trash son. The Songs are completely shocked, claiming they had no idea. He doesn't believe a word of their pathetic excuses. He roasts them for treating his daughter like a servant while their son cheated on her. He grabs Yanran and declares war, telling them to wait for their company to fold. The Songs are left speechless, calling them ingrates as they leave. Later, Wanwen's friend realizes she was the one who called Yanran's dad. Our girl just smirks, saying it's good to have powerful people on your side. She knows some people, like her brother, are too dumb to see the truth. She remembers how he blindly trusted Shen Mengqi in her past life, even after catching her flirting. But Wanwen is determined to expose that snake once and for all. She then tells her friend she's off to dinner with her boyfriend's family. She runs out to a sleek black car waiting for her. Our heroine, Wayu, hops in, apologizing for being late. She immediately notices her man, Si Yehen, is on a video call and looks super pissed. He's the picture of a cold, ruthless CEO. She thinks about how his subordinates always saw her as a villainess in her past lives. Glancing at the driver, she just knows he's thinking the worst of her. A mischievous thought crosses her mind. If they already think she's a vixen, she might as well play the part. Without a second thought, she launches herself at him. She wraps her arms around him, right in the middle of his important meeting. He is utterly stunned, speechless. She leans in close and plants a massive kiss right on his lips. He's so flustered he slams his laptop shut, but it's too late. The entire boardroom saw everything on the big screen. The old executives are completely scandalized, calling her a shameless demon. The driver is fuming while his partner panics. The guy quickly hits the button for the privacy screen. As the divider goes up, our girl shoots the driver a triumphant smirk. Si Yehen is still frozen, trying to process the absolute chaos. Our heroine, however, is having a minor panic attack, wondering where all that courage came from. He gets possessive, wondering what's so interesting about her laptop. He leans in close, asking if it's more interesting than him. Our girl knows this demon is just courting death. She quickly saves herself, saying he interests her more. He's pleased, but she's totally flustered by the close call. The poor guys in the front seat are sweating buckets from the tension. So our girl decides to stir up some chaos, asking who he'd save first if she and his bodyguard fell in a river. Without even a second of hesitation, he says, "You first." The bodyguard Liang is absolutely petrified by this betrayal. He goes full feral, ready to shank our girl for this disrespect. But she's just basking in the victory, feeling smug as hell. They arrive at the mansion, and Liang is still sulking like a kicked puppy. She's not even sorry, thinking she's fearless because he dotes on her so much. Inside, they're greeted by Grandma, who seems overjoyed to see them. Grandma immediately says she wants to introduce Wanwen to someone special. Our girl wonders who could possibly be this important. And then she sees her, the most famous celebrity in the capital, Qin Ryuoxi. It's her rival from the past life. The introductions are made, but Wanwen knows the truth. Qin Ryuoxi isn't just a friend. She's practically his other half, the woman he married in the last timeline. She remembers the wedding, how she thought she just had to accept her fate. But Qin Ryuoxi was a monster who destroyed her entire sense of self. She was left a mindless puppet, even while she was technically Mrs. C. Back in the present, Wanwen forces a polite smile. Qin Ryuoxi plays nice, even offering a gift for their first meeting. And it's no cheap trinket. It's a jade bracelet worth $8 million. A total power move. Wanwen notes her rival's impressive magnanimity, not a hint of jealousy in sight. She accepts the gift, calling it gorgeous. Then Qin Ryuoxi turns to Si Yehen, telling him she'll give him the details on a business matter later tonight. She shamelessly flirts, asking if a simple thank you is all she gets. Another man arrives with a rare gift for Si Yehen. Our girl teases him for making his poor subordinate do all the hard work. But she feels like an outsider as they all talk amongst themselves. Just then, an older man arrives and challenges Qin Ryuoxi to a sparring match. She accepts immediately, ready to throw down. Grandma sighs that she never behaves like a proper lady. But our girl sees right through it. The old woman is disappointed her grandson didn't choose the perfect Qin Ryuoxi. With a mighty BAM, Qin Ryuoxi stops Liu Ying's punch dead in its tracks. She reflects on how this new girl has already outmaneuvered everyone. Our heroine remembers her past life, seeing history repeat itself. Back then, Qin Ryuoxi slowly isolated her until she was desperate and alone. But this time, our girl is playing a different game, asking Si Yehen to peel seeds for her. Liu Ying is absolutely losing his mind watching this display. Qin Ryuoxi tries to play it cool, saying it's normal for Yehen to have favorites. She tells Liu Ying not to worry, that this girl is nothing special. But Liu Ying is a man of details. He's peeled 78 of them for her. Our girl then unleashes her ultimate move. "My hand hurts, please feed me." The bodyguard's spirit literally shatters into a million pieces. He breathes actual fire as Si Yehen prepares to feed our heroine. The sight is delivered, and our girl basks in her victory. Liu Ying has seen enough and storms out of the room. Our girl watches as the perfect Qin Xuoxi runs after her loyal attack dog. Si Yehan turns to her, curious about what she's thinking. She drops a truth bomb. Your taste in women is kind of weird. The absolute savagery. She asks why he chose her, a distraction, over the capable Qin Xuoxi. His reply is dangerously smooth. I'm easily bowled over by beauty. He teases her and she's left blushing and flustered. Later, they all have a pleasant family dinner. The matriarch clearly adores our girl, which definitely irks the competition. Our heroine knows she can't win overnight. She'll take this one step at a time. That evening, she finds herself in a private study session with Si Yehan. But their quiet time is interrupted when Qin Xuoxi enters with urgent business. Our girl tries to make a quick exit, but Si Yehan orders her to stay. She immediately panics, not wanting to hear any top-secret info. She adorably hides her face behind a piece of paper. But there's no escape. She's stuck listening to them talk business. And it takes all of 5 seconds for her to faceplant onto the desk, fast asleep. Both Si Yehan and Qin Xuoxi are completely baffled. Turns out the subject was mathematics, our poor girl's mortal enemy. Si Yehan sighs and calls for break. But as he tends to her, Qin Xuoxi's expression grows cold and suspicious. Our girl is struggling with her homework, and honestly, same. Her new tutor asks which question she needs help with. She sheepishly admits it's pretty much all of them. Just as he's about to help, a woman interrupts them. She tells him to go back first, as a big decision needs to be made. Si Yehan is unbothered, saying he knows exactly what to do. But the woman knows anything involving the infamous Qin Xuoxi is never simple. Our girl is fuming. He's ditching her homework help for another woman. Savage. And speak of the devil, here's Miss Xuoxi now. A loyal subordinate confronts her, annoyed that the master is busy. He demands to know what's so important, since all the rebels have been dealt with. Xuoxi blames our girl, calling her a vixen, but the subordinate snaps back, defending our heroine's honor. Liu Ying is not having any of it. He warns her to never speak of his master's girl that way again. Suddenly, our girl's phone rings. It's her bestie, Yanren. She picks up, and her friend is sobbing on the other end, feeling totally useless. Panicked, she finds out Yanren is drunk by the school lake and tells her not to move. She immediately tells Si Yehan she has to go, leaving him to deal with his official business. Without a second thought, he orders a guard to take her back to school. He then tells Liu Ying to follow him to the study. Liu Ying can't hold his tongue, questioning his master's taste in women. Si Yehan just calmly asks who he thinks he should choose instead. Liu Ying goes on a passionate rant about needing a strong, intelligent partner. But the master simply closes his eyes, completely unconcerned with anyone else's opinion. Meanwhile, at the lake, Yanren is yelling at her scummy ex-boyfriend. He's begging for another chance, but she tells him to get lost. He tries to guilt-trip her, saying she's just forcing herself to be with someone else. But a mysterious green-haired girl is watching from the bushes, thinking Yanren is too soft. She thinks the ex is shameless and decides to help things along. With a mischievous grin, she flicks a rock into the chaos. But it hits Yanren's new guy, Chu Feng, instead. Whoops. He plays it cool, saying he's fine, while Yanren glares at her ex. The ex denies everything, accusing Chu Feng of faking his injury. Fed up, Yanren grabs Chu Feng and plants a massive kiss on him to prove her point. The ex is absolutely shell-shocked. Even Chu Feng, the guy getting kissed, can't believe what's happening. The green-haired girl smirks, mission accomplished. The drama is delicious. She turns to slip away into the night, proud of her chaotic work. But before she can escape, a hand grabs her from behind. Bam, she's slammed against a tree. Busted, our girl is startled by a noise in the dark. Who goes there? It sees Zia looking all moody in the moonlight. He asks why she isn't asleep yet. He softly calls her name, Wanwen, and the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. She turns on him, asking if he was waiting up for her. He just smirks, and our girl knows she has to do something drastic to get rid of this pest. So she decides to unleash pure chaos. Actually, I've had a crush on you for a long time. His brain completely short-circuits. What? She lays it on thick, claiming it was love at first sight. He's totally confused, sputtering about Si Yehan. That's her cue. Come on, baby, let's do the deed now, she screams, launching herself at him. The poor boy is absolutely horrified by this turn of events. She tackles him straight to the ground as he begs her to wait. They land with a massive thud. She pins him down, asking why he won't be with her. Today is an auspicious day, she declares. Our girl puckers up, going in for the kill. And that's his breaking point. He shoves her away, screaming, "Scram." The aggressive confession is over, leaving them both sitting in stunned silence. He asks if she's finally dropping the act. Her entire demeanor changes. She coldly tells him to stay out of her way and walks off. He's left completely shattered, whispering that she's not his sister anymore. He curls into a ball, his heart breaking. "My sister would never do that to me," he cries, utterly defeated. The next day, our girl's friend warns her about Zia's psycho fans. But our heroine is totally unbothered. The worst they can do is mess up her makeup. Later, they're getting ready for the school play. Her rival, Chengzu, makes a grand entrance in a stunning queen costume. She brags that the costume is from a real production, guaranteeing their class will win. Then she throws some shade, saying no costume can fix our girl's face. Her little minions start gossiping, revealing they changed the script just for her. Now our girl's character won't have to show her ugly face at all, the disrespect. But Wanwen overhears everything. "Actually, I can just remove my makeup," she says with a smirk. She winks, cheekily adding, "I'm just afraid my beauty might cause a riot." The haters immediately start mocking her, but our girl just sighs, "Too bad no one believes me." The evil queen of the school play swoops in, calling out to see Zia. She looks at him expectantly, waiting for a compliment. But he's not even looking at her. His eyes are locked on our girl, and the whole room feels the tension. The queen tries to get his attention, but he coldly shuts her down. The savage takedown leaves her absolutely speechless. The other students whisper about how scary he looks before the rehearsal is dismissed. But Zia isn't leaving. He walks straight towards our heroine, his gaze intense. Our girl wonders what his problem is, but then she notices he looks deathly pale. Suddenly, his eyes roll back and he starts to collapse. Prince Charming just fainted on the floor. The queen rushes to his side, screaming his name. Our girl knows this isn't an act, and someone mentions his asthma. Of course, the queen immediately points the finger, blaming our girl for scaring him. Her lackey orders everyone to get him to the infirmary. But as they try to lift him, Zia weakly calls out for Wanwen. Our girl cannot believe this drama. The queen is furious, accusing her of mesmerizing him. Thinking this is her fault for yesterday's shock, Wanwen agrees to help. But instead of helping, he just collapses right onto her. Now she's got a passed-out prince in her arms and a room full of glares. In the infirmary, one of his fangirls is sobbing over his high fever. Our girl tries to explain it was just an asthma attack and decides to dip. But a weak hand grabs her sleeve. It's Zia, and he's telling everyone else to get out. Our heroine is so done with this drama king. He clings to her hand, begging her not to be complacent. Then he starts full-on crying, pleading for her not to leave him alone. Meanwhile, some men in suits show up, learning he collapsed from shock. They discuss how rebellious he is and that his parents can't even control him. The man in charge is sweating, knowing he'll get the blame if anything happens. He puts two and two together and realizes the scary girl is our heroine, Ms. Yi. Back inside, Zia is still holding on for dear life. He deliriously asks her to go to the little forest with him again. Our girl tells him to save his strength. She's already made herself clear. Just then, the men in suits walk in, and the leader is shocked to see her. Without missing a beat, our girl launches into a grand declaration of her undying love for his ninth uncle. The man's assistant is floored. This girl is learning the game fast. Our girl tries to play it off, yelling that he's a brat who doesn't believe her. She screams so loud that the whole world can hear her, including two very important people. The assistant panics. Missy's being way too bold in front of the young master. And just like that, our girl freezes solid. She turns around and her soul leaves her body. What are they doing here? Yehan just stands there, having heard every single chaotic word. She immediately switches to damage control mode, claiming she was just joking with the kid. But the assistant says Zia isn't an adult yet, so he can't fulfill her wish. Our girl short circuits. Her brain is buffering. Meanwhile, Zia is blushing like a tomato. What a time for a public display of affection. Elsewhere, the school's it girl, Chengzu, is having a complete meltdown over Zia. She's convinced our girl scammed him and hatches a plan to expose her real self. Her minions whisper the rumors that Wanwen is secretly disfigured under all that makeup. Chengzu smirks. She's going to make sure everyone sees the truth. Their plan is set for the upcoming school cultural gala. Backstage, our girl is just trying to get through the night. Once the gala is over, she can finally escape this chaotic school for good. Meanwhile, Chengzu shows up in the most cursed snow-white costume ever seen. Her friends shower her with fake praise, calling her the prettiest girl in school. Chengzu asks her minion if the trap is ready for our girl. And so the play Snow White begins. The crowd goes absolutely wild for Prince Charming Xia and their goddess, Chengzu. The evil queen makes her grand entrance on stage. It's Chengzu, the crowd is confused. If she's the queen, then Snow White is, Yuanwen. The queen asks the mirror who's the fairest. The mirror says it's Snow White, and Chengzu is fuming. The curtain rises to reveal the most grunge rock post-apocalyptic Snow White in history. The audience erupts in laughter. The crowd is literally begging for Snow White to be killed off quickly. Our girl obliges, taking a bite of the apple and collapsing dramatically. The audience loves it, cheering for her good death. But then Prince Charming arrives. The crowd starts screaming, telling him not to kiss her. Xia leans in, looking like he's sacrificing his entire life for this role. Our girl panics. If he actually kisses her, she's going to be torn apart by his rabid fangirls. The prince leans in, oozing with toxic confidence. So many girls want this, he smirks. But our girl is not one of them, swerving away from his unwanted advance. He huffs, leaving her on the floor in a cloud of ego. The director thinks the performance is over, happy our brat has been humbled. But some important judges are completely unimpressed by the cheap drama. Just then, the event's MC gets a wicked idea. She grabs our heroine, yelling to the crowd about revealing Snow White's real look. Our girl tries to escape this nightmare, but it's too late. Another bully runs in with a bucket, ready for an attack. A huge splash of water hits her right in the face as the crowd laughs. The MC cackles, revealing her little secret to the audience. It wasn't just water, it was makeup remover. They scream for everyone to take pictures of the ugly B*TCH. The bullies relentlessly douse her, trying to humiliate her in front of everyone. Watching from the side is the evil queen, enjoying the show. She sneers, thinking our girl is just some tramp trying to steal her man. But they've pushed her too far. Our girl has had enough of this garbage. She reaches down and starts untying the rags herself. The crowd gasps, calling her shameless for stripping in public. She rips off the tattered outer layer. As the dirty makeup washes away, her true face begins to emerge. The entire room goes silent. A literal goddess is standing before them. Everyone is stunned. How could the ugly girl be this beautiful? The very people who mocked her are now calling her the goddess of their dreams. Our girl looks the evil queen dead in the eyes. You wanted to see, are you satisfied? The queen is so furious she can't even speak. The crowd immediately starts whispering that she's been dethroned. But the MC gets a phone call, and that evil glint in her eyes says this fight is far from over. Meanwhile, Menki is on the phone getting the VIP treatment from her own sugar daddy. He tells her not to worry about Wanwen, promising her the world. Of course, he'll make her the brightest star anyone has ever seen. Back at the dorm, our girl's friend is worried about her. But Wanwen plays it cool, saying her boyfriend is just super jealous and she might have to move out. A perfect excuse to go live with the big boss. That night, she gets to scheming. She sends a perfectly crafted, super clingy text to Yehen. She can barely contain her own chaotic glee. She sends another text, wondering what kind of face he's making right now. But a reply comes back instantly from the butler. He's home. Our girl is absolutely ecstatic. Cabbages and Snowball, let's go. In another part of the city, some poor assistant is getting an impossible mission. His boss needs him to find some dude named Sloot in the middle of the night. The boss isn't taking no for an answer. The command is simple, find him. The next morning, it's time for a total transformation. Our girl gets ready for school. She picks out a special dress. And bam, instant glow up. She remembers this was a gift from her brother, feeling a little sad. Her roommate is absolutely stunned by how gorgeous she is. She arrives at her classroom. The moment she walks in, the whole room goes dead silent. Everyone is shocked. The ugly bumpkin is a total bombshell. The whispers erupt. She's even more beautiful than the school's expel. One of the boys in the front row thinks she looks familiar. Our girl just ignores them and heads to her desk. She finds a gift sitting there. A far cry from the dead rats and caterpillars they used to leave her. The boy in front turns around, trying to flirt. She savagely shuts him down. But when he calls her darling, he gets a terrifying vision of who her actual darling is. A sudden rainstorm crashes down, ruining everyone's day. The girls shiver, deciding to grab warmer clothes. But as our girl heads back, she spots a familiar figure in the hall. Her eyes widen in shock. It's her brother. He's brought her a warm coat, being the best brother ever. He gently helps her put it on, a truly sweet moment. But of course, her trash ex Ziheng has to ruin it with a snarky comment. Wanwen just stares blankly at her brother, walking away with his girlfriend. Ziheng gets right in her face, demanding answers. Overwhelmed by everything, our poor heroine just collapses onto her desk. She starts crying, touched by her brother's kindness. Ziheng is stunned, asking her why she's crying. He sighs, calling her one of a kind, and then this chaotic man starts stripping. Our girl looks up, completely baffled by the sudden ab show. The entire classroom goes dead silent. Meanwhile, her brother's girlfriend waves goodbye, totally oblivious. The school gossip mill immediately goes into overdrive. Everyone rushes to the window to see the drama. The school idol gave his shirt away. And the school belle, Chengzu, is absolutely furious. Her minions gossip that Wanwen and Zia look good together, enraging her even more. Chengzu seethes. Wanwen's happiness will not last long. Back inside, Ziheng is being dramatic about his chastity. Our girl is panicking. His life isn't at stake, hers is. Ziheng fiercely defends her when another girl calls her shameless. Wanwen calmly roasts them, saying Zia is practically her nephew and she already has a boyfriend. A savage takedown that leaves Ziheng completely stunned. The bullies just mock her for boasting, but then a new challenger appears. An expensive pair of shoes walks down the hall. It's a devastatingly handsome man in a suit, radiating pure Sai-O energy. The girls in the hallway collectively lose their minds. Wanwen freezes at Si Yehen. What is he doing here? Chengzu smirks. This is perfect. Now everyone will see Wanwen's scandal. The classroom erupts in whispers. A VIP is heading their way. And it's none other than the ice-cold CEO himself, Si Yehen, looking like $1,000,000. Meanwhile, our girl is in a chaotic mess, trying to force a shirt on some pretty boy. She threatens to rip his pants off next, and this is not the time for that, because they both freeze as they see who's standing at the classroom door. His assistant is absolutely horrified. What in the high school drama is this? Our girl tries to play it cool, giving the shirtless wonder a painful pinch. She frantically shoves a mountain of love letters off the desk. These aren't mine. But it's too late. Si Yehen's eyes lock onto a pink envelope. He picks it up. To my love, Wanwen. Oh, she's so dead. The dark aura intensifies as he crushes the letter. Our girl's life flashes before her eyes. Time for distraction. She lets out a massive, totally fake sneeze. Si Yehen gives a silent command to his assistant, who immediately understands. Our girl keeps up the act, sniffling pitifully. Suddenly, he's right there, gently draping his coat over her shoulders. Her heart completely stops. He came all this way just for her. The entire class is losing their minds. That's her legendary boyfriend. They realize he's the Si Yehen, the devil incarnate himself. The gossip starts flying. Why was she flirting with Zia if she's with him? One girl has a sudden realization. Zia protected Wanwen because she's dating his terrifying relative. He softly asks if the coat fits, and she just squeaks out a thank you. But of course, the resident mean girl Shen Menki just has to show up and sneer. One of Wanwen's friends tries to defend her, saying they're just friends. But Shen Menki isn't having it. Wanwen would never mess with scum like Zia. She turns to Zia, telling him to put a shirt on before Si Yehen ends him. She even brings up the horrifying rumor about him ripping someone's tongue out. But Zia is feeling bold today. He refuses, saying Wanwen told him to take it off. Shen Menki is practically vibrating with excitement over this drama. She continues to poke the bear, asking Zia why he's still making a scene. Si Yehen's patience has officially run out. Zia, are you done? Zia scoffs back, treating him like an equal. Big mistake. The temperature in the room drops to absolute zero. Forgot your manners. The boy's face turns pale with sheer terror. Ninth uncle. The entire class is floored. Ninth uncle. The plot has never been thicker. The teacher demands to know why he called her ninth aunt. The entire class erupts in chaos. Aunt. Our girl is shook. With a single glare, he just ended all the rumors. The so-called bestie tries to play innocent, but Wanwen isn't having it. Her friend panics, worried that this gorgeous man will be snatched away too. She grabs Wanwen's hand, trying to look pathetic. But our girl is too busy snuggling her man as the class laughs hysterically. The bully claims it's all a misunderstanding, but Wanwen claps back. This is just a taste of her own medicine. Luckily for the mean girl, the bell rings, ending the confrontation. She swears she'll find another time to deal with Wanwen. Si Yehan softly tells our girl to go to her class, but she suddenly remembers something urgent and asks if Snowball is home. He simply says yes. She happily skips off to class, telling him to be safe. As he leaves, he gives his subordinate a death glare. He has 1 day left. The poor guy is literally crying in fear. Yes, sir. He laments that his master is becoming a totally frivolous ruler. After school, Wanwen's friend asks about her university plans. Our girl casually mentions her new tutor is out of this world. Her friend is completely clueless about this new development. Wanwen arrives back at the ridiculously lavish mansion, and there waiting for her is Snowball, a giant white tiger with a pink bow. She squeals with delight, running right for the murder kitty. Snowball responds with a terrifying snarl, "Not today, human." Her friend dreams of petting the tiger, as the driver thinks she has a death wish. That night, under the full moon, our girl heads off, announcing it's time for her tutoring session. The butler greets her at the door, asking if she's looking for the master. He gives a very suspicious smile as she walks away. She enters the study and asks Si Yehan if he's free. He just grunts. She's instantly confused. She thought he was supposed to be in a good mood. She nervously asks if he could tutor her for her exams. He offers to teach her for 2 hours instead. She can't believe her luck. But of course, there's a catch. He has one condition. Si Yehan lays down his condition, 2 hours of tuition for 8 hours of her time. Our girl is confused. What does he mean by hours? Oh, he means asterisk, that asterisk kind of hours. She is completely scandalized. He wants her to sleep with him for the whole night. He calmly asks if 1 day of tutoring is really enough for her. Her inner student has a complete meltdown. No, she needs it every night before the exam. A wicked smirk crosses his face. Then she can sleep beside him every night. Our girl realizes she's been played by a cunning businessman. This is a terrible deal. Later that night, the deal is done. Si Yehan enters the bedroom, ready to collect his side of the bargain. But he finds our poor heroine already fast asleep. He just watches her for a moment, his expression unreadable. He quietly slips into bed beside her, careful not to wake her. In her sleep, she immediately snuggles up to him, murmuring for her daddy. She clings to him like a small child seeking comfort. But then she starts crying, caught in a terrible nightmare. She begs her father not to be angry with her, not to leave her. Si Yehan's heart completely shatters watching her tremble. He's so clearly worried about the trauma she's hiding. He gently reaches out to wipe the tears from her face. His touch is so unbelievably tender, my heart can't take it. The next morning, breakfast is a very quiet affair. Our girl decides to break the silence and test her luck. She nervously asks if she can go visit her parents. Si Yehan's response is pure ice. You have nothing to do with the Yi family. Ouch, that was a savage shutdown. She tries to explain that she regrets hurting them and just wants to make things right. But he's not listening. He completely ignores her and dismisses his assistant. Our girl looks absolutely devastated by his coldness. She realizes he's deliberately trying to sever all her ties to her past. In his possessive mind, she belongs only to him. No one else can have her, not even her own family. Defeated, she tries to study outside with her giant fluffy bodyguard. Suddenly, Snowball the tiger perks up, sensing something. His ears twitch as he looks toward the sky. He lets out a low snarl, which totally startles our girl. She looks up and realizes it's about to start pouring rain. She thanks her furry weather predictor, and they rush inside. The storm rolls in just as they get to safety. But inside, she can't stop thinking about her parents. Knowing they're living with her enemies, she can't find any peace. The stress is too much, and a sharp pain shoots through her head. The pain becomes overwhelming, and then she completely collapses onto the floor. Snowball is instantly by her side, panicked. Seeing his human unconscious, he lets out a desperate roar for help. Meanwhile, the storm rages across the city. Si Yehan is driving through the downpour, looking grim. His driver notes that talking about her family is a major taboo for the master. Lately, our girl has been pushing her luck, testing his boundaries. But what she doesn't understand is the danger she's in. The moment she finally crosses that line, it will mean certain death. The mansion doors burst open as Si Yehan storms in, looking for our girl. His butler looks on nervously. The giant white tiger Sloot is furious they took so long to get here. He's been guarding our girl, who is passed out leaning against him. The butler is shook. Sloot hates being touched, yet he let her lean on him. Si Yehan gently picks her up, but she's burning with fever. Delirious, she clings to him, crying out for her mommy. He immediately barks at his butler to get the doctor, stat. A while later, our girl slowly wakes up. She's shocked to find Si Yehan holding her hand by her bedside. He's feeding her porridge. Is she hallucinating? He calmly explains she had a high fever. He tells her to rest well, and she can go home after she's fully recovered. Our girl is completely stunned. He's actually letting her go home. She can't help but wonder what exactly happened while she was out cold. In the car, she flashes back to how her parents were kicked out. They had to go seek help from her uncle. She stares out the window, lost in thought. The driver announces they're almost at her parents' new place. The car pulls up to a fancy-looking villa. But our girl knows her uncle is useless, and her own dad is a much better man. As the car beeps, she hops out, excited to see her parents. She runs up to the window, a huge smile on her face. But her smile instantly vanishes. She sees her mother, looking exhausted and worn, hanging laundry by hand. Her bratty cousin complains about a dress while her mom works like a servant. Our girl watches in horror from the gate. Her aunt is screaming at her mom for using the washing machine on her daughter's clothes. Her poor mother just takes the abuse, looking defeated. Just then, her uncle arrives, asking what's going on. Her snake of an aunt lies, saying her husband is busy working late, even on weekends. But then she turns on her own sister, her voice dripping with venom. She calls our girl's mom an ungrateful freeloader and tells her to get out. That's the last straw. Our girl is filled with righteous fury. She vows that her family will not bow down to these people any longer. She realizes she needs money, a lot of money. Enough to give her parents a good life and finally escape Si Yehan's grasp. A few days later, she's at school, holding her college entrance exam application. Suddenly, a car pulls up and a familiar, unwelcome face pops out. It's that pretty boy rival, and he thinks this is his lucky day. He leans out the window with a smirk, hitching a ride. Is that illegal? Our girl tries to hitch a ride, but Si Zia immediately shuts her down. Suddenly, a cupcake appears, offered by none other than the ice-cold Duke himself. She's absolutely delighted. Free cake is the best cake. But Si Zia just has to run his mouth, asking if she thinks his uncle is as shallow as her. The temperature in the car drops to absolute zero as the Duke listens in. He demands Si Zia repeat what he just said about his ninth aunt. And that's the last straw. Our girl completely loses it and lunges at him. She screams that she'd rather feed the cake to the dogs than give it to a punk like him. But a strong hand grabs her arm, stopping the midair cake missile. The Duke pulls her into his arms, telling her to be good and stop scolding herself. She looks him dead in the eye, declaring he can't marry Kindruoxi. That woman drove her crazy and killed her precious Snowball in her past life. He gets possessively close, whispering he'd chain her to the bed to keep her. She calls him a masochist while he tells his men she won't be going home tonight. He then asks about her university plans. She tries to brush it off, but he drops a bombshell, school or marriage. Our girl immediately clings to him, calling marriage a fantastic deal. Poor Si Zia is fuming. They arrive back at the mansion, and the vibe is tense. The Duke wants to discuss her school application. She wants to go to the imperial capital, but he immediately shuts it down. Too far. She defiantly shows him the form she already filled out. But of course, he has a few conditions for her to go. First rule, no getting injured. And he's the one who decides what injured means. She can already feel the headache coming on. This is gonna be a long list. No fighting, no drinking, and absolutely no fraternizing with other men. And the kicker, everything depends on his mood. Our girl is horrified by these tyrannical rules. Later, she sneaks outside. She finds her beloved Snowball sleeping peacefully. She gently reaches out to pet her giant tiger, and then begs the big cat for good luck on her exams, much to the men's confusion. It's finally exam day. The Duke watches her go from the car looking pensive. Back in the car, he's just staring at her intently. She nervously wonders if he's going to offer some words of encouragement. He gives her a tender forehead press for good luck. She wonders if she can rub more of his luck off him than off some sloot. Feeling energized, she decides to call her brother before the exam. She tries to make plans for after her exams end. But he hangs up on her before she can even finish her sentence. Savage, annoyed, she just decides to focus on the test. She gives herself a little pep talk, ready to crush it. The following afternoon, the exams are finally over. Our girl stretches in relief as her friends call out to her. They immediately ask how she did. While they complain the math portion was hell, our girl found it easy. But she notices her friend Yanren is on the verge of tears. Suddenly, Yanren starts bawling that her husband can't be a pervert. Our girl is totally confused until she realizes Yanren means her idol, Han Xianyu. Apparently, the famous actor is caught up in some seriously nasty rumors. Her friends argue over the evidence, with Yanren fiercely defending him. But with eyewitnesses, the situation looks hopeless for her idol. As Yanren spirals, our girl gets a calculating look in her eye, because in her past life, she already figured out how to solve this mess. Meanwhile, Han Xianyu himself is being mobbed by the press. The reporters are absolutely ruthless, throwing horrible accusations in his face. His team tries to shield him, but one reporter shoves a photo at him. It's a picture of him playing with a little girl. He furiously denies any wrongdoing, saying he was just helping the child. The press doesn't care, calling him a beast and pushing him over the edge, and that's when he snaps, decking the reporter right in the face. The crowd goes silent for one shocked second. The reporter hits the floor, and the story just got 1,000 times worse. The cameras erupt in a frenzy, capturing the chaotic scene. His security quickly drags him away. The reporter on the ground screams that justice will prevail. Inside, his manager scolds him for falling right into their trap. As he fumes on the couch, his phone starts ringing. It's the girl's father, and his manager picks up the call. The man on the other end sounds smug, asking about the court summons. The manager desperately offers him any amount of money to tell the truth. But the father just laughs, saying the truth is that Han Xianyu is a pervert. And the actor's face contorts with pure, unadulterated rage. He screams into the phone that he won't give them a single cent. With a sinister smirk, he challenges Han Xianyu to see who gets the last laugh. Later that evening at the mansion, a girl is anxiously waiting for a reply from her brother. The last message she got was him saying his hand was being forced. She's had enough and types out a savage threat. The phone immediately starts ringing. And just like that, her deadbeat brother calls back, absolutely furious. She just lies there and calls him a sicko. She's not wrong. Turns out he's busy gambling his life away. She asks if his precious Shan Menki knows he's being a degenerate. He spits that Menki never cared about him anyway. What a sad little man. Then he has the audacity to blame her for their family's downfall. Tears stream down her face as she admits it was her fault, but she was framed. She was locked away, abandoned by everyone she ever loved. While she was suffering, all he did was lash out at her. Her brother is stunned, asking how she could possibly know all this. With new resolve, she declares that she will take care of their parents now, and more importantly, she will take her revenge. She hangs up, collapsing onto her bed. Just then, a news alert pops up. Her client Han Xianyu is now being accused of assault. The public is turning on him, and things are looking grim. As she's plotting her next move, Si Yehan walks in, asking if she's unhappy. She tells him she's thinking about his ridiculous rule about not fraternizing with men. Then a devilish idea pops into her head. The chaotic energy is practically leaking out of her. Her brilliant solution: she'll just dress up as a man. She proudly poses, asking if she isn't a total genius. Si Yehan looks like he's aged 10 years just listening to her, but he agrees. Our girl is absolutely ecstatic, cheering that he's the best. With the problem solved, they head off to dinner. The day of the trial arrives and the courthouse is swarming with reporters. The media is having a field day with the scandal. Our girl arrives with her friends, watching the chaos from the sidelines. The crowd is already convinced Han Xianyu is a monster. But his loyal fans aren't going down without a fight. A reporter immediately shoves a mic in a fan's face, asking a loaded question. She goes for the jugular, accusing Han Xianyu of molesting someone. The reporter presses harder, mentioning eyewitnesses and sleeping pills as if it's all proven. This chaotic interview spirals as the media incites a mob against Han Xianyu's fans. Meanwhile, at Global Entertainment headquarters, the situation is dire. The CEO is looking at the news report of the fan brawl and he is fuming. He slams his fists, demanding to know how long this legal nightmare will take. The lawyer says 2 to 3 years. The CEO can't believe it. A rival agent, Zhu Wenbin, smirks, suggesting they just cut their losses and abandon the idol. The CEO is furious, calling out the snake for his treacherous suggestion. But the other spineless executives agree. They want to sacrifice Han Xianyu to save the company. They pressure the CEO to make a quick decision and cut him loose. Defeated, the CEO agrees to settle out of court, throwing his artist to the wolves. But just as he's leaving, the meeting room door creaks open. A mysterious and ridiculously handsome stranger walks right in. He's dressed to the nines and commands the room's attention instantly. The entire board is stunned into silence. Who is this guy? Zhu Wenbin demands to know who he is, but the assistant says he can solve the crisis. The snake immediately calls for security, clearly threatened by this new arrival. He whispers that he doesn't even want the problem to be solved. He tries to paint the stranger as a spy from a rival company. But our mystery man just scoffs at the accusation with a savage smirk. He introduces himself as Mr. Yi, and he's here to make a deal. He claims he can prove Han Xianyu's innocence and fix everything. The entire room erupts in disbelief. What? Even Han Xianyu himself looks completely shocked. Zhu Wenbin calls him a joke, but Mr. Yi is unfazed. The CEO is desperate and asks him how he'll do it. Mr. Yi drops a bombshell with a confident smile. In 7 days. The executives can't believe their ears. 7 days, that's impossible. The room explodes with arguments, refusing to trust a stranger. But Han Xianyu slams his hand on the table and declares, I trust him. The idol and the mysterious stranger share a knowing look. An alliance is forged. Han Xianyu reaffirms his faith in Mr. Yi to the stunned CEO. With his star's support, the CEO agrees to the crazy plan. Mr. Yi just leans back with a cool, confident smile. He simply tells them all to enjoy the show. What an absolute legend. With the room cleared, Mr. Chu wants to know his terms. Our hero lays out his first demand, a job at Global Entertainment. Easy peasy. Next, he wants a piece of property. Oh, this is getting spicy. Specifically, the Golden Capital Estate. This is personal. Mr. Chu bought his family home just to spite his bankrupt father. What a savage move. The deal is struck. A handshake seals their new, chaotic alliance. Back in her own skin, our girl is freaking out. Her first time cross-dressing was a success, but her nerves are shot. She takes a deep breath. At least she got the deal done. She walks out of the meeting room, trying to look cool and collected. But someone calls out to Mr. Yi Bai. It's Mr. Han, the man she's trying to save. He thanks her for believing in him, no matter what her reasons are. She plays it off smoothly, saying she and her friend are just big fans. 2 days later, the chaos begins. The Zhao family is holding a live press conference. Mr. Han's friend is fuming. This is a public execution before a trial. Suddenly, a phone buzzes. It's a message from Mr. Yi. Watch the live stream. They quickly pull up the broadcast. The whole world is watching this disaster unfold. The Zhao family is ready to put on a show for the cameras. A reporter kicks things off, asking them to recount the entire incident for the public. The father cues up a voice recording, his face a mask of grief. A tearful voice fills the room. He touched me everywhere. The media eats it up. The parents break down in spectacular fashion, crying about their daughter's ruined life. And the internet comment section absolutely explodes with rage. Mr. Han's friend can't take it anymore, but Han tells him to wait. Something's about to happen. A reporter named Gao Fei takes the stage. He has a few questions and a video clip. The parents, confident in their lies, tell him to go ahead. Big mistake. He plugs in a USB. The screen flashes to life. It's a video of their traumatized daughter dancing happily on a stage. The reporter then pulls up some screenshots from an old social media post. It's the video of her dancing posted years ago, but he zooms in on one specific comment. A vile, disgusting comment from a random pervert online. The public is horrified. Han's friend is confused. What bullshit is this reporter trying to pull? The reporter then claims the post is from 7 years ago, twisting the narrative. The crowd erupts. They're not buying it, screaming for Han Xianyu's head. But in the back of the crowd, our hero watches the chaos he orchestrated with a sly little smirk. The reporter scoffs, completely agreeing with the accusation. With a single click, he's about to expose the troll for everyone to see. The entire press corps gasps in absolute shock. And there it is, the disgusting comment, right from Zhao Deyong's own account. He can't believe his eyes. The other reporters immediately check their phones, and the evidence spreads like wildfire. It's true, the proof is undeniable, and everyone knows it. Zhao starts to sweat. He pathetically tries to defend himself. It was so long ago, he whines. But he gets his own words thrown right back in his face. He called people like this perverts himself. The crowd turns on him, their eyes full of disgust. He is completely cornered. Our man just nods, enjoying the show. The verdict is in. Zhao Dayong is a creep. But wait, there's more. The reporter drops another bombshell. He claims Zhao couldn't even keep his hands off his own daughter. Zhao absolutely loses it, screaming that it's a lie. He demands evidence, shouting like a cornered animal. Oh, he wants evidence. He's about to get it served on a silver platter. Another post is revealed. It's his daughter with the caption, "How would you rate my little girl?" The crowd erupts in fury. This man is an absolute monster. The room is filled with cries of perv. Our guy calmly asks Zhao for an explanation. Zhao desperately tries to explain it away. It's just a photo, he pleads. Meanwhile, two familiar faces are watching the chaos unfold. The tables have officially turned. His friend asks if he really thinks Zhao is guilty. Brother Yang isn't so sure. On the surface, it looks bad. But he hints that the evidence is flimsy, and then his friend has a sudden realization. It's Yibai's doing. That's right, our boy is giving the Zhaos a taste of their own disgusting medicine. It's a savage and brilliant counterattack. You love to see it. But his friend is still worried. Can Yibai really clear his name in just 7 days? Brother Yang has total faith in him. He knows our boy will pull it off. Back at the Zhao residence, things are imploding. His wife is trying to leave him. She screams that he ruined their daughter's life for money. He's utterly speechless. Just as the family drama reaches its peak, his phone rings. He picks it up, ready to yell at whoever is on the line. He screams at them to get lost, but a calm voice offers to help. A mysterious woman says she can make his little problem disappear. Her price, he has to withdraw the lawsuit, and she says this while taking a bubble bath. What a queen. The scammer's dad gets a call, and he is absolutely losing it. But on the other end is our girl, cool as a cucumber in her bubble bath. She lays down the law, drop the lawsuit or get ready for a life of paparazzi hell. He hangs up, a broken man. The damage is already done. A few days later, the internet has reached its verdict. The scammers are on video, groveling for forgiveness. The public is not having it. Comments are flooding in, calling them ungrateful frauds. Justice for Han Xianyu. Our girl stretches, a satisfied smile on her face. Another PR crisis averted with savage precision. Meanwhile, our guy Yibai is getting praised by his boss for the masterful strategy. He tries to cash in on a promise, but the boss is already trying to weasel out of it. Of course, our guy knew this snake wouldn't honor his word. Instead of a deed, the boss hands him an agent contract, a total demotion. And it's for the company's absolute worst subsidiary. This is an insult. The boss smugly tells him he can pick any of their flop artists. What a joke. But as our guy flips through the profiles, one name catches his eye. It's Luo Chen, a hidden gem he knows is destined for stardom. A wicked little smile plays on his lips. The boss just handed him a winning lottery ticket. He points to the picture. I'll take him, I'll make him a superstar. The boss is clueless, thinking he just palmed off some nobody. Sure, whatever. He hands over the keys to a dorm apartment, thinking he's won. The old man smugly watches him leave, convinced Yibai is just an average Joe. So now our guy is stuck, moving into the employee dorms. He sighs, wondering how he's going to explain this downgrade to his super-rich boyfriend. He arrives at the dorm, but wait, someone's already inside. It's his gorgeous boyfriend, Si Yehen, who's already unpacked for him. He casually tells him to make himself at home. Darling, our boy is so flustered. He tries to play it cool, but Si Yehen is already in the kitchen, ready to cook for him. Suddenly, strong arms wrap around him from behind. Whoa there. Si Yehen leans in close, whispering sweet nothings in his ear. Things are getting spicy as he starts nuzzling our guy's neck. Yibai is short-circuiting when suddenly the doorbell rings, cock-blocked. They both freeze, caught in the act. Who could that be? Si Yehen looks dangerously possessive, but lets him go check the door. Our boy nervously heads to the door, his heart pounding. It's his first day, no one should even know he's here. He opens it to find Han Xianyu, the very celebrity whose career he just saved. A new neighbor pops by to say hello. What a coincidence. Our boy explains he had to move because his address got leaked. But lurking in the shadows is a familiar, possessive face. Si Yehen makes his grand entrance, asking if he's interrupting. Of course you are. Our hero awkwardly introduces his friend to the famous actor Han Xianyu. Han Xianyu tries to escape, offering to buy our boy a meal as a thank you. Bad move, the jealousy demon has been summoned, and Han Xianyu is terrified. Our boy knows accepting this invitation is basically a death sentence. Thinking fast, he invites Si Yehen to stay for dinner instead. Damage control. Then he doubles down, inviting Han Xianyu to join their hot pot night. This is pure chaos. Si Yehen agrees, but only if our boy is paying. Of course. Later, while prepping food, Han Xianyu warns him about a shady company. They're bonding like good bros in the kitchen. But a certain someone is watching from the doorway, absolutely fuming. They're laughing and agreeing on soup bases. How dare they? Our boy feels a chill run down his spine. He turns around. And Si Yehen is right there, grabbing him from behind. He literally covers his mouth in front of their guest. Han Xianyu is absolutely floored. Look at these priceless reactions, total shock and confusion. Our boy tries to play it off, saying his friend is just very outgoing. Sure, Jan. Meanwhile, over at Guangyao Media, a sleazy manager is talking down to one of his talents. Poor Luo Chen is at the end of his rope with this guy. He just wants to be left alone, but the manager has other plans. The creep gets way too close for comfort, whispering in his ear. That's it, Luo Chen smashes his glass, completely fed up. He demands a new manager, but the scumbag just laughs in his face. This dude admits he's been sabotaging Luo Chen's career for 3 years. He grabs his face, making disgusting promises if he just behaves. Luo Chen tells him to scram, but the manager brings up his sick mother. A total low blow. Defeated, Luo Chen starts to cry. He's trapped. The manager leans in for a disgusting kiss. But just then, the door is kicked open with a massive boom. An unexpected hero has arrived to crash this party. It's our boy Yibai, looking sharp and dropping a savage one-liner. The manager is stunned. Yibai, what are you doing here? Our boy Yibai calmly hands over some documents for Mr. Zhu to sign. The arrogant manager signs them without even reading. A classic rookie mistake. He dismisses Yibai like he's a piece of trash. But Yibai isn't finished. He calls out to Luo Chen, who's been waiting quietly. And then he drops the bomb, slamming the paper on the desk. Luo Chen is my artiste now. Mr. Zhu completely loses it, screaming that it's impossible. But Yibai just points out he signed the transfer himself. Panicked, the snake immediately calls his boss to complain. But his face completely changes mid-call. He's suddenly praising the decision. He hangs up and tries to threaten Yibai, who just smirks. Our boy grabs the papers and tells Luo Chen it's time to leave this dump. But Mr. Zhu plays his final, dirtiest card. He threatens Luo Chen, mentioning his sick mother. The poor boy hesitates, his resolve wavering. His hands tremble. This is pure evil. But then he stands up. He's choosing to leave with Yibai. Mr. Zhu is absolutely livid. He can't believe his little pawn grew a spine. In their new office, Yibai hands Luo Chen a first aid kit. He notes how much he's changed in 3 years. His eyes are completely dull, devoid of life. All his dreams and his bright future were destroyed by that trash manager. Yibai is overcome with a sudden surge of motherly love. He sees a poor little bunny that needs protecting. Luo Chen is just confused by this chaotic man who just saved him. Getting down to business, Yibai is shocked to hear he's had no work for 3 whole years. And of course, the evil manager controls his social media. Luo Chen just quietly confirms it. Then Yibai asks about his relationship status and sexual orientation. Luo Chen is completely flustered, stuttering that he likes girls. Yibai explains that as his new manager, he needs to know everything, no more secrets. Luo Chen agrees to cooperate, but then asks a heartbreaking question about his salary. He hasn't been paid in 6 months. He's been forced to do odd jobs just to get by. Yibai is furious. He vows to get back every single penny the company owes him. He tells a stunned Luo Chen to go rest up for filming tomorrow. Luo Chen can barely process the words, a tiny spark of hope returning. But as Yibai leaves, the doubt creeps back in. He hasn't been in front of a camera in 3 years. He realizes he's not afraid of his new manager. He's afraid of himself. Our boy Yibai is loving the grind, feeling fulfilled by his new job. He feels truly alive for the first time in ages. As he leaves work, a flashy sports car screeches to a halt beside him. It's the celebrity Han Xianyu telling him to hop in. He invites Yibai to a party to expand his social circle in the entertainment industry. Thinking this is a great networking opportunity, he agrees. But when they arrive, he freezes in horror. You didn't tell me it was a pool party. He is so not dressed for this occasion. Our hero facepalms in pure agony. But secretly, he's thrilled that his possessive boyfriend isn't home to see this mess. The ladies at the party immediately take notice of the handsome newcomer. Han Xianyu proudly introduces him as his new manager. A few drinks later, Ibai is feeling the buzz, thanking his friend for the connections. Han Zainu can tell he's getting tipsy and asks if he should slow down. But Ibai just scoffs, claiming he's completely sober while slurring his words. Just then, a stunning woman in red saunters over. She teases Han Zainu for not introducing her to his handsome friend. Han Zainu panics, quickly saying Ibai has a girlfriend and isn't interested. She laughs it off, introducing herself as the famous actress Kaio Kekson. But our drunk hero leans in, his filter completely gone. How am I not that kind of guy? I am. He winks, asking if she fancies him. He then offers to tell her fortune, much to Han Zainu's horror. Ibai boldly predicts she'll win the next Best Actress award. Intrigued, she challenges him to a bet. He raises the stakes. If he's wrong, she can do anything she wants with him. But if he wins, give me a kiss. Oh, the absolute chaos. Later that night, our boy is completely passed out on a bed. Han Zainu tucks him in and leaves. But a moment later, the door creaks open again. Han Zainu turns around and his blood runs cold. It's the ninth master, Si Yehen. A terrifying aura pours off of him. Han Zainu trembles in fear. Si Yehen's eyes are locked on the bed. Han Zainu quickly explains that Ibai just had too much to drink. And right on cue, our drunk hero pops up, sees a handsome face, and goes right back to flirting. He taps Si Yehen's chin, calling him a pretty boy and offering a fortune reading. Si Yehen's face says it all. Someone is about to die tonight. Our boy gets his fortune told, but it's just a wild pickup line. He promptly gets dragged away by the chaotic fortune teller. His friend wisely decides this is not his problem and dips. And we've skipped straight to the bedroom. This is moving fast. He grabs his tie, getting all possessive and demanding. But our other boy is completely passed out, dreaming of his baby and a white tiger. The sober one is so done with this, you can't just fall asleep on him. The next morning, the drama starts immediately. He's being accused of cheating. He points out the hickeys as undeniable proof of his scandalous betrayal. But a phone call interrupts this lover's quarrel. Zainu answers, looking completely unbothered. The voice on the phone exposes a bet about flirting. The jig is up. Our little flirt starts sweating while Zainu just gets dressed, looking cold as ice. He breaks down into a mess of tears, calling himself disgusting and immoral. Meanwhile, at a media company, a photo shoot is in full swing. A new face, Luo Chen, is watching from the sidelines. But some local bullies immediately start harassing him about his new manager. They shove him to the ground for being in their way. And then they have the nerve to call him a coward. Suddenly, a hand lands on his shoulder. It's his new manager, Ibai. Ibai doesn't play games. He threatens to completely suppress their careers. He stands there, looking like the definition of savage. The lead bully just scoffs, thinking it's all talk. So Ibai whips out his phone to call a powerful Mr. Chu. The bullies' faces drain of all color. They immediately start begging. Ibai just stands there, protecting his boy. The cowards turn to Luo Chen, apologizing for their rudeness. But the bully realizes it was a bluff. He didn't actually make the call. A new man steps in, warning the bully off with a cold threat. The trashy ex storms away, furious that he got called out. Our boy's new manager thanks the kind stranger who defended him. But wait, that stranger is his new manager, and our boy is completely shook. His manager, Ibai, just smiles and tells him to get ready for his shoot. They get to the studio and the crew is already setting up. When our boy walks out of the dressing room, Ibai is stunned. He cleans up so well. Ibai sees the pure, angelic vibe that made him a star. The theme for today, it's a video shoot and he's handed a script. Our boy looks at the lines, a flicker of confidence in his eyes. He knows these lines by heart. They are from his last movie. He's shocked they're refilming this part after he hasn't acted for 3 years. But on set, our boy freezes. His performance is stiff and lifeless. He tries again and again, but the trauma has locked him up. He just can't do it. Ibai watches, realizing the problem. Our boy hates his own face and avoids the camera. This is so much worse than he ever imagined. He unleashes some savage, tough love, telling him his cowardice is the real tragedy here. He lists off other actors who clawed their way to the top through pure grit. If he wants to be a star, he needs to suffer for it. Then comes the ultimatum, one last chance or their contract is terminated. The director calls for the final take. The pressure is immense. Our boy starts to panic, thinking he's about to be abandoned all over again. If Ibai gives up on him, he'll have to go back to that monster. Action, the camera starts rolling. He's frozen solid, his mind completely blank. The crew sighs in defeat, it's over. But Ibai has a sudden, chaotic idea. Suddenly, our boy channels all his pain and rage, delivering the lines with terrifying intensity. He speaks of being forced to his death, of society turning against him. He roars that he'll turn the whole universe upside down. The raw power is insane. The entire set is completely silent, utterly captivated. Ibai slowly stands up, his mind absolutely blown. He can't believe what he just witnessed. Our boy looks exhausted but triumphant. Ibai gives him a massive thumbs up. That was perfect. And our poor boy finally lets a single tear fall, a release of 3 years of pain. He's actually crying. Our boy looks absolutely heartbroken. Ibai hands him a tissue and a packed schedule for martial arts training. 2 weeks fly by and we're at a dance studio. The instructor is being super strict, correcting his every move. Of course, the haters are already gossiping in the corner. But Luo Chen just ignores them, completely focused. Meanwhile, in the director's office, they're scheming against him. This guy is smugly waiting for our boy to fail spectacularly. Back at his rundown apartment, reality hits hard. His mother's medicine is expensive and he has no income. The news is on, reporting the death of a famous author. It's the author of Awakening the Dragon. And wait, is that our boy on the screen? He stares in disbelief when his phone suddenly starts ringing. It's Ibai on the line, congratulating him. But Luo Chen is completely lost. Ibai mentions a social media post that's gone viral. What post? Our poor boy asks, rushing to his laptop. He sits down, his face a mask of pure shock. It's a post from his account, "Long time no see, I'm back." And it has millions of views and thousands of supportive comments. The fans are going wild, demanding he be cast in the sequel. He tells Ibai he saw it, totally overwhelmed by the support. Back at the rival company, they are absolutely losing their minds. A fan poll puts Luo Chen as the #1 choice for the new movie. The manager is shook, screaming that Ibai's timing is impeccable. Meanwhile, at Global Entertainment, Ibai's boss is ecstatic. He's not just getting a bonus, he gets the keys to a brand new apartment. Now with money and a house, he rushes to check his exam results. Elsewhere, our girl is anxiously waiting for the same results. Her fingers tremble as she clicks the mouse. Her heart pounds in her chest, waiting for the page to load. Our girl can't believe her eyes. She got full marks in math. She immediately tackles her man, ecstatic that she got into her dream school. She asks if he's surprised, but he just coolly asks if he even needed to check. She laughs it off. With a house and good grades, she can finally go home. It's almost her grandpa's birthday and she plans to visit, but this visit is different. Last time, her fiancé dumped her for her sister at this very party. The humiliation was unbearable and it broke her grandpa's heart. But not this time. This time, she's ready for revenge against that slime ball. Meanwhile, a mysterious man gets a report. Wanwen will be at the party. He's already breaking his own rules for her, and now he has to send people to prop her up. Our girl heads to an antiques market to find a gift for Grandpa. She spots a curious little orb. Suddenly, she notices a shady-looking guy staring at her. She's confused. This guy seems to recognize her. He's not subtle about it, asking if she's done staring. After a sob story about business being bad, she spots something else. It's a bizarre, intricately carved beast skull. He claims it wards off evil spirits. Sure, buddy. He asks for 100 grand, the nerve of this guy. Our girl just says goodbye and walks away, not falling for that scam. She hits him with a savage counteroffer, $100 plus the box. Desperate for a sale, he actually agrees. No refunds, of course. He introduces himself as Nai Wuming and asks for her name. She gives a fake one, Yao Ming, smart move. He seems to find her name interesting, super suspicious. The guy then immediately tries to scam a little kid with a wild story. What a total weirdo. The mom quickly drags her kid away, leaving our girl dumbfounded. Later that night, she arrives at a massive, glamorous estate for the party. The press is swarming the entrance. The Yi family is clearly a big deal. A sleek white car pulls up to the mansion. A superstar steps out, and the cameras go wild. It's her sister Yi Yi, with her fiancé Gu Yuez on her arm. The reporters are already gossiping. Isn't he engaged to the other sister? Just then, a taxi is stopped by security. This is private property. A man announces they are here for the party, but his hot-headed son starts yelling. The parents try to calm their chaotic son down. The reporters can't believe it. Speak of the devil, look at these barbarians. a man in a sharp suit arrives at the mansion. He asks the butler to take them to his father, but the butler completely shuts them down, claiming the master is too busy. Turns out, since our girl's father fell from grace, even the staff treats him like trash. This butler is now kissing up to the new favorite, Yi. All the other guests greet the butler like he's royalty. Even his own brother-in-law has to bow and scrape. A nasty argument immediately breaks out between the family members. The aunt is absolutely savage, refusing to back down. The dad tries to keep the peace, but it's a total disaster. His daughter just adds fuel to the fire. Inside, the birthday party is in full swing. The head of the family, Yi Hongwei, is all smiles with his guests. But when he spots our girl's parents, his face turns to stone. He gives them the ultimate cold shoulder, completely ignoring them. Meanwhile, the popular cousins are getting all the attention. The aunt asks if Yi and her man are finally going public. The boyfriend smirks, saying they were just waiting out of respect for someone's feelings. What a snake, he's obviously talking about our girl. The aunt sneers, calling our heroine a gangster girl. This is the last straw for our girl's mom, who explodes in anger. But the spoiled cousin fires back, calling Wanwen ugly, a failure, and a leech. Yi and her boyfriend just sit back and enjoy the show. But just then, the entire room goes silent. A stunning woman has entered, and she's even more beautiful than Yi. Everyone wonders who this mysterious goddess could be. She walks straight up to the trash-talking aunt. With a smirk, she says, "Forgot me already, aunt, I'm Wanwen." The whole family is shook. The aunt screeches in disbelief. Her own parents can't even recognize her. The cousin tries to throw shade, but our girl is ready for a fight. Wanwen claps back, asking when they plan on moving out of her parents' house. The aunt loses her mind, but Wanwen just calmly asks, "Am I wrong?" Then she drops the ultimate bombshell. They've been living in a house her father paid for, rent-free, for 20 years. Her brother adds that they are too polite to kick the freeloaders out. Oh, the tea is piping hot. Our girl is on a roll, calling them out for their shameless behavior. She calls them bandits who steal other people's homes. The aunt and her bratty daughter are left absolutely speechless. The aunt immediately starts screeching, getting defensive about stealing their house. But our girl shuts her down with a single sentence. "It's just a stupid house, you can have it." She then turns to her actual parents, who look so worried for her. Wanwen drops the bomb, she got their old house back. The freeloading relatives are completely stunned. That place is impossible to buy. Our girl delivers a savage blow, telling them they can keep the other house her parents are used to. Her own father is shocked. His daughter has changed so drastically. The jealous cousin immediately starts running her mouth. She calls Wanwen a parasite who got expelled from high school. Her mom joins in, bragging that her daughter is going to a top-notch university. They make a big show of presenting a gift to Grandpa. They even brought a big-shot professor to show off. Grandpa, however, looks thoroughly unimpressed with the whole display. When our girl politely wishes him a happy birthday, the room goes silent. The cousin tries to shoo her away, claiming they're having an important academic discussion. But the professor recognizes Wanwen. Grandpa is mortified, thinking she's about to shame the family in front of everyone. But then the professor starts gushing. "Your granddaughter is amazing," he exclaims. He reveals she's the undisputed champion of the national competition. He says their university nearly fought Royal Capital University just to recruit her. Our girl is just trying to process this sudden, chaotic praise. Just then, another group of academics shows up, heartbroken she didn't choose their university. The professors literally start fighting over her right there at the dinner table. The aunt and cousin are absolutely floored. Their entire smear campaign just blew up in their faces. Wanwen just smiles sweetly and says she'll listen to whatever her grandpa decides. Grandpa can hardly believe it. This is the girl who supposedly brought them shame. The professors just laugh, but a mysterious man in the back wonders what her real motives are. Trying to reclaim the spotlight, the cousin quickly presents her gift. It's a fancy ink stone, meant to impress the calligraphy-loving old man. She then sneers at Wanwen for showing up empty-handed. Our girl just smiles. "Oh, I have a gift too," she says coyly. She claims it's just a humble, handmade bracelet since she has no money. But suddenly, a butler appears with a massive, ornate box, announcing it's Wanwen's present. She looks completely baffled. "My present." The butler presents the gift, claiming it's a bone carving he found left outside. Our poor girl immediately starts to panic. A morbid gift for her superstitious grandpa. She knows this is a setup. That snake Huang Mingkun is trying to sabotage her. The box creaks open, revealing something truly shocking inside. The entire room gasps at the sight. It's an ornate, almost demonic-looking bone mask. Her wicked stepmother immediately starts screaming, "You Wanwan, you bastard." The bratty sister denies it's hers, throwing all the blame on our girl. The stepmom continues her chaotic meltdown, calling Wanwan cold-blooded. But Grandpa Yi seems more curious than angry. He asks for magnifying glass. A distinguished guest, a master sculptor, inspects the piece. Everyone watches in silence, waiting for the verdict. The master pulls Grandpa aside. He desperately wants to trade for the bone. He's offering his own priceless masterpiece. The crowd is absolutely floored. Our girl is just as confused. What is even happening right now? But Grandpa Yi is a sly old fox. He snatches the box right back. The master gets even more desperate, offering another priceless sculpture. But Grandpa isn't budging. No exchange, he declares, shutting it down. The master then explains the bone's true worth. It's an ancient artifact used to protect royalty from evil. Suddenly, the unlucky gift looks incredibly impressive. Grandpa is beaming. The evil stepmom and sister are fuming. Their petty plan backfired spectacularly. They get called out for embarrassing themselves and are told to sit down. The shame. They slink away, giving our heroine the ultimate death glare. The old men are still trying to get the bone, but Grandpa won't give it away. Just then, our girl remembers something and speaks up. "Grandpa, this isn't mine." She approaches the main table, her expression determined. Her father looks totally clueless as she walks towards him. She puts a hand on his shoulder, a silent signal for him to play along. She announces that her dad spent a year finding this priceless gift from a sage. A total power move, giving all the credit to her useless father. Grandpa turns to his son, who is sweating absolute bullets. He stammers out a yes, and Grandpa looks at him with newfound pride. Our girl finally spots her parents across the room. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. She looks down, absolutely drowning in regret. In front of her mom and dad, she's completely lost. How can she even begin to apologize for all her past mistakes? The shame is so heavy she can't even face them. But her mom reaches out with a gentle hand, worried about her. That small act of kindness is all it takes for the dam to break. Her parents panic, thinking someone bullied her. She can only sob out an apology. Our poor heroine just collapses into her mother's arms. She finally confesses how sorry she is for everything she's done. And just like that, they forgive her in a tearful family hug. Her brother watches from the sidelines, completely bewildered by this sudden change. Wanwan then vows to protect them, which only confuses her parents more. She can't exactly explain she's from the future. So she does the next best thing and throws her brother under the bus. Classic. He immediately denies it, but Dad is not having it. Her brother gets a good smack for being a troublemaker. Meanwhile, our girl wipes away a crocodile tear, playing the part perfectly. Her brother scoffs, doubting she can protect anyone now that they're broke. And for a moment, her parents' faces fall, remembering their grim reality. But suddenly, a gasp ripples through the crowd. Her snooty cousins arrive, presenting a massive, expensive-looking painting. The elders at the table are absolutely stunned. Everyone recognizes it as a priceless masterpiece. Grandpa identifies it as a legendary work from Master Mei Jingzhu. The cousin smugly explains he went to great lengths to get it for Grandpa. He and his sister present the painting, soaking up all the glory. Grandpa is thrilled, calling it the best surprise of the night. But just as they're celebrating, a waiter announces a special guest. Master Mei himself is here. The cousins look shocked. This was not part of their plan. Suddenly, all eyes turn to the grand staircase as a new arrival makes his entrance. The crowd murmurs as a legendary figure arrives. Is it really him? A guest stammers, realizing it's the famous Master Mei Jingzhu. Yi and her fiancé smugly introduce themselves, taking all the credit for his presence. The guests are blown away. Even our girl Wanwan thinks the Gu family's power is insane. Everyone at the table praises Yi's fiancé for pulling this off. Grandpa Yi humbly thanks the master for attending his celebration. But Master Mei came bearing gifts. He unveils 2 magnificent scrolls. The art is revealed, a breathtaking dragon and a ferocious tiger. He presents the masterpieces to Grandpa Yi, a gift of immense value. Everyone immediately starts praising Yi and Gu Yuez for being so thoughtful. But Master Mei isn't looking at them. His eyes scan the room and land directly on our girl. He calls out to Miss Wanwin. Our poor heroine nearly chokes on her drink. She is completely stunned. Her mind is racing. She's never met this man in her entire life. Grandpa Yi is just as confused. He asks Master Mei if he knows Wanwen. The master drops a bombshell, claiming he and Wanwen are old friends. The future mother-in-law is furious, demanding to know why Wanwen kept this a secret. But Master Mei isn't finished. He turns back to Grandpa Yi and declares he's here on Wanwen's invitation. The entire room goes dead silent. The fiancé is absolutely gobsmacked. You mean you came for Wanwen? Master Mei just smiles and says, naturally. The fiancé's face is pure chaos. Our girl is spiraling. How could this happen? She doesn't have the power to invite him. Unless, could it be Si Yehen? No, impossible. He wouldn't do this for her. The guests start whispering. Maybe this useless granddaughter is more capable than they thought. Even Grandpa Yi looks at her in a new light, wondering if he's misjudged her. Wanwen pulls the master aside, needing answers. She cuts straight to the chase. Did Si Yahan ask you to come? But Master Mei plays dumb, pretending he's never even heard the name. Our girl sighs in frustration. The old man is a total drama king. Across the room, her ex-fiancé is seething with jealousy. He knows Wanwen couldn't do this. It must be that man she's still secretly seeing. He makes a decision. He must end things with Wanwen for good and make Yi his official fiancé. The new couple decides to stir up some drama at our girl's table. Yuez is clearly not thrilled about it. They approach, with Yi plastering on a fake sweet smile for Wanwen's family. But Uncle Yi isn't having it, calling out Yuez for cheating on his niece. Yuez drops a bomb, admitting he never had feelings for Wanwen and was just being polite. Her brother sees red, calling him a shameless, power-hungry bastard. Yi smugly notes how our girl hasn't said a word. Then Yuez grabs the spotlight, announcing their engagement is officially over. Her father absolutely loses it. Wanwen's brother immediately turns on her, asking why she didn't defend their parents. Her mother tries to calm him down, but he's on a roll. He spits that Yuez will never change. But our girl just smirks, delivering an epic line, "He's beneath me." She then turns the tables on her brother, calling him out for being a hypocrite. He's left sputtering in rage. Mom finally puts a stop to the family squabble. Later, the happy couple takes the stage to address the party guests. The crowd immediately starts gossiping about how they're a match made in heaven. They throw some serious shade at our girl, calling her a nobody now. After a quick speech, Yi tells him to just forget about Wanwen. But Yuez has other plans. He grabs the mic and declares that Yi is his future wife. She absolutely basks in the attention. Wanwen's father is completely bewildered by this public humiliation. But our girl, she knew this was coming. She's seen this exact scenario play out before. In her past life, she threw a massive tantrum, embarrassing everyone, but not this time. As her brother tries to hold her back, she rises from her seat. She has a look of pure, unbothered confidence. He begs her not to do anything stupid. Her parents can only watch in horror, worried she'll lose control again. They fear the worst as her footsteps echo through the hall. She walks toward the stage, and even the crowd is impressed by her sudden change in demeanor. But Yuez just scoffs, thinking she's only fit to be a side piece, never his wife. He's shocked when she walks right up to him. With a dazzling smile, she asks to borrow the microphone. The man is stunned into silence. The crowd goes wild, whispering about the drama unfolding. The gossip girls are practically vibrating with excitement, expecting a huge, chaotic scene. Grandfather Gu watches from the sidelines, his face like thunder. Yuez tells his new girl not to worry about Wanwen making a scene. He actually thinks it'll be better for him if she does. Oh, you sweet summer child. Our girl takes the mic, thanking everyone for coming tonight. Then she drops the bomb. She has an announcement to make. The guests start whispering, wondering what this disgraced daughter is trying to do. But Grandfather Gu knows chaos is coming. He tells his men to be ready. Everyone thinks she's about to do something stupid to win Yuez back. They sneer, thinking she's just a desperate girl trying to cling to a rich family. With a smirk, she leans into the microphone, ready to shatter everyone's expectations. From this moment on, I, Wanwen, and Mr. Gu Yuez officially annul our engagement. The room goes wild. Did she just dump the heir of the Gu group? Yuez is absolutely livid. He was supposed to be the one doing the dumping. She beat him to the punch, making him look like a total fool who got ditched. He grabs her arm, demanding to know what she's talking about. But our girl is ice cold. She tells him she doesn't have feelings for him anymore. Savage, he accuses her of just playing hard to get more attention. She slaps his hand away with a BAM. I'm in love with someone else, she declares. Yuez is stunned speechless. In love with someone else? She says she needs to make a call that will change everything. And look at that contact name, Demon King. You know it's about to go down. Flashback to a few minutes ago. The Demon King himself was on his way, but told his driver to turn around. The driver smirks. He knows his master just wanted an excuse to see his darling. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing, breaking the silence. He glances down, his expression cool and unreadable as ever. He sees it's Yuanwen and immediately picks up. But he hears her voice from the party, talking about her engagement to Yuez. He's confused. What is she doing? Why is she talking to this other man? Back in the present, she drops the final nuke. Her new fiancé is Si Yehen. Yuez's face turns pale, not just any man, but the Si Yehen. He feels like a tiny insect compared to the terrifying shadow of that man. The crowd immediately starts laughing, mocking him for getting ditched so publicly. His new girlfriend realizes she's just picking up the man that Yuanwen threw in the trash. Wanwen's friend rushes over, asking if she was serious. Our girl just smiles. She was dead serious. She realizes with horror that she never hung up the phone. He heard absolutely everything. Her parents are just happy she's finally changed. She explains to her grandpa that it was time to put a decisive end to things. Our girl was too caught up with herself, but now she wants a meaningful life, and grandpa is actually buying it. He can't even get mad at her. He tells her to take care and even invites her to visit often. The whole family is stunned. He never allowed them here before. Suddenly, a car screeches up outside. It's the boss, and he's frantically telling his own mom that he can't meet her parents tonight. The driver accidentally spilled the beans. He points out that the boss's phone is still on. The CEO looks like he's about to have a heart attack. He just wants his phone back. The driver wonders if he's actually nervous about meeting his future in-laws. But the boss just barks at him to drive away. Meanwhile, another family watches them from the steps. The girl complains that everyone is giving her nasty looks instead of blessings. Wanwen's brother asks if she really got the house back. Her parents are in shock. How did she manage that? She promises it was all legal and that she'll take care of them now. Her brother can't believe it. He thought she was just all talk. Her mom asks if her new boyfriend is okay with their family situation. Our girl cooks up the most chaotic lie about her boyfriend. She says he's just a normal, down-to-earth guy. Her parents are so relieved. A normal guy is perfect for her. It took every ounce of her acting skill to sell that story. But just as they're celebrating, her horrible aunt shows up. The aunt tries to guilt-trip them into staying so her dad can keep working for them. But our girl shuts that down immediately, suggesting the aunt's own husband step up. The aunt completely loses her mind. Wanwen unleashes her inner savage, saying they don't recycle rubbish anyway. She calls her uncle useless and grabs her mom to leave. The aunt screams at her husband for being a spineless coward. Her daughter agrees, calling them arrogant and useless. The two villains gloat, thinking our girl's family is completely finished. But our heroine and her family walk away, leaving the trash behind them. Mufin is being a chaotic mess, and his family is worried. But his mom, a total queen, just says, let him be. Our girl, however, has other plans. She's about to deliver a savage wake-up call. A little later, she quietly arrives home. Surprise, she's back to see her parents. She admits she lied about her job, saying a friend helped her out. Her mom immediately starts grilling her about her boyfriend, Ibai. Our girl is quick to correct her, worried her mom thinks she's getting conned again. She imagines her boyfriend Si Yehen as a literal king sitting on a mountain of cash. Yeah, he's not exactly normal. She promises to bring her super rich, super powerful boyfriend to meet them soon. Later that night, our girl hits up a local food stall. Her stomach is absolutely screaming for food. She admits she skipped the fancy dinner because street food is just better, and then she orders enough food to feed a small army. She tries to convince herself it's fine since it won't be expensive. But then a familiar voice cuts through the night air. She looks up and sees none other than Nai Wuming. Our girl immediately recognizes the guy who sold her a treasure. He's trying to play it cool, hoping she doesn't realize she got scammed. He ups his order to 6 bowls, trying to look like a big shot. The man demolishes all of it in record time. Then he tries to scam the owner for some free ribs. The owner is having none of his cheapskate antics. Just then, a mountain of a man shows up asking for shit. This guy is a whole unit and he wants to eat too. The owner is absolutely furious, pointing him to the actual toilet. Nai Wuming plays the smooth translator, claiming his friend just means food. Our girl watches this disaster unfold, realizing this poor foreigner has been totally duped. The two friends start chatting about money. Nai Wuming can't believe his friend is an even bigger glutton than him. But the chaos isn't over. Two more women arrive, ready to join the feast. Nai Wuming's soul leaves his body as he realizes his wallet is about to be annihilated. He tries to greet them calmly, but in his shock, he drops the very treasure he was trying to hide. A loud boom echoes as our scene opens. A girl is just chilling on a stretcher, minding her own business, when suddenly her captain gets all up in her face, screaming at her to get up. But she just swoons, calling him handsome even when he's angry. Meanwhile, another woman is all over him, begging for attention. She then dramatically clings to the stretcher girl, demanding a divorce. What is happening? Our poor observer is just trying to process this chaotic love. Hexagon. Suddenly, a mysterious Taoist priest appears to bless the proceedings. He calmly consults the fates and declares that bloodshed is coming. You don't say. The purple-haired woman scoffs, asking if he thinks he's some kind of demigod. But her buff friend quickly shuts her down. This priest apparently destroyed a country by himself. A hand slams the table. It's the captain demanding silence. He clenches his fist, declaring their group's name as Ragnarok. The whole squad looks on with a mix of awe and terror. Then he reveals their absolutely insane motto about dumplings and other people's wives. The purple-haired girl takes this as her cue to get flirty again, but one terrifying glare from the captain shuts that down immediately. And just like that, the whole crew breaks into thunderous applause. They cheer for their cool, gorgeous, and powerful Captain Ragnarok. The captain is pleased, thanking them for their honesty. This is not a team, it's a cult. After the weirdest team meeting ever, they get down to business. The captain is on a mission. He has only 3 months to find a certain person. His crew promises not to fail him, leaving our girl to wonder who this mysterious target is. But the serious mood shatters when it's time to pay the bill. Absolute silence. The captain looks at his broke crew and tells them to pay up. The priest and the seductress both whip out their assets. The captain eyes the cash suspiciously. She explains it's from her latest scam about being a grieving widow. The hustle is real. But he absolutely loses it when he finds out they only made $50. Turns out the buff guy, now nicknamed Sweetupai, made $5,000 from manual labor. Sweetupai loves his new name and offers to treat everyone, but they are all just crying. Their chaos has summoned the final boss, the restaurant owner with a cleaver. He demands payment, and Sweetupai confidently steps up. He fans out a massive wad of cash, shocking everyone. Looks like Sweetupai is the real MVP. The captain checks in with his lackey about the day's haul. Turns out the poor guy moved 5,000 bricks for a pathetic $10. Our boy sighs, realizing his crew is absolutely useless. So he puts on a show, dramatically revealing a single card. A fangirl gets a little too close, and he savagely slaps her away. He then tries to haggle with the restaurant owner over the bill. The owner offers to cut his leg, so our guy offers a rare alligator skull instead. The owner actually seems to consider this absolutely chaotic deal. Just kidding, he's furious and pulls out a massive cleaver. He grabs the little girl, accusing them of being freeloading scammers. Suddenly, a beautiful woman offers to pay for them, but our guy recognizes her. His crew immediately starts mocking him for needing a girl to bail him out. They remind everyone he used to be a divine priest who single-handedly destroyed a country. He awkwardly thanks the woman, Yao Ming, for her help. His bizarre friends won't quit, and now they're being accused of running an MLM scheme. One of them immediately tries to recruit her into their legitimate team. He gets super creepy, offering to read her fortune as a sign of his sincerity. She is having none of it and makes a run for it. The scene shifts to the massive Guangyao Media Building. A handsome young man, Luo Chen, walks through the doors. Everyone greets him as Brother Chen, and the girls are clearly swooning. One congratulates him on his video, but he just looks exhausted. A jealous rival glares from the background, seething with envy. Luo Chen arrives at his agent's office. He greets his agent, Brother Yi, who asks how he's doing. The agent mentions his martial arts practice for the upcoming role. Then, out of nowhere, he demands, "Take off your shirt." The agent tries to play it cool, asking why he's so frightened. But Luo Chen is still guarded because of what happened in his past. His agent insists there's no ill intent, trying to build his trust. He knows trust is the most important thing between an artist and agent. Realizing this guy is different, Liu Chen reluctantly starts to undress. The agent is shocked he's actually doing it, knowing how much Liu Chen detests men. But as the shirt comes off, the agent is completely underwhelmed. Si Yehen arranges a new apartment for him, in the same building, no less. Our boy is completely overwhelmed by his kindness. He clutches the keys to his brand new life. Later, he arrives at the massive C Group headquarters. The employees notice he seems a little down. The receptionist asks if the president is giving him a hard time again. But he just sighs, saying the problem is that his boss is too mesmerizing. Her brain short-circuits trying to understand this rich people problem. He nervously approaches the office door. Just seeing Si Yehen sitting there sends him into a total gay panic. How can he possibly introduce this walking god to his parents? He steels himself and walks in, asking if Si Yehen heard his big breakup announcement last night. Seeing the president in a good mood, he decides to press his luck. He explains that his relationship with his family is strained because of his scumbag ex. So he drops the bomb. He wants Si Yehen to meet his parents. He needs to fix things before his parents imagine the worst, but Si Yehen just stares at him, completely silent. Our boy's heart drops, thinking it's a no. He immediately gets emotional, asking if he's just some plaything. He points out that they'll be his in-laws someday, unless this is just a fling. The word marriage seems to flip a switch. Si Yehen just calmly says, okay. Our boy is stunned, but he has one more tiny request. He needs him to look a little more homely. Si Yehen is absolutely not amused. Our boy quickly explains his parents are paranoid after he dated his last rich ex. He pleads with him, but the president looks like he's about to have an aneurysm. Then our boy pulls out a photo of his perfect disguise idea. He genuinely thinks this chaotic mess is a great look. Si Yehen's face turns thunderous. He tries to salvage it, suggesting a green shirt instead, but the damage is done. Si Yehen suddenly asks if he's the type of person who is prone to cheating. Our boy immediately realizes he said the wrong thing. But Si Yehen's expression softens, saying he knows how much he loves him. He knows he's just trying to protect his parents. He leads him out, trying to reason with him. Babe, if an ugly guy has a gorgeous partner, people just think he's loaded. Our boy shoots back, but you're already loaded in the first place. Si Yehen begs him to be reasonable. But our hero isn't giving up, clinging to his arm and pleading. He's made himself look ugly for him countless times. Can't he do it just once? Our girl slams Si Yehen onto the couch, ready to throw down. But he doesn't even flinch, just staring up at her with those intense eyes. He challenges her back, and suddenly she's the one who's completely flustered. And just as things get spicy, the door swings open. Worst timing in history. Her friends walk in, their faces an absolute picture of shock. The world literally cracks around them as they witness this very compromising scene. Our girl scrambles to explain, trying to use her friend as a witness. But my man Xianyu is just as stunned, stammering that it's not what it looks like. She's internally screaming. All the trust she just built with Luo Chen is now dust. The poor guy is so scared, he just hands her the script and tries to back away. Xianyu tries to smooth things over, saying they were just playing around. But it's too late, Luo Chen is gone. Our girl mourns her lost little lamb. She desperately asks her friend how to fix this mess. And he jokingly suggests the only way is if she were a woman. Oh, the irony. Later, the mood is super tense as she sulks on the couch with Si Yehen. He asks if she really thinks he's unhappy just because she looks ugly as a boy. She's confused, asking why he's so upset then. She looks closer, finally seeing the deep loneliness in his eyes. She finally caves, admitting she's taking him to see her parents. A painful memory hits her. In her past life, he protected her from everything. He fought off assassins and rivals, all while his own health deteriorated. Through all the shattered memories, she realizes one thing. He never once in this life or the last ever tried to harm her. All she ever wanted was freedom, but now her heart aches for him. She starts to wonder if he knew she was putting on a show this whole time. She'd always thought she was just his favorite pet. She never bothered to look deeper because he never showed his feelings. But now she can see the sadness written all over his face. He quietly agrees to go and turns to leave the room. But in a moment of pure impulse, she grabs his sleeve, asking him to stay. At least now she doesn't want him to die. Our girl sleeps soundly beside him. That night, she suddenly remembers something important. She asks him about Mei Jingzhu. But Si Yehen is barely awake, murmuring a simple no. She pushes, asking about her grandpa's birthday celebration. he just mumbles nope. Our girl is fuming. This man deserves an Oscar for his acting skills. The next morning arrives, sunny and bright. But her day starts with a worrying phone call from Zui. Zui says Si Yehan's condition is getting worse. His insomnia is back with a vengeance. The doctor warns he could collapse at any moment, a chilling echo of her past life. She remembers his tragic fate. He looked fine, but his body was ravaged by illness, eventually leaving him in a wheelchair. Zui explains he's a workaholic who never rests. Our girl knows she has to do something. She sits on her bed, her mind racing. She recalls the trip to Country B that sealed his fate. In her past life, he was ambushed by assassins. He was badly injured and lost many men. That single attack accelerated his death. Our girl sighs, the memory is painful. Thankfully, the trip hasn't been mentioned yet, but another problem arises. Luo Chen is ghosting her. She tries calling again, but gets no answer. Then a text arrives. It's from him, saying he's working overtime. She's instantly suspicious. So she marches straight to the C Group branch office. A meeting is currently underway. Suddenly, the door to the boardroom clicks open. Everyone turns in shock. Our girl has just crashed a high-level meeting. Si Yehan is completely blindsided. Why is she here? He tries to dismiss her, saying he's busy, but she's thinking his health is more important. A female colleague tries to get her to leave, but our girl just pulls up her own chair. The entire room is confused. His assistant is sweating, wondering what she's plotting. She plops down next to her man, presenting a hot meal she made herself. She insists that a little meal break won't stop their important discussion. And then she holds a spoon right up to his lips, the power move of the century. He actually eats it. Our girl is a certified boss tamer. The boardroom is in stunned silence, witnessing this chaotic public display of affection. His employees can't believe their eyes. Their ice-cold boss is being fed like a baby. The meeting is interrupted by some serious drama. As another woman presents the quarterly profits, our girl is plotting. She offers Si Yehan a spoonful of food, but the rival immediately shuts her down, saying the president doesn't eat celery. Our girl plays innocent, offering to get him something else. The rival smirks, thinking she knows him best. Oh, how wrong she is. Because Si Yehan grabs our girl's hand and eats the celery anyway. The entire room is shook. The rival looks like she could kill someone. Later that night, they're finally driving home. Our girl is worried sick, seeing him go from one meeting to another without rest. He notices her foul mood and asks why she's so grumpy. She's about to lose her mind over his cluelessness. He just assumes it's her time of the month. This man is a chaotic dumbass. Suddenly, he just plops his head right into her lap. She gently tells him to sleep, reminding him he's been working for 16 hours. He looks up at her, a little stunned by her kindness. Then he closes his eyes, completely trusting her. Our girl wonders if he's like a child who needs a teddy bear to sleep. And is she just his teddy bear? The subordinate in the front seat is suspicious of her motives. She asks him if Si Yehan has any upcoming business trips. He confirms a very important contract negotiation in Country B. Her face drops. It's exactly what she feared from her past life. She desperately asks if the trip can be postponed, but it's a no-go. She looks utterly defeated, knowing she can't just object out of the blue. Is history doomed to repeat itself? Back at home, she's panicking. She can't let him go to his death. She decides she has to use any means necessary to change his mind. Just then the doorbell rings. Her help has arrived. As the door creaks open, in walks her brother, dressed in a ridiculously thick winter coat. Her other brother is immediately suspicious. It's not even cold outside. He has no idea what this kid is planning. The CEO asks why he's sitting all the way over there, practically in another country. Our boy just stammers, completely flustered by the attention. But the boss is having none of it today. His patience has officially left the building. He yanks him across the bed by his legs. He demands that he stop hiding and listen up. Then he grabs him by the collar, getting right in his personal space. He lays down the law. First, he's not gay, and second, he's not interested in his artists. And third, he points out our boy only ever leaves him alone when he's blackout drunk. The CEO clarifies he's interested in his talent, not his other assets. He just needs some good acting, and if they fail, all their efforts will be for nothing. With the fear of God in him, our boy promises he understands. Meanwhile, across town, a whole other drama is unfolding. A conniving rival is showing Grandma some very spicy documents. She's holding photos claiming our poor heroine is a promiscuous party animal. The rival begs Grandma to talk some sense into her grandson, but Grandma is not so easily fooled. She knows her grandson isn't an idiot and will support him as long as he's happy. But just in case, she orders her most trusted butler to investigate our girl. The results come back and surprise, surprise, the drug rumors are completely baseless. And as for being promiscuous, she has a very small circle of friends, with one tiny exception. Turns out our girl was engaged once before, and it was against her will. But the butler adds that the two were seen being very close. Grandma sighs, deciding she doesn't care about the past as long as our girl treats Yehen well. She's relieved to hear that our heroine seems like a good person who's been taking care of him. 1 week later, Yehen is scheduled to travel overseas for work. Our girl couldn't dissuade him, so she's resorting to a new, chaotic plan. Since her words and beauty have failed, she's decided to try suffering. She prepares a literal ice bath and dips her toes in. This poor girl plunges herself into the freezing water, all for the sake of love. Just as Yehen is about to leave, she comes running out of the mansion. She throws herself into his arms, desperately begging him not to go. But he just looks down, completely deadpan, and asks about her shoes. Our girl is having a full-blown emotional breakdown, and he's worried about her footwear. Our girl clings to him, begging him not to go to that dangerous country. But he's cold as ice, saying he'll be back next week while she's pulling the sick card. She ups the drama, claiming she'll be dead by then. He finally asks if she's ill. She lists off a dozen symptoms, but he just checks her forehead, not even a fever. She panics internally. The cold bath did nothing, time to rely on her acting skills. She goes full meltdown mode, accusing him of lying just to leave her alone. He's completely unfazed and tries to distract her with the dog. Our girl is fuming, his life is at stake, and he's talking about a dog. She changes tactics, hugging him tightly. I want you to be with me. She launches into a story about a terrible nightmare where he was ambushed and nearly died. He tells her not to worry, but she's desperate, trying to convince him it's a real premonition. His bodyguard reminds him they're late, so our girl unleashes her ultimate threat. She'll drink all his wine and flirt with every man in the city, the ultimate power move. And when that doesn't work, she whispers a very tempting offer. Victory, he picks her up, telling his shocked men they'll leave in half an hour. He then whispers that half an hour is a bit fast. This man is chaotic. But his silver-haired bodyguard is absolutely disgusted. He can't believe this shameless display. He stomps his foot in fury, while the other men wonder if the boss is actually going to marry her. They gossip about her, saying she's from a small family and can't compare to some Miss Druoxy. Back in the room, he calls her bluff. She says she wants nothing, so he agrees to leave. Our poor girl is at her wit's end. She's trying to save him, and everyone thinks she's a vixen. She hides under the covers, muttering insults about the cold-hearted devil. He just sits on the bed, completely done with her antics. All right, you. He pulls back the covers to find her actually crying. The waterworks are on. She sniffles, asking why he hasn't left yet. He finally cracks, promising her anything, except for canceling his trip. Her eyes light up. She's found a loophole. Then I'm coming with you. She immediately dives back under the covers, threatening to suffocate herself. And he gives in. All right. She pops up, beaming, mission accomplished. The silver-haired bodyguard is about to have a full-blown aneurysm. His friend tells him to shut up before he gets a scolding. The master has made his choice. He reminds him that our girl is only tolerating his attitude for the boss's sake. They watch as she emerges, all dolled up and clinging to her man's arm. An army of suitcases follows them out. Is she going on vacation? She proudly declares she's packed all her favorites. She's already giving orders to the staff like she owns the place. The master looks on fondly, while his bodyguard glares daggers at our heroine. He makes one last attempt, telling his boss that bringing her along will be uncomfortable. Liang tries to reason with his master, but his words fall on deaf ears. Our girl gives Liang the most savage side-eye, and he is absolutely shook. She then plants a big old kiss on Yehen's cheek, leaving Liang fuming in the background. You better be careful, she warns him. I read your fortune and it looks bloody. She knows from her past life that he's about to get into a serious fight. Liang is furious. Are you cursing me? He screams. But our girl and Yehen just drive off, leaving him to his rage. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, a new rival has appeared. Can you waste no time snitching to Grandma about our girl tagging along? She claims our heroine faked a bad dream just to manipulate Yehen. Grandma is not pleased, calling her words inauspicious. Uncle tries to defend her, explaining that Yehen's life has been incredibly hard. He's constantly surrounded by enemies who want him gone. Grandma knows his childhood was lonely and sad. She'll tolerate our girl as long as she brings Yehen happiness, but she can't help but worry, wishing he would marry her ideal choice, Ryuoxi. With Ryuoxi by his side, she could finally die in peace. Grandma decides she needs to have a serious talk with him when he returns. Our couple finally arrives in Country B, but due to political unrest, they have a 3-day car ride ahead of them. Our girl is already bored out of her mind while Yehen is glued to his laptop. She decides to take matters into her own hands with a surprise attack kiss. But he just gives her a little pat and goes right back to work, the audacity. "I'm not some pet," she declares, demanding a proper kiss. Yehen just looks at her, completely over her chaotic energy. She storms off, frustrated that he's always slaving away. She can't help but wonder what secrets this man is hiding. Down in the lobby, she runs into Liang. He warns her to stay indoors because it's dangerous at night. She smirks, reminding him of her little bloodshed prediction. He scoffs, telling her she'll be disappointed. His men laugh, boasting that no one has been able to injure their captain in years. She just smiles and walks away, letting them think it's all a big joke. Later, our girl sits by the ocean, lost in thought. She came back to this life to secure her freedom, but her fate is becoming more tangled with Yehen's. Now, she has no idea what the future holds for either of them. As she drifts off to sleep, a mysterious figure approaches from the shadows. A pair of expensive shoes steps into the frame, and our girl knows she's been found. A dark figure looms over her in the pale moonlight. She's curled up on the ground, a portrait of misery. But instead of anger, a gentle hand reaches down to her. She's fuming internally. Is he trying to make her a widow? He pulls her into a hug, promising she won't be, but she knows better, calling him a liar. With a sigh, he just sweeps her up into his arms, as a sad boy watches from the shadows. The next morning, they are at the Grand Morning Hotel. Our girl wakes up alone, guessing her man is already in meetings. But as she sits down for breakfast, her eyes widen in shock. A whole table of tough-looking guys are panicking and trying to hide from her. She spots a man with a bandaged head trying to duck out of sight. She gasps dramatically. It's the great Captain Liu Ying, and he's actually bleeding. He tries to play it cool, claiming he was just careless last night. His men are shook. Our girl immediately goes into chaotic sales mode, offering fortune readings at a discount. But another guy, Song Jing, tells her to stop joking around. She gives him a savage side-eye and predicts a dangerous love affair in his near future. He scoffs and walks away. She just shrugs, basically telling him, "Your funeral, bro." 2 days later, it's time to head out. And they are rolling deep with a massive security detail. Our girl feels confident. With this many guards, they're basically untouchable. It seems like a foolproof plan, which in this world means it's about to go horribly wrong. In the car, she warns Si Yehen that her instincts are screaming danger. She leans against him, needing some reassurance. He pats her head like a puppy, but honestly, it kind of works. The convoy moves down the highway, a fortress on wheels. They finally arrive at the Grand Night Hotel. Inside, some of Song Jing's men are gossiping about our girl being a total lunatic. Song Jing tells them to shut up, clearly annoyed by all the talk. But just then, a hulking figure approaches their table. It's a huge, ripped dude from another country, and he's heading straight for Song Jing. A sketchy blonde dude tries to lure one of the businessmen away with a question about his country. He offers to show off his weapon collection at his nearby home. Yeah, totally not suspicious at all. And the poor guy falls for it, telling his friends he'll be right back. The next day, our girl is at the hotel looking absolutely exhausted. She and her friend were up all night with worry, and it shows. She overhears the other businessmen gossiping about how their colleague was tricked by a foreigner. One of them slams the table in a rage, yelling about how they were almost too late. He's so worked up he has to order tea just to calm down. And just as he says the word tang, our girl Yuanwen appears, waving cheerfully. The men are completely stunned, realizing her ominous prediction came true. She then proceeds to troll them with a massive order of Tang Dynasty food, winking as she does it. But the moment is cut short when their boss, Si Yehen, appears. He coldly tells his men it's time to leave. Our girl sits alone, wondering if she needs to delay them again. She checks her phone and realizes it's past their 9 a.m. departure time. Panic begins to creep in. Si Yehen is never late and he's not answering her calls. She knows something is terribly wrong and decides she has to find him now. She checks the conference room, but it's empty. She runs frantically down the hallway, searching for his room. As she gets closer, she spots his men all gathered outside. She rushes up to them and one of them delivers the awful news. The boss suddenly fell ill and collapsed. Our girl is horrified. The scene inside is grim, with Si Yehen unconscious in bed and a doctor looking over him. The doctor says it's not good. The sickness is sudden and very dangerous. He scolds one of the men, reminding him that the boss has always had underlying issues. They need to get him to a hospital for a proper checkup. But there's a huge problem. His body has stiffened and he can't be fed any medication. Suddenly, in a moment of pure chaos, one of the guards kisses the other on the cheek as a distraction. It's a diversion. Our girl uses the opening to dash past them. They scream at her to stop, but it's too late. She bursts into the room, her eyes blazing with determination. The silver-haired bodyguard threatens her, telling her to scram. She completely ignores him, snatching the meds right out of the doctor's hand. Then she pops the pills out and puts them directly into her own mouth. Our girl is completely flustered after that life-saving kiss. The men are stunned silent. That's it, she asks, completely bewildered. They immediately thank her for saving their boss's life. But she brushes them off, asking how Si Yehen is doing. She remembers in her past life, it wasn't just the attack that got him, but a sudden illness. His men argue that the local medical facilities are trash. They need to go back home. The problem is, important talks are scheduled for tomorrow. But our girl shuts them down. Go back, I'm afraid we won't be going anywhere. Right on cue, a guard bursts in screaming that they've been surrounded. Total chaos erupts. The entire city is under lockdown by a mysterious power, and they're the targets. The man reveals the shocking truth. It's people from the assassination empire. She looks over at the unconscious Si Yehen, terrified. She's never seen him so weak and vulnerable. One of his men immediately orders the elite shadow team to escort our girl out of the city. But the others protest. They can't waste their best fighters on some woman when the master is in danger. Liu Ying savagely shuts him down, saying their master would want her protected at all costs. They put the choice to her, thinking she'll have to decide her fate. They're sure if she truly loves him, she will choose to stay with him no matter what. Without a single moment of hesitation, she looks them dead in the eye and says, "I'll go." The men are disgusted. How could she abandon their master to die alone? The guards arrive to escort her, but she tells them to wait. She points to a single black suitcase, demanding they bring it with them. She insists it's too important to leave behind. The guards are confused but obey her command. With one last look, she turns her back on him and leaves. The cars peel out, making a desperate run for it. They speed out of the hotel, hoping to escape the city limits. Meanwhile, the men left behind know it's a futile effort. The whole city is under enemy control, and with their master down, morale is at rock bottom. Liu Ying confirms that all their calls for backup have gone completely unanswered. This wasn't a random attack, it was a planned, premeditated murder. Who could possibly command the infamous assassination empire? The silver-haired man scoffs, wondering about Wanwen's side. He's sure she's already been captured or killed. As his own convoy nears the dark city borders, it seems like they might actually escape. But he knows the chilling truth. Their enemies are just enjoying the show, watching their futile struggle before they die. A man screams at them to get out of the car. He roasts the entire assassination empire for being cowards. Suddenly, a red laser sight appears. His eyes widen in panic. He screams a warning just as a massive explosion rocks the road. Cars are sent flying into the air. Total chaos erupts. The vehicles are engulfed in flames, a full-blown ambush. Amidst the fire, a loyal subordinate pulls his injured master from the wreckage. Liu Ying looks on, bruised and completely stunned. What in the world just happened? The entire convoy is destroyed. Just then, a menacing armored truck screeches onto the scene. And out steps a clown. This is the weirdest assassination squad ever. The injured men immediately recognize them. It's the notorious Empire. Liu Ying screams for everyone to protect the master. The blonde pretty boy, Eugene the Fox, just smirks at him. Liu Ying is absolutely fuming. You. The master tries to calm him down, demanding to know why they're being targeted. But Eugene is a smug troll. Oh, I can't kill someone I've never met. He follows up with a savage threat. If Si Yehan dies, the entire Si family is next. The trio of psychos just stands there, looking completely unbothered. This psycho is actually enjoying this, and the clown is getting way too excited. The master and Liu Ying can only stare in horror. Meanwhile, our girl is being rushed onto a private jet, but she flatly refuses to leave. The guard insists it's a matter of life and death. She just calmly opens a case. Inside is a mask and some sort of outfit. She orders him to get his men to change into the costumes. The man is completely baffled. She wants them to play cosplay during an assassination attempt. Our girl gives him a stone-cold glare. Do it if you want to live. He's so confused. He thought she was just a coward afraid of dying. She shows him a ring. Ever heard of the Rose of Death? His blood runs cold. The legendary alliance that could destroy an entire country. He's stunned. How could she possibly know about such a secretive organization? She gracefully steps out of the car, a completely different person. She emerges in a stunning red and black gown, looking like a queen of the underworld. Rose of Death, she declares. The guard realizes her insane plan. They're going to impersonate them. He thinks she's nuts. Why would a top-tier group fall for such an amateur disguise? But our girl is radiating pure confidence. Right now, you can only trust me. Because in her past life, she learned every single one of their secrets. She knows exactly what she's doing. The goons look on, unimpressed by our heroes. This gang is totally fearless, one of them sneers. Standing guard over a small child in a clown costume. The leader takes a drag from his cigarette, clearly bored with the whole situation. He wants this over with pronto, but their blonde boss has other ideas, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He proposes a little game to one of our girl's bodyguards. The guard, bless his heart, tries to buy time for his master to escape. The villain just licks his lips, ready for some chaos. Defeat me, he purrs. And I'll leave one corpse intact. What a deal. That's all Liu Ying needs to hear. He screams, I'll fight you. He charges forward, ignoring his partner's desperate cries to stop. The villain is a blur of motion, stomping his foot down with incredible force. A single drop of blood hits the ground. Liu Ying throws a punch with all his might, but the villain counters with a devastating kick. It connects with brutal force, sending our poor bodyguard flying. The impact is absolutely sickening. The villain is a total psycho, licking the blood from his knuckles. He declares it delicious, like a gourmet meal. Liu Ying collapses to the ground, coughing and sputtering. The other guards scream his name in horror. They rush to his side, but he's been critically wounded. His partner, Song Jing, is filled with rage. Stupid pervert, I'll fight you, he yells. But the injured Liu Ying grabs him, warning him that he's no match for this monster. He holds his friend back firmly. Let me die, he says. At least we can gain some information on his skills. His face is a mask of grim determination. This is his last-ditch plan for victory. The villain just cackles maniacally at this heroic display. He punches Song Jing with blinding speed, the blow making a sickening sound. His friends can only watch in terror as he's impaled. The villain scoffs, completely unimpressed. Is that all he's got? He's already bored. Change to another one, he demands. He kicks the down bodyguard for good measure. The fight seems completely hopeless, but then a voice comes from a nearby car. It's our girl Yi Wanwen giving tactical advice like a battlefield commander. Song Jing's eyes widen as he hears her instructions. He looks at the gaping hole in his chest, then back at the villain. With a final surge of strength, he lands a solid punch right in the villain's shocked face. A car door swings open, revealing a very expensive-looking heel. Out steps our girl in a stunning crimson dress, led by her masked companion. This entire look screams, I'm rich and I'm here to cause problems. They're immediately cornered by a bunch of low-level thugs. Our girl just smirks behind her veil, completely unbothered by these extras. She icily accuses them of daring to snatch someone she loves. Then she calls out their leader by his full name, Q Hong Hai. The big guy is totally stunned. How does she know who he is? One of his lackeys, an actual clown, starts running his mouth, but his boss immediately tells him to back the heck off. Yeah, you better put a leash on your circus act, buddy. The clown is just baffled. Tough guy boss is actually scared. Our girl and her entourage stand there, radiating pure power. The goons are in shambles, whispering about how she revealed their boss's identity. They can't believe it. This woman knows all their dirty little secrets. The whole crew is gossiping, completely losing their composure. Kay's identity was supposed to be a top-tier secret, but she just blew it wide open. Suddenly, the clown starts putting two and two together, the all-black coats. The red rose on the chest, it's starting to click, and then he sees the iconic silver masks on her guards' faces. The blonde guy finally screams it out. Rose, Rose of Death. The clown is panicking. The legendary Rose of Death is real. The stories are true. The organization with rose jackets and silver masks. Her guards look exactly like the terrifying assassins from the rumors. and their leader is the infamous Black Widow, a woman shrouded in mystery. A woman whose methods are 1,000 times more brutal and bloodthirsty. Her eyes glow a terrifying red as she gives a chilling smile. She's infamous for her hobby of torturing good-looking men. After 10 years of silence, the Black Widow is back for the C family. Elsewhere, two men recognize the figure of one of her bodyguards. He looks shockingly similar to their comrade, 11. The silver-haired man begins to sweat, trying to play it cool. But the dread is setting in. Are they all about to die here today? Back at the showdown, Q Hong Hai tries to kiss up to the senior. She scoffs at him. Do I need to inform you about my interests? Savage. He immediately starts bowing and scraping, knowing he's outmatched. He begs her, saying his mission is to capture these people. Our girl finally speaks. Oh, what do you have in mind? The absolute fool thinks she has a crush on his target. He offers to trade her a better-looking gigolo. The audacity, she is absolutely furious. Is he calling her a thirsty tramp? Her eyes flare with crimson rage. You think I'd touch any kind of garbage? The guy instantly starts groveling, realizing he's just signed his own death warrant. Her protector surveys the chaos. But our girl stands completely unfazed by the flames around her. A new challenger, looking like a discount rock star, is ready to make his move. She calmly asks if he's looking for a weapon. He doesn't know what to make of her cool attitude. She elegantly raises a hand. Are you talking about this? She asks, a mysterious glint in her eyes. She reveals not a blade, but a single rose tattooed on her wrist. The goons are completely stunned by this reveal. They just stare, absolutely speechless. The blonde dude gets grabbed by his own man. He shouts for him not to hesitate, but it's too late. A gun is pressed to his head. A single gunshot rings out, silencing him for good. The sudden violence startles the birds from the trees. Blood splatters across the scene. Holy smokes, he actually shot his own subordinate. He immediately turns to our girl to apologize for the man's rudeness. Now that I've dealt with him, please calm down, he says. Bro, she was the calmest one here. Our girl cautiously arrives at the location, checking her surroundings. She steps out of the car with her masked companion, thinking she's in the clear. But someone is already there, frantically asking for Si Han. She reflects on the dangerous process, believing she's finally changed her fate. Meanwhile, Si Han is still inside the car, looking incredibly weak. Back at the venue, the security team is in absolute chaos. Their leader demands to know what happened to the girl they just escorted out. Suddenly, a horrifying realization hits him like a truck. A mysterious woman with a familiar red ring appears, smirking. He screams her name in total disbelief. Yi Yuanwen. The woman who scared the entire murderous blood gang was her. The men are completely stunned. They can't believe she predicted this disaster. One of them confirms that she warned them all, saving every single one of their lives. He insists she has no evil intentions. Without her, they would have all died long ago. Another chimes in, saying this ordinary woman was more capable than any of them. If she hadn't appeared, Song Jing would have been a corpse for sure. But our girl is only focused on Si Yehen. He might have hidden injuries. She watches over him as he sleeps, wondering how long it will be until he wakes up. Just then, Zhu Yi enters, teasingly asking her to read his fortune. Our poor heroine already knows his fate all too well. In the previous timeline, Zhu Yi was tragically framed as a traitor. Even though Si Yehen cleared his name, it was far too late. She remembers how Zhu Yi was always the one who cleaned up her messes. He was constantly trying to resolve the conflict between her and Si Yehen. He tells her everyone's wounds have been treated and they can go home tomorrow. She just agrees, knowing he's completely clueless about the disaster that awaits him. But the moment she's back, a wild harpy appears. Qin Yu, why are you here? The redhead immediately starts screaming that our girl ran away like a coward. Zhu Yi tries to defend her, but the shrew is having none of it. She screams at him to shut up. How dare he interrupt her? She berates him for failing to protect his master in the first place. Then she turns her wrath back to our girl. She accuses her of being a coward who only cares about her own life. According to their family rules, deserting the family is a death sentence. Our girl just stares back, looking completely unfazed by the tirade. One of the elders agrees, saying she no longer has anything to do with the Si family. The redhead smirks, mocking our girl for being silent. But our heroine calmly asks, Miss Feng, may I ask you a question? The redhead looks annoyed, but tells her to go ahead. Our girl sets the trap. A moment ago, you acknowledged my status as the future mistress, right? Miss Feng smugly says, of course, since the rest of the family already did. Our girl turns to Zhu Yi. What's the punishment for disrespecting the mistress? And before anyone can react, she delivers a savage slap right across the redhead's face. The matriarch's mother is cold as ice, saying a single slap is enough of a lesson. But Miss Feng is absolutely losing it, screaming that a lowly playboy dared to touch her. She lunges to strike again, but a hand shoots out and grabs her wrist. A loyal bodyguard stops her mid-swing, telling her to watch her mouth. Miss Feng is livid, calling them loyal dogs who have forgotten their true master. But the guard fires back, revealing that our girl didn't run away, she saved all their lives. Miss Feng scoffs at the idea, but a powerful voice cuts through the chaos, ordering her to be quiet. The true matriarch of the family has arrived, and she demands to know the truth. She asks the bodyguards directly, is what they said true? They confirm everything, detailing our girl's insane plan to pretend to be the Rose of Death to scare off the assassins. They explain that if she hadn't arrived, they'd all be dead. The matriarch turns to another guard for confirmation, needing to know if they're telling the truth. An old advisor starts putting the pieces together, realizing the mastermind must be someone powerful within the C family. This wasn't just a random attack, it was an attempt to replace the patriarch. They all agree they need evidence, but the situation is chaotic with the leader in a coma. The matriarch makes her decision. A full investigation will begin in 3 days, and everyone must cooperate. But just then, a voice calls out, telling them to wait. A man in a traditional blue outfit steps forward, holding a file. He claims to have some new information for everyone to review. Our girl's heart drops. She knew the snake would show up eventually. She instantly recognizes him as the true mastermind behind everything, Si Yehan's fourth uncle. And she knows with her current power, she's helpless to stop whatever he's about to do. The elder drops a bombshell, claiming his spy was real. But another man immediately pokes a hole in his story. If the spy has been dead for a month, how convenient that he can't talk. He goes for the jugular, questioning how the gang knew about the secret trip. The timing is just too perfect. They knew a month ago, right when Zuyi last made contact. The trap is sprung and Zuyi is sweating bullets, trying to deflect. But the questions keep coming, each one more damning than the last. The accuser throws a folder of evidence at Zuyi's father. His father immediately crumbles, taking the blame for his son's failures. He bows in submission while Zuyi desperately pleads his innocence. Another voice chimes in, suggesting Zuyi orchestrated all the past assassination attempts too. The final verdict is delivered: torture him and lock up his entire family. Our girl can only watch in horror as the situation spirals out of control. Zuyi is dragged away, screaming that he's been framed. According to family rules, they're going to break both his legs first. A guard raises a heavy wooden staff, ready to carry out the brutal sentence. They hold him down as the punishment begins. He lies on the floor, broken, but a tragic smile forms on his face. He gives up. But just as they are about to punish the butler, our girl swoops in with a massive stick. The guards are completely stunned by this sudden, chaotic intervention. She grips the staff tightly, absolutely refusing to back down. The guard can't believe it. This woman's strength is off the charts. The family elder absolutely loses his mind. "Who do you think you are?" he bellows. Our girl looks him dead in the eye. "Fourth great uncle, normally I should respect you. But today, things are different. The threat is crystal clear." She slams the staff on the floor, and her glare could freeze hell over. Some other wannabe pipes up, trying to pull rank as the future mistress. The uncle is so enraged, he can barely form words. But she serves it right back. Disrespecting her means disrespecting the entire C family. Butler Zhu stares up at her, completely bewildered by her sudden defense. He's trying to process how she showed up at the perfect moment. The elders start whispering, how did she have these things prepared? Can she predict the future? The uncle and his goons square up, ready to throw down. The accusations start flying. She must be a traitor too. The poor butler begs her to leave, trying to protect her from being branded a traitor. But instead, she kneels down and gently cleans his wound. Butler Zhu is speechless. The old men are scandalized. How dare she treat a traitor with such kindness? The uncle throws out a wild accusation. Is she a member of the Rose of Death? She flatly denies it, but he's already made up his mind. He's convinced she's guilty. He screams for his men to take her away immediately. She drops the bombshell. The spy was planted by Zuyi. One of the elders starts to question everything. Was Yi Wanwen protecting him all along? But another guy immediately shouts that it's all nonsense. Suddenly, a cold, familiar voice cuts through the chaos. A terrifying figure appears, demanding to know who's calling the shots now. The room goes silent with fear. It's the patriarch. With a deadly calm, he orders the elder forward. But wait, wasn't he in a coma? Our girl presents the document to fourth great uncle, who is not impressed. But his face completely changes when he reads it. This is the top secret project contract. The other executives are absolutely floored. He trusted asterisk her asterisk with this. Suddenly, she grabs Han's wrist, her expression turning deadly serious. She lays into him, questioning if he even considered what his death would do to his grandma. Our girl is absolutely fuming, screaming that he's not allowed to die. He looks up at her, his voice low. How could I not care about my life? The men are freaking out over the master's worsening condition. The butler points out that even our girl's presence isn't enough to stop his illness. They decide he needs not just a hypnotist, but a grandmaster of beast tamers to control him. Meanwhile, our girl is just telling him to drink his medicine already. And what do you know, the big bad master is sleeping like a baby. The two peeping toms can't believe their eyes. The butler's imagination runs wild, thinking she's a literal beast tamer with a whip. A few peaceful days pass under her care. His acting coach hands him the script, breaking down the character's brutal past. He's supposed to be a ruthless killer who sees human life as worthless dirt. When he kills, there's nothing but cold, terrifying indifference in his eyes. Our boy says he understands, but then his coach spots something on the bed. "Oh, girlfriend," he asks, pointing at the phone. Nope, just an incredibly dorky photo from their practice session. So much for that killer vibe. But little do they know, a powerful man is watching their every move, his expression deadly serious. Our poor girl realizes she's being followed. It's the mysterious guy from the candy store. Is this superstar really stalking her for some sweets? He suddenly corners her, holding out a jar of candy. Turns out he bought the last 3 boxes and is giving one to her. He then calls her beautiful, but their moment is ruined by a loud shout. Gongzu. A furious man appears, absolutely livid that Gongzu bought desserts again. But Gongzu doesn't even care. He slowly takes off his shades. This man has been hit by Cupid's arrow and is completely in love. Meanwhile, some shady executives are plotting. This guy says he can wipe out their enemy with just a finger. He's confident that since Gongzu spoke up, this Ibai is totally finished. Back at the mansion, things are getting serious. Someone asks about the master's condition. The housekeeper looks distraught. The old madam is investigating a leak about the master's grave illness. Our girl freezes. In her past life, the old madam died during this exact investigation. She immediately takes charge, telling him to report any news directly to her. Our girl is scrolling on her phone when she sees something that makes her jaw drop. Gongzu is trending worldwide and she can't believe her eyes. She smirks, thinking about how his rival must be absolutely furious right now. Then she sees his post looking for the little candied plum fairy and her world stops. His manager can't believe it either, scrolling through hundreds of chaotic voice messages. 2 days later, a new scene is set for our chaotic leads. The air is thick with tension at what looks like a massive casting call. The haters are already gossiping, convinced our boy is just a freeloader. They say in terms of background, Luo Chen is nothing compared to the great Zhu Ming. But his manager steps in, fiercely defending him. Based on skills alone, no one can touch Luo Chen. This is chaotic. Zhu Ming, the rival actor, is absolutely insulted by the comparison. So Luo Chen throws down the gauntlet, a live public audition to settle the score. The whispers start immediately. He's crazy. He's just trying to leech off Zhu Ming's fame. But look who just walked in. It's the one and only director Song. Our boy seizes the moment, proposing the open audition directly to the director. He stares down his rival, and what if I win? He challenges. The stakes are high. If he wins, he wants a public apology for his manager. The scene shifts to the audition. Our boy's aura completely changes as he gets into character. His rival is completely lost. What is he trying to do with this performance? He can't figure out the angle. Is he taking advantage of the play? Then with a bone-chilling calm, our boy delivers one line. Is evil. The sheer power of his performance leaves everyone stunned. He bows slightly. That concludes my audition. Mic drop. The entire room is left in absolute deafening silence. The crowd goes wild. They're screaming that he just slammed his rival with pure skill. The original fans are weeping. This is the perfect Lin Lauchen they dreamed of. The director, completely blown away, demands an explanation for his acting choice. Our boy gives a brilliant analysis of the character's psyche and murderous intent. Director Song is stunned. A legendary teacher told him that exact same interpretation before he passed away. The manager tries to explain that only a rich kid with connections could pull this off. He tells his actor he's just too inexperienced for a role this big. The name of the thief is revealed, Zhu Wenbin. Elsewhere, another young actor gets a harsh reality check. Skills are useless in this industry without power. Things escalate quickly as the senior grabs him by the collar. Meanwhile, our boy corners a different pretty boy who looks ready to faint. He slams his hand on the table, getting right in his face with a menacing "hello there." The poor kid absolutely panics, trying to get away from him. He starts screaming for security at the top of his lungs, but our guy isn't here to fight, he just shoves a phone in his face. The kid freaks out, recognizing the girl on the screen. He demands to know why this guy has a photo of his candied plum. But our boy just grabs his face and drops a massive bombshell. The person in the photo is my little sister. Gongzu strolls in, looking completely clueless about the role his manager stole for him. The manager panics and screams for security, but our chaotic idol shuts him down with a single savage roar. He gets right in the manager's face with a deliciously evil smirk. The man is completely frozen. Gongzu demands to know who gave him permission to snatch the role. The manager starts sweating buckets. He then goes on a righteous crusade about artistic integrity. His manager is convinced the boy has been possessed. Gongzu accuses the snake of ruining his reputation. The poor guy is flabbergasted by this sudden betrayal. He calls out everyone's shady dealings. This boy is pure, unfiltered chaos, and we are living for it. Then, in a shocking twist, he turns into a literal catboy. He is ready to pounce on his new target. He goes full demon mode, demanding a new manager, then turns back into a sweet kitten, begging Brother Yi to take him in. The manager is losing his mind. His cash cow is walking away. He desperately tries to paint Brother Yi as a villain. He clings to his actor for dear life, but Brother Yi calmly accepts, sealing the deal with one word. Our chaotic idol is stunned. He can't believe his insane plan actually worked. He is absolutely over the moon. Meanwhile, his ex-manager's soul visibly leaves his body. Brother Yi knows this is a power move. Taking on a loose cannon like Gongzu will help him reach his goals. Gongzu happily leaves all the messy details to his new manager. The old one is left completely broken. At the agency, a woman tells Luo Chen she doesn't want to drag Yi Ji down anymore. Luo Chen looks utterly defeated as she breaks the news. Zhu Wenbin was fired. He can't believe it. Suddenly, his boss walks in with a flashy new artist. The new guy, Gongzu, introduces himself with a smug little smirk. And he's already throwing shade, asking why he should focus on anyone but himself. But Brother Yi shuts him down instantly, warning him to never speak like that again. Gongzu immediately backpedals, claiming he was just joking, but the tension is thick. A girl reflects on her new life. After her rebirth, things are finally moving in the right direction. Meanwhile, her man is getting hilariously pouty because she's coddling someone else. Their moment is interrupted by Zia, who just pops up out of nowhere. Her man is immediately annoyed and tries to get rid of him. He declares they are lovers and are obviously going on a date. But Zia throws a full-blown tantrum, refusing to be kicked out. He demands they either stay home or take him with them. The nerve of this guy. Her man is fuming, calling him a giant third wheel. And so, the world's most awkward date begins with the trio walking down the street. Zia then has the audacity to ask if he and our girl look like a couple. Read the room, dude. The bratty nephew throws a fit, demanding they fold paper stars for a measly $30 discount. But our girl is all smiles, patiently offering to teach the big bad CEO how to do it. The waitress returns and calls Zia's stars badly folded and basically useless. Zihan just watches, completely unbothered by the unfolding drama. Wan then pulls a total power move, declaring she's keeping the CEO's personally folded stars as a souvenir. She tells the nephew better luck next time, leaving him to sulk in his failure. Just then, a waitress announces a couple's game with a massive cash prize. The agent of chaos, Zia, immediately volunteers to play with our girl, trying to stir up trouble. She tries to get out of it, claiming she's on a date with his uncle. But in a shocking twist, Zihan just calmly tells them to go play. Before she can process this betrayal, she's being dragged on stage. The first question is simple: a black rose or a sunflower? Our girl picks the obvious sunflower, but Zia confidently guesses, black rose, wrong. She's internally screaming, wondering if this guy is blind. Next question, a tiger statue or a real white tiger? He guesses, a tiger head guillotine. The host gives them one final, super easy question, a gun or a bouquet of flowers. Our girl stares intently at the flowers, praying he's not a complete idiot. He proudly yells into the mic, that gun M416. Our poor heroine absolutely loses it, screaming at him for perfectly avoiding every correct answer. The announcer gets the crowd hyped up. Our girl is back with her boyfriend for round 2. The first question pops up on screen: which dessert does she prefer? Our girl remembers a photo of her brother, who clearly likes almonds. She, however, prefers strawberries. Zihan takes the mic, looking totally confident. He answers strawberry. And he keeps getting them right: the lipstick, the silent treatment, the makeup. He knows it all. The MC is shocked. 8 questions in a row. Our girl is starting to think he's psychic. Next up, what lifestyle does she prefer? She remembers her chaotic brother wanting to fight 10 people. So of course, her man chooses the opposite: a life of ease and peace. Correct again, the crowd is losing their minds. 9 in a row. The jealous girls in the audience can't believe it. One is absolutely fuming. For the final question, Zihan calmly gives his answer. And they win. Confetti rains down as the announcer screams, "Congratulations." The other contestants are stunned. They only got 2 questions right. The MC asks if he's a mind reader, revealing the last question was a total trick. Our girl just plays it cool, claiming it was just a lucky blind guess. They graciously accept their prize, looking like a total power couple. But across the room, her brother sits alone, looking absolutely miserable. Our heroine swoons, telling her man they're a match made in heaven. She used to hate how controlling he was, but now she's kinda into it. Then, in a savage power move, she hands her nephew a tiny bill as his allowance. She waves goodbye like a benevolent queen, leaving her peasant subjects. But as she walks away, she admits to herself she's in no position to judge him. He leans in, his voice a low whisper, "You're the only one I trust." But our girl's mind is racing, thinking about the power struggle for the patriarch's seat. Could the mastermind be Zia? No, she thinks he's not that cold-blooded. Then he drops an absolute bombshell. Grandma's hoping they'll have a child. He gets so close she can feel his breath on her cheek. Our girl is totally panicking. A child? They aren't even married. Seeing her distress, he pulls back, saying he has no intention of having kids. He even adds that he doesn't want any either, much to her relief. But her heart aches. Is he only saying this because he knows he doesn't have long to live? With his physical condition, having children is a huge risk, but she can't bear to see that lost look in his eyes. So she makes a bold promise: if your health improves, we can consider having one. He's completely taken aback by her sudden declaration. A small, hopeful smile touches his lips as he simply says, "Okay." Suddenly, we're in a tense family meeting, and someone shouts, "I object." It's our girl standing up to the elders. She argues a transplant won't solve the root problem. She boldly declares that there is a better solution. But this smug uncle isn't buying it. He asks if she's just waiting for the patriarch to die. She fires back that with her conditioning, his body can recover. She even has doctor, son as a witness to its effectiveness. All she asks for is 3 months to prove herself. If she fails, she'll accept any punishment. The stakes are insane. The uncle scoffs. "A joke. Can you afford it if something happens to the patriarch?" He screams that even doctor, son is powerless, so how can they trust this ignorant woman? Just then a calm voice cuts through the chaos. "She can't afford it, so I will." It's Si Yehen. He declares that if he dies in 3 months, the family will proceed according to his will. Everyone freezes. A will. Our poor heroine is completely blindsided. Since when did he even have a will written? The old madam finally speaks. Though she's not happy with our girl, she doesn't want her grandson to suffer. A woman and her colleague storm in demanding to see the ninth master. They have urgent, confidential documents that need his signature immediately. Director Kin tries to explain that this is a really big deal. But our girl sits there like a queen and declares she's taking over all his matters now. The two of them are completely shocked. Si Yehen actually let her take over. The director quickly backpedals, agreeing to hand the documents to his assistant for review. They slam the door on their way out, fuming. Outside, one of the master's men confronts the rude colleague. And bam, he gets punched right in the face. The attacker screams at him for forgetting his place and bowing down to that woman. He rants that our girl is just a spy, seducing the master to get power. But Zhu Yi roars back, completely fed up with the disrespect. He grabs him by the collar, telling him he's the one who should reflect on his actions. The other guy is left completely speechless. Meanwhile, our girl is sweetly summarizing the documents for her baby. She finishes her report, but admits it probably wasn't that helpful anyway. Her friend is on the phone, sobbing her eyes out. She saw her boyfriend shopping with another girl. The scumbag lied and said he was at home. He's at the Scarlet Bar right now. she tells her man, Han, she has to go help her friend. He gets a sweet kiss for being so understanding. Our girl is just so happy he's not a jealous psycho anymore. She's dressed and ready to go, ordering housekeeper Zhu to take her to the bar. But when she comes downstairs, she's completely shocked. Housekeeper Zhu has a massive black eye. He tries to play it off, saying he walked into a door. Yeah, a door named Han's fist, probably. She doesn't believe him for a second. She knows something is seriously messed up. Meanwhile, at the bar, some creeps approach them. Their young master wants to buy the ladies a drink. How original. Our girl immediately shuts it down. Not interested, let's go. But the goon gets in her face, calling her shameless. The audacity. Elsewhere, some guys are watching the drama unfold. Someone warns that the troublemaker is Chen Shijai, a spoiled brat from a rich family. This scumbag is known for forcing himself on women, but the silver-haired man just smirks. Without her powerful boyfriend, our girl is nothing. The creeps start closing in, their disgusting leader wanting both girls for himself. The order is given, bring them over and make it quick. A grimy hand reaches for our heroine's shoulder. But she's way too fast for him. With a sickening crack, she snaps his wrist like a twig. The goon can only stare in pure, agonizing shock. Her colleague panics, screaming her name. But the silver-haired snake just smiles. This woman has to be taught a lesson. Suddenly, a bottle comes crashing down on our girl's head. She collapses, her head spinning. The creep sneers that she can't hold her liquor. He looms over her unconscious form, his intentions absolutely vile. Her friend is already knocked out cold on the floor. This is not looking good. The scumbag gets a disgusting look on his face and grabs her wrist. But just as he's about to make his move, our girl wakes up. He yelps in pain as she crushes his hand with impossible strength. The guy is completely floored. How is she this strong? Her eyes open and they are glowing with pure, unadulterated rage. She doesn't even break a sweat. In the blink of an eye, all his goons are on the floor, completely neutralized. The creep is sweating bullets, absolutely terrified. He begs her not to come any closer. In a last-ditch effort, he screams for help, offering $1 million to a random blonde thug. The new guy pulls a gun, ready to claim his prize. But when he turns to find his target, she's completely vanished. Suddenly, a hand grabs his. That's not how you play with guns, kid. It's our girl right behind him. He didn't even see her move. She effortlessly disarms him and sends him flying. Now both thugs are on the floor, begging for their lives. This girl is a monster. She calmly asks the first creep if he's learned his lesson. He's crying yes over and over. She tosses the gun aside like it's a toy. Good, then forget it. And with that, she turns and walks away, leaving him trembling in her wake. The gun clatters to the floor as a wave of pain hits our girl. Her head is splitting open, the world spinning around her. A sudden, terrifying memory flashes before her eyes. A mob of shadowy figures, all chanting for her death. She was trapped, cornered with nowhere left to run. They forced her to the very edge of a rooftop, staring down into the terrifying darkness below. And then, a sinister smile spreads across her face. This isn't our heroine anymore. Her inner demon has taken over completely. A voice whispers in her mind, demanding blood. The bodyguard is confused. She's just standing there, completely still. But then her eyes flash with a horrifying purple light. He's frozen in terror by her murderous gaze. His friend screams, trying to pull him away to safety. The bodyguard is still dazed, asking what's wrong. In a flash, she's on him. The man goes flying back from the sheer force of her attack. She lands a brutal strike right to his sternum. His friend is in shock. She broke his ribs with a single move. This isn't a game anymore. She's out for blood. Before he can react, she turns on him and he's spitting blood. He gets a savage elbow to the gut. Our girl is a whirlwind of destruction, completely out of control. The first guard screams for his captain, thinking he's about to die. Just in the nick of time, a hand grabs her wrist. A new face appears, calling her 11. Suddenly, a whole squad of men in black storms the room. The wounded guard can only stammer her name. She stands there, calm and collected, but her eyes are pure chaos. The new guy demands to know what's going on. Her former ally explains she just went completely berserk, and she's not done yet, launching herself at the newcomers. A high kick sends the first man to the floor. The leader tries to talk her down, pleading with her to stop. His reward, a fist right to the jaw. It's absolute pandemonium as she takes on the entire squad by herself. The leader, Zuyi, is bruised and battered, but notices something strange. He realizes she hasn't laid a finger on him since he arrived. Maybe she recognizes him. He grins, but his subordinate gets a vicious slap for his trouble. And then our girl delivers a knockout punch to Zuyi himself. He holds her tight, his voice low and firm. Didn't I tell you before that you're not allowed to fight? Our girl finally regains consciousness, her vision slowly coming back into focus. She looks up at the man holding her, completely dazed. Aju. He doesn't answer, simply pulling her closer into a protective hug. He then effortlessly scoops her into his arms, ordering his men to block all news of the incident. Her friends are just standing there, absolutely stunned. Are we saved? The silver-haired guy is still reeling. He just saw our girl unleash a monstrous, murderous skill he's never seen before. He then realizes Aju wasn't mad or surprised. He just looked worried. Did he already know how powerful she was? Later that night, back at the Grand Estate, the servants are gossiping about the legendary events of the previous evening. But the second they see our girl, they all freeze up in pure terror. Meanwhile, in the main hall, all the bodyguards are kneeling before their master. The head guard takes full responsibility, stating he failed to protect her and is ready for punishment. The ninth master makes a savage declaration. Liu Ying is out and 11 is in. The guards are stunned, knowing this is all because Miss Wanwen has returned. But one brave soul questions the decision and immediately gets stomped for his insolence. Elsewhere, our girl and her friend are completely unaware of the chaos. They spot a familiar face waving at them. Our heroine realizes it's the assistant to the famous idol Han Zion-yu. The boy with her explains his tragic situation. He's become her personal pack mule just to get a limited edition album. Her friend can only stare in disbelief, thinking he's a total idiot. The poor guy admits he just went for it after she mentioned it casually. The former captain is taking out all his frustrations on a poor, innocent punching bag. His friends try to stop him, but he just screams for them to leave him alone. Just then, a woman in workout gear shows up, asking about his boxing. Turns out, the captain has an assessment soon to try and win his position back. They start gossiping about our girl, complaining that she's an absolute beast when she's drunk. The woman, Zhuo Zai, butters him up, saying he's the only one truly qualified to be head captain. Back at the manor, our girl is finally returning home. She's just so relieved that the whole misunderstanding was finally cleared up. But of course, she finds her man working from his bed again. She asks him if he has any hobbies besides staring at documents all day. Our girl lists off literally anything fun he could be doing instead. But he just hits her with a dry, don't want to. This man is a social brick wall. So she gets bold, hopping into bed and suggesting they go see a movie. He hesitates for a moment, saying he's afraid she'll be bored. Our girl is completely caught off guard by his sweet concern. She's absolutely swooning. He was worried about her having a good time. And just like that, they are at the cinema. He tells her to grab a seat while he handles the tickets like a true gentleman. Naturally, every other girl in the lobby is drooling over how handsome he is. While he's gone, our girl makes a beeline for the snacks, ordering a giant popcorn. Si-Han waits alone, looking like a king on his throne in the lobby. She returns with an armful of junk food, ready to go back for cotton candy. But he suddenly grabs the snacks right out of her hands. Our girl watches in total shock as he gets in line for her. She's having a full-blown emotional breakdown. The cold, indifferent CEO is buying her cotton candy. He tells her to sit down, but she insists they line up together. He actually agrees, and they hold hands while waiting. It's too adorable. Inside the theater, she points out the pretty actress on screen. She teases him for staring so intently at the movie. But he's not looking at the actress. He's counting historical inaccuracies in the costumes. She's thinking he's a total weirdo when she hears a voice call her old name, Ibai. Our girl is trying to enjoy a movie when she thinks she hears her name called. And of course, it's her chaotic friends gossiping about that handsome guy, Ibai. Our poor heroine immediately panics, trying to play it cool. She's freaking out because if they find out her real gender, she's toast. Meanwhile, a new training regimen is being planned for Miss Wanwen. The ninth master gives a savage order, make her body match her skills in 3 months. His subordinate trembles, thinking it's too intense, but the boss isn't worried. The new coach, however, looks like he's about to cry. He calls it the hardest task he's ever undertaken. He notes she rarely exercises and suggests starting with the basics. Our girl cheerfully agrees, completely unaware of the hell that awaits her. Our girl isn't getting tired, she's getting stronger. Just seeing her man gives her unlimited energy, leaving everyone totally baffled. A subordinate reports that Miss Wanwen has already finished a shocking 10 laps. But the ninth master is absolutely ruthless. Don't stop, he commands. Next up is combat training, and the coach bravely tells her to attack him with all her strength. He immediately regrets this, screaming for her to maybe only use 60% of her power. But it's too late. Our girl winds up a punch that's about to send this man into the next dimension. The trainer is absolutely floored. He thought she was just an ordinary girl. But this girl recognizes the terrifying aura. That's the legendary skill of death. Even our heroine has no idea what she just did. She just punched. Back at the mansion, a whole crew of bodyguards is now bowing to her. But our girl is a picky master. She immediately points and rejects 2 of them. That night, she bursts into the bedroom, bragging to her husband about her chaotic day. He just stares, completely unimpressed. "You agreed," is all he says. On the red carpet, the reporters are buzzing about Emperor Sky dominating the awards. But as Ibai arrives, he's immediately cornered by a chaotic blonde friend. Our boy tries to make an excuse, claiming his seat number must be wrong. His friend isn't buying it for a second and physically drags him inside. Ibai is unceremoniously shoved into a seat. So much for a quiet night. The show starts with the boring awards, and our boy is already yawning. His friend starts grilling him about the predictions he made for all the winners. A pretty lady overhears and makes a bet. If he's wrong, there will be punishment. The big moment arrives and the award goes to Kyo Ki-zin. The other nominees are completely stunned by the upset, but our rival actress is absolutely seething with rage. Just as she's about to have a full-blown meltdown, a phone comes flying out of nowhere. And bam, a direct hit right to the face. Her friend rushes over to check on her. But this diva is more concerned with her pride, whining about how a big celebrity got hit. "Honey, that epic nosebleed says it all. You just got publicly humiliated." The boys get ready to attack, combining their strength. But our girl is on another level, dropping one instantly. She follows up with a savage high kick to the other guy. With both trainees on the floor, she scolds them for being too emotional. One of them complains that her defense is too strong to even attack. She reminds them of her first lesson, let the other party punch first. But she admits that's not her style. She fights on instinct, and not attacking is bad for morale. He gets absolutely triggered when she calls him a deserter. The master watches, knowing that anger exposes all your flaws. Our girl prepares herself, ready to watch his every move. He charges in blindly, fueled by pure rage. But his intentions are painfully obvious to her. She effortlessly catches his punch, stopping him dead in his tracks. She gives him a little praise before using his arm for a takedown. And bam, she flips him over her shoulder like it's nothing. With training done, she sends them off to rest for the big game tomorrow. The next day, the competition begins in a massive arena. The announcer is confused, wondering where the Dark One team is. Right on cue, our girl rushes in, apologizing for accidentally oversleeping. The master tells her to do well and make them proud. But some other guys are already mocking her, thinking a woman can't be a teacher. She just stares up at the stage, ready to prove them all wrong. A rival leader greets her team, pointing out that they are late. He smugly reveals he's already investigated her team in preparation. This snake and his partner are just oozing with arrogance. The announcer begins to go over the rules for the competition. Challengers can fight to take the rank of the person they defeat. The crowd roars in understanding, and the games officially begin. Some guys in the crowd whisper about who to challenge. The men are too scared to challenge anyone, knowing the risks. The announcer is disappointed that no one is stepping up to the plate. Just as he's about to move on, a nervous voice calls out. It's one of our girls' boys. He's challenging the notorious Dark 3 squad captain. The captain smugly calls our boy brave. He even offers him the first move, acting all high and mighty. But our guy isn't having any of it. He charges forward, ready to throw down. And bam, one clean hit sends the captain reeling. He never saw it coming. Just like that, the team leader is down for the count. One Punch Man who. The announcer is stunned, but declares Feng Shuani the new captain. And the chaos continues. The Dark Fourth team leader has also been replaced. This new silver-haired captain, Liu Ying, is barely settled in. A new challenger, Yuan Sheng, steps up, claiming he's been training with Ryuoxi. Liu Ying questions if Ryuoxi put him up to this. But Yuan Sheng is determined. The challenge is accepted. Liu Ying lunges forward, screaming bloody murder. But Yuan Sheng dodges it with absolute ease. He's way too calm. He counters with a swift kick to the back. That's gotta hurt. The former captain hits the deck, calling Yuan Sheng a backstabber. He's in total shock. Just like that, Yuan Shang is the new captain. And he's not done yet. He immediately challenges the 11th captain. The captain accepts, telling him to be careful. The confidence is radiating off this guy. He throws something so fast Yuan Shang barely sees it. He unleashes a lightning-fast barrage of attacks, but stops just inches from his face, a pure show of control. Yuan Shang is shook. He backs down, offering the captain the first move instead. But the captain refuses. This is getting awkward. Our girl figures it out. The captain only counters, he never initiates. The announcer gives Yuan Shang 5 minutes to attack or he loses. The pressure is on. The crowd starts mocking him, questioning how he even got this far. The captain decides to use psychological warfare instead. This is getting personal. He digs deep, accusing Yuan Shang of abandoning his girlfriend and running for his life. Yuan Shang just laughs it off, but his eyes tell a different story. The captain is enraged by his past. He screams at him to shut up. And there it is, Yuan Shang's taunts worked. The captain attacks first. Our girl knows it's over. The captain fell right into his trap. The challenger brutally slams 11's face right into the ground. He stands over the fallen captain, taunting him. This green-haired punk says 11 doesn't deserve to be the captain. 11 is in agony as his team watches in horror. The bully smirks, mocking 11's supposedly formidable teacher. But 11 fiercely defends his master's honor, even while beaten. The guy just laughs in his face, finding the whole situation pathetic. He grabs 11 by the hair, ready to deliver the final blow. He pulls him up for another devastating slam. But a flash of blue and a foot connects with his jaw. He goes flying, wondering what in the world just hit him. And there she is, our girl Yuanwen, looking absolutely savage. The bully is completely stunned to see her here. 11 apologizes to his master, but she tells him it's her fault. The officials try to intervene, but she tells them to back off. After a quick call, the host makes an announcement. The master says, let them fight. The challenger boasts he'll end this in 3 moves. She scoffs, one trick is enough. He charges in, yelling like a maniac. And with a single, brutal kick, she sends him flying across the arena. He crashes into a solid stone pillar, cracking it on impact. He can't believe her power, desperately trying to stand back up. But our girl is already on him, not giving him a single second to breathe. She launches herself forward for the finishing blow. He's completely overwhelmed by her speed and absolute power. She stands over his defeated body, not even breaking a sweat. The beatdown is so fast and chaotic, it's just a blur. The entire crowd is left utterly speechless by what they just witnessed. The fight was over before it even began. He lies on the ground, completely humiliated and destroyed. Our girl stands triumphant, a silent warning to anyone who dares mess with her people. The time limit is up, and our girl's opponent is still lounging around. He asks what the rush is, so she gives him a 5-knuckle wake-up call. He had 3 seconds and he just wasted them. Bam, right in the kisser. And just like that, Mr. Tough Guy is kissing the pavement, completely knocked out. Our girl just smiles sweetly. Okay, you guys may continue. Absolutely savage. The entire crowd is stunned. He was supposed to be stronger than her. Even the higher-ups are watching this insane beatdown with serious faces. The announcer nervously asks if there are any other challengers for the captain position. But nobody dares to move. They all saw what she did to the last guy. His lady friend is not happy. She reminds him he's lost his position. He starts crying about his lost prospects. Dude, you got one punched. But wait, a new challenger steps up. A little kid stutters that he wants a match. Everyone tries to stop him, but he yells that he hates men who beat up women. The crowd calls him shameless. Bro, she's the one who did the beating. As the loser gets dragged away crying for help, the kid prepares for his fight. And then he attacks the already defeated guy asterisk. What is this chaotic energy? He kicks the poor dude again, screaming, I fight. This is just pure comedy. The big shots decide there's no need for more challenges today, and the announcer officially names the little stuttering kid the new captain. The crowd erupts in laughter. The loser can't even believe what he's hearing. Miss Juoxi coldly tells the loser to go get treated. She has no time for him. She realizes that stammering kid was just a team leader, not the main captain. And she's shocked by Wanwen's strength. Yuan Shang is completely broken. Another guy feels like a total joke for ever underestimating our girl. Miss Juoxi offers to heal him, showing a surprising bit of kindness. He starts to wonder if she's planning on replacing the old captain with him. The guards are now total fanboys. They're begging Miss Wanwan to train them. And our girl, ever so gracious, agrees to teach them a few moves. She remembers her past when no one in the house ever took her seriously. But now she finally has their sincere approval, and it feels surprisingly good. The new kid captain invites everyone out for drinks to celebrate. But his own men immediately shut him down, literally covering his mouth. They're like, "What drinks? You're confused, captain. Poor kid has no authority." Most of the C family elders had agreed to the plan. But while Si Yehen's health was a problem, our girl had another, more immediate issue. Her parents are calling, and she's having a full-blown panic attack. She told them she had a boyfriend, and now they're coming to investigate. With Si Yehen's condition, she can't just ask him to play along. Her mom demands to meet this mysterious boyfriend, threatening to cut off her allowance. She promises her mom she's not making a mistake like her brother did. But as she hangs up, she looks up to see a ghost. It's Si Yehen, and he's been standing there the whole time. She demands to know how much he heard. He smirks and says, "I hate those handsome and rich men who attract butterflies." Our girl immediately starts sweating bullets. It's a misunderstanding. She tries to distract him, offering to take him shopping and out to eat. But he is not amused. The dark, chaotic energy is back. To appease the beast, she buys him some candied haws from a street vendor. He takes a bite, looking thoughtful. "It's delicious," he says, surprising her. But as she goes to take a bite, he snatches it right out of her hand. The absolute nerve of this man. He just grins, completely unfazed by her shock. He then grabs her hand, saying it's delicious and he'll take her somewhere better. And just like that, they're on a date, walking hand in hand. They look like the perfect couple, strolling through the market. But they are being watched. Two figures are spying on them from behind a wall. It's her parents. They actually came. Her mom calls out her name and the world stops. Our girl is completely busted, standing there with her fake billionaire boyfriend. The situation is spiraling out of control. But Si Yehen just glances over, completely calm. He pulls her in close, ready to face the music. The tense meeting is underway, and our girl is sweating bullets. But the silence is shattered when her mom storms in, looking furious. She lectures Wanwan about being with a man who hurt her. Dad jumps in, asking the man if he knows Wanwan already has a boyfriend. He calmly replies, yes. This sends her father into a rage. Our girl quickly tries to stop the chaos. She blurts out that this handsome stranger is her boyfriend. Her parents are completely stunned. She told them her boyfriend was ordinary. And this man is anything but. He radiates pure rich psycho energy. Our girl internally panics, blaming him for being too handsome. And just like that, he excuses himself to the bathroom, leaving her in the lion's den. But he's not just taking a break. He's checking his phone. He opens up the most chaotic group chat known to man. His friends are losing their minds over his message. He dropped his location, telling them he was meeting the parents. Now the entire squad is spamming the chat with terrible advice. They're trying to figure out how he can win over her parents. He stares at his phone, his patience wearing thin. The suggestions get more and more ridiculous, involving gold bars. And that's his breaking point. He just straight up leaves the group chat. His friends are left in shock. Back at the table, the interrogation has begun. Her dad starts asking the tough questions. He asks about our man's parents. He bluntly says his father is dead. And his mother, she left home, and he has no idea where she is. Our girl is absolutely horrified. That's not how you win over the in-laws. Her parents are definitely not impressed. So she takes over, spinning a much better story. His father died tragically in a traffic accident. And his mother has been abroad for years, so of course he doesn't know her status. Her parents' faces soften. Now he's just a poor, handsome orphan. She recalls how he stuck by her during her most difficult times. No matter how much she pushed him away, he was always there. He reminds her that she was the one who chased him relentlessly. If things were different, they would have broken up long ago. So she begs her parents not to judge him by his looks. Her parents just want someone who will be steadfast and good to her. Si Yehen looks her father dead in the eye and promises he will not fail. "I will protect her forever," and our girl absolutely swoons. She can't believe he just said something so smooth. With the tension broken, her dad calls for the waiter, and they all have a nice meal. Later that night, our girl is overwhelmed. He asks her how he did meeting her parents for the first time. As she's thinking, her heel slips on the stairs. She lets out a terrified scream. But of course, he catches her in a dramatic, heart-stopping dip. "Phew," he whispers, "luckily, baby, you are here." And before she can even process that, he leans in for a kiss. He pulls back, asking the big question, "Do you like me?" Our girl is having a full-on internal meltdown. He leads her away by the hand, leaving her completely confused. He takes her to a restricted area she's never been allowed in. This is getting serious. She looks around the lavish room, totally stunned. He opens a small drawer and pulls out a beautiful box. He hands it to her, simply saying, "Take it." Inside is a half-jade pendant of immense power. It gives her authority over his secret forces, a power even his closest allies don't have. She then asks about the ring inside. He tells her she's not ready for that yet, but he will teach her. This feels final. It sounds like he's briefing her for his death. He asks why she won't accept his stuff. He's confused why his parents and gifts aren't enough. But our girl pushes the bento box away. He desperately reminds her of his promise to make her life better. She still refuses, looking absolutely heartbroken. Suddenly she snaps, "I want you to protect me, not these cold, dead objects." She smacks the gift out of his hand, sending a fancy ring flying. Before he can react, she pulls him in close. "I only want you," she declares, smashing her lips onto his. She thinks about how she just wants to live well in this new life. He whispers her name, completely overwhelmed by the confession. The memories of their past life are still haunting her. But in this moment, nothing else matters. He melts into the kiss, finally understanding. Later that night, they're cuddling in bed, all cozy and domestic. He's fast asleep, looking like an angel. But of course, the mood is ruined by a phone call. Our girl is so not pleased to hear from Gongzu this late. This chaotic teddy bear is calling in the middle of the night to ask for a job. Our girl goes full savage mode. "I'm here to remind you to join my party." Gongzu is shocked but immediately agrees, falling right into her trap. She hangs up and tells our sleepy male lead about the call. He's a little worried about bringing Gongzu into their world. But our girls has an even bigger, crazier idea. How about we come out publicly? The poor man immediately starts sweating bullets. The night of the party arrives, and it's a full-blown celebrity bash. And of course, there's drama. Two actors are already bickering about an award nomination. Suddenly, the crowd parts as our male lead makes his grand entrance. Gongzu immediately runs up to him, acting all cute and friendly. And right on cue, our girl appears, wrapping her arms around her man. His friend agrees to go talk to Luo Chen. But suddenly he stops, sniffing the air. He completely freaks out, realizing Yi smells like a girl. Meanwhile, Luo Chen is at a club when a girl approaches him. She asks if he can rid her fortune. Oh, the irony. He can't believe his reputation as a fortune teller has spread this far. But that's just a cover for his real, much more dangerous life. Back at headquarters, his team is in the middle of a serious meeting. They're discussing the clan and how to handle the current crisis. Suddenly, one of them pulls a knife on an old man. The captain just watches, completely unbothered. He tells another subordinate that his time is running out. If he can't find worry-free in a few months, he's a dead man. The woman with the knife complains he's being too soft. But the captain shuts her down, telling them to focus on the mission. They start brainstorming the possibilities for our girl's disappearance. Did she lose her memory, or did she run away with some random guy? Or even worse, did she get amnesia and then run off with a man 5 years ago having his child? The captain is intrigued by this wild man. He pulls out a photo of our girl from when she was 17. One of his men recognizes her immediately. He saw her at a food stall, but the captain is doubtful. He says he met her too, but she acted like a completely different person. Just then his phone rings. It's the little demon. A child's voice demands to know if he's found his mom yet. The little menace then threatens to out his uncle's sexual orientation to the grandparents. Savage, the rest of the crew tries not to laugh. The kid gives him 3 more months before he unleashes the wrath of the elders. And here he is, the tiny, terrifying boss baby calling the shots. The captain hangs up, completely defeated. Back at the club, a director is praising Luo Chen's new style. He thinks it's so cool and awesome. But he has no idea what's really going on. Luo Chen's brother explains that all the credit is going to the wrong person. The entertainment company is owned by Shen Menqi's family. She not only deceived his brother, but let another stylist steal all his hard work. The head guard's cronies are complaining about Iwanwen. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Ibai, is leaving a club. He immediately spots the group of goons outside, and he clocks the weirdo with them, a Taoist priest. One of the guys calls him a total scammer from a bygone era. He gets right in the priest's face, looking for a fight. The dude accuses the priest of spitting on his fancy shoes. The priest's tiny assistant asks if he's got a problem with it. Savage. The priest offers to read their fortune, saying fate brought them here. But his eyes flash. Something is definitely not good here. He warns them of a bloody calamity, and the guy threatens to kill him. He orders his men to beat the priest down, but the priest just calmly repeats that his prediction is accurate. And just like that, the entire crew is on the floor. The bully is now cleaning his shoes. The man is terrified, realizing this is no ordinary priest. He grovels but says he doesn't have the cash for the fortune-telling fee. No worries, they take mobile payments. Our boy is watching, absolutely stunned. After the transaction, the priest turns and spots him. Famous Yi, we meet again. Our protag plays dumb, but the priest is not fooled by his disguise. He's internally panicking. How can this guy see through him? He stammers, asking what he means. The priest says he looks just like Warriorless Nai. He then casually asks if he has a 5-year-old son. Our boy absolutely loses it. I'm only 20, you idiot. The priest gets a creepy look and offers to read his fortune by checking his chest. Our protag is horrified and makes a run for it with the lamest excuse ever. He gets home thinking the priest is skilled but totally insane. But look who's waiting for him. The ML asks why he's in his room. He teases him, saying he must have been waiting for him specially. Our boy immediately gets clingy and whines that he's hungry. The ML leans in for a kiss, asking if he's still hungry. No, he's actually hungry for food. He didn't eat at the party. He just had to listen to some guy ramble on all night. We then see a flashback of our girl in her true form. Our girl is finally enjoying a peaceful meal with her man. She realizes keeping this handsome devil happy is the key to her survival. But of course, the peace can't last. Her phone blows up with a flood of desperate texts. She looks up, startled by the sudden dark aura in the room. Oh boy, the big devil is jealous, and it is terrifying. She immediately tries to do damage control, promising she's not like those other thirsty people. The next day at school, her friend immediately starts spilling the tea. She's gossiping about Shen Menki, who's apparently making big moves in the entertainment world. Our girl barely listens, hearing all about the snake's new fashion leader title. She's busy digging through her bag when her phone buzzes again. This time, it's her brother calling, and she knows this won't be a pleasant chat. He demands she meet him at the gate right now. She heads out, wondering what fresh drama he's about to dump on her. He immediately attacks her for working at a rival media company. But our girl is done being a doormat, hitting him with a savage comeback. He absolutely loses it, defending his precious Shan Menki. Our girl knows exactly who she's insulting, a manipulative, backstabbing thief. But her brother is completely blind, screaming at her to be sober. He actually believes Shen Menki is doing everything for his sake. He storms off, but she knows she can't push him further without a solid plan. Meanwhile, the snake herself is busy plotting at her company. She's bragging about how easily she'll win an upcoming project bid. Her partner wonders how she'll get the rival family's secrets. She smirks because she has the perfect little tool to do her dirty work. She just has to wait for her brother to bring her the stolen information. And speak of the devil, the clueless brother arrives at her office. He finds her working hard, looking all stressed and pitiful. She shows him the project documents, pretending to be overwhelmed. When he hears the family is their competitor, he's shocked. She sighs, lamenting how hard it is to get their bid information. Then, for the final act, she feigns a sudden dizzy spell. The papers go flying as her puppet rushes to her side, completely fooled. But while he's being played, our girl is safe in the arms of someone who actually protects her. Menkai puts on her best damsel in distress act for poor, foolish Mu Fan. She weakly claims she's just a little dizzy from staying up late. Yeah, right. He immediately falls for it, telling her to go home and rest. He even promises to handle the company bid for her. Oh, this is bad. And just like that, her crocodile tears dry up. Her little trick worked perfectly. Meanwhile, a private investigator is getting his report ready. He confirms that Meng Kai and some other dude are meeting regularly at a hotel. The man who hired him sips his tea, completely unbothered. He just needs the room number and the trap will be set. That night at the Yi family mansion, a shadowy figure breaks into the study looking for something specific. He finds it, the sealed bidding document for a major project. The thief snags the documents, his mission a success. A few days later, Mufin's father is shown evidence of the break-in. But the real gut punch, the man claims it was his own son, Mufan, who leaked the bid. The old man is absolutely livid. How could his son betray the family? He smashes the tablet in a fit of rage, calling his son a disgrace. He collapses into his chair, completely defeated. And watching from the sidelines are the two snakes who orchestrated the whole thing. The family patriarch is not pleased. He tells his son he's been given too many chances. Back in the car, Meng Kai is already worried about getting caught. Mufan, ever the fool, tells her not to worry and to just play dumb. The schemers play innocent, telling the heartbroken father that Mufan is a lost cause. They cruelly kick Mufin's parents out of the house while they're literally on their knees. Just then, Mufan walks into this chaotic scene. His father screams at him for being so foolish. But Mufan, blinded by love, insists he did nothing wrong. He grabs his own father, ready to fight for the honor of that treacherous woman. Suddenly, our girl Wanwen arrives. She rushes to her father's side, checking if he's okay. Her eyes flash with absolute fury. She has had enough of this nonsense. And she delivers a much-deserved slap right across Mufan's stupid face. He's shocked she would hit him, still defending the girl who set him up. Wanwen is just done. There are no words for this level of idiocy. She takes control, telling her parents to leave them. It's time for a reality check. She grabs his arm, ready to drag him to see the truth with his own two eyes. Our girl gets dragged into a hotel room, demanding to know what's going on. He shushes her and pulls her straight to the balcony. She shoves him behind the curtain, telling him to stay hidden and be quiet. But he peeks out and hears a familiar voice that makes his blood run cold. It's his girlfriend, getting way too cozy with his best friend. And then he hears them talking about him like he's absolute garbage. They're casually discussing how he's going to jail for a crime they committed. Her plan is pure evil. Use him like a dog to get his father to clean up their mess. The betrayal is just too much. Impossible, this can't be real. He flashes back to all their sweet memories together. But the illusion shatters into a million pieces. It was all a lie. He can't believe he was so blind to her true nature. His entire world comes crashing down around him in an instant. He screams that he's a complete idiot, but the noise alerts the cheaters. They whip around, completely busted. Yimufin is standing right there, seething with rage. She stammers that it's not what he thinks, but it's way too late for that. The panic sets in when she realizes he heard every single damning word. And that's it. The rage completely takes over and he lunges. His fist connects with the scumbag's face in a glorious, satisfying crunch. The cheater is down for the count, and Mufan is radiating pure chaotic energy. He then turns his fury on the two-timing snake, grabbing her by the shoulders. He raises his fist, shaking with rage, but stops just short of her face. He can't bring himself to hit her, but the look of pure disgust in his eyes is 1,000 times worse. He's done. He grabs our girl and tells her they're leaving this disgusting scene. Outside, she drops a bomb. She's a lawyer sent by his father, and he has a meeting tomorrow. He completely breaks down, but our girl grabs him, telling him to stop crying and be a man. He wails that his life is ruined, but she fiercely tells him it's not over yet. She promises that if he just follows her lead, she'll make sure no one can touch him. Later that night, back at the mansion, a familiar voice asks if the matter is resolved. It's our girl having tea with the male laid and explaining her epic plan to save her stupid brother. He asks how she's going to do it, and she just gives him a savage little wink. She lays out her plan, and he's completely stunned by her barbarous and cruel thinking. Even the butler has to admit that Miss Wanwen is a little bit ambitious. Our girl knows he's bluffing and proposes a little bet. If she wins, he'll do anything she wants. If she loses, the roles are reversed. He immediately shuts it down, saying her bet makes no sense. Then it clicks, this man is just flirting. But their moment is cut short. She just gives him a mysterious little wink, leaving him hanging. Meanwhile, at the company, a family drama is unfolding. An uncle is telling his brother that he needs to pay the price for his mistakes. He's accused of embezzling funds and his son of stealing company secrets. The father looks utterly defeated. He's ready to take full responsibility for his son's failure. But then a chaotic redhead crashes the meeting. Our girl is there too, calling out the absolute shamelessness of these people. The uncle lays down the law, turn yourselves in or we'll see you in court. The redhead plays dumb, but his aunt accuses him of stealing a bidding book. So he straight up slaps her across the face. She is absolutely floored, the audacity. Our girl tries to intervene, saying it's a misunderstanding. But the family patriarch has heard enough, silencing the entire room. The redhead immediately cries to Grandpa that he's being framed. Grandpa demands to see the evidence. The lawyer presents a tablet with security footage. The redhead insists it's just an imposter. Another relative yells that everyone knows he stole the bid to please a woman. He fires back, accusing them of setting him up to get his family disowned. The uncle is so enraged, he smashes the tablet on the floor. The redhead drops to his knees, begging Grandpa to believe him. He keeps pleading his case. Our girl can't believe how shameless he is. And it works. Grandpa declares Mu Fan was likely framed and orders an investigation. The uncle is fuming. He has to investigate a crime he probably set up himself. Grandpa says without conclusive proof, they need to apologize to Mu Fan. The aunt can't believe it, but Mu Fan smugly accepts the apology. Later, our girl is driving the drama king away from the scene. He suddenly gets a call from an unknown number. He answers it looking intrigued. Our guy gets a call from his ex-boss, who is absolutely losing it. She offers him a raise, begging him to come back, but our boy is not impressed. He tells her exactly where to go before hanging up. Savage. She is furious while our hero tries to figure out his next move. Meanwhile, Wanwen gets a warning about dazzling media. Apparently, their new director is a total monster who took over the whole company. Wanwen is understandably terrified of this mysterious, talented man. Her friend reassures her, saying she can apply for a stylist position there tomorrow. The next day, our red-headed hero shows up for an interview at the very same company. But the interviewers are absolutely shredding his resume. They dismiss his work since it was all credited to someone else. He strolls in, looking way too confident for a guy with a garbage resume. They ask him where his resume is, and he just casually says he forgot it. But the moment he says his name, Yimufan, the interviewers collectively lose their minds. Turns out the director personally invited him, no interview needed. While waiting, he overhears some serious drama happening in the next room. Two of the company's biggest stars are having a full-blown meltdown. They are arguing about their rivalry and the company's main house. And just then, a handsome young man walks in, having heard everything. The actors immediately try to play it off, but he's not buying it. Our boy Mufin is stunned. This is the legendary director, Yibai. And this director is not afraid to discipline his chaotic employees. Yibai then offers Mufin the position of styling director on the spot. Mufin accepts, realizing this director sees his true, stolen talent. But as they shake on it, his phone suddenly rings. He apologizes and picks up the call. It's his mom. He smugly tells her he's the new style director of dazzling media. His mom doesn't believe a word, but the director overhears and offers to talk to her. Director Yi takes the phone and, along with Wanwen, confirms the incredible news.